Peace was signed.
отошла к России.
And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia.
Затем, во времена
And the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in
Россия
Poland.
вернула все исторические земли.
Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west.
Да, а вот
This all lasted until the revolution.
воспользовавшись
Before World War I,
украинизацией,
Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization.
в преддверии мировой войны, конечно, было стремление ослабить потенциал.
Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff.
которые говорили необходимо
As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared.
украинской независимости говорили,
All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia.
настаивали. Вот.
They insisted on that.
После революции 1917 года
After the 1917 revolution,
старались восстановить государственность, развернулась
the
гражданская
Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood and the civil war began, including the hostilities with Poland.
в Польше в 1921 году, которые, по которым западная
In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland.
в 1939
In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler,
сотрудничала с Гитлером, а Польша сотрудничала.
it did collaborate with Hitler, you know? Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship,
В архивах есть, предлагал с Польшей
an alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg.
основную часть Германии с Кёнигсбергом и с Восточной Пруссией.
After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged.
И вместо Данцига появился.
Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused.
Of course.
Still, they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
But may I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long?
I'll tell you. I'm coming to that. This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
Just don't know how it's relevant.
Good. Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II, Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II by attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939? Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland. By the way, the USSR, I have read some archived documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia. But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named the USSR, regained its historical lands. After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, to the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had originally been German. The eastern parts of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig, which was once again given its Polish name. So this was how this situation developed. In 1922, when the USSR was being established, the Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
Right.
Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as autonomous entities. For some inexplicable reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR. And again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine. And yet, they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great.
Yes, sir. Just came out, man. Just came out, dude. And it's, I'm liking it so far.
And which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever.
Tucker for the win for sure, man.
Even if we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the question.
In 1654.
Exactly.
You obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case for the first 22 years as president that Ukraine wasn't a real country?
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that had never belonged to it, including the Black Sea region. At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya. But that does not matter. What matters is that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, established Ukraine that way. For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR. And for unknown reasons again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine. Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not a bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
That's a sharp question.
Ну, я не знаю, как границы.
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders.
Все считают, что
But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which as many claim saw numerous violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states,
в этом смысле, конечно, вполне можно, ну, если не говорить о том, что они имеют на это право.
one may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
God, he interrupts him.
Никогда не говорил.
Never. I have never told him, not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров. Но мне достоверно
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get back to their historical land.
Интересную историю, отвлекусь.
Moreover, I would like to share a very interesting story with you.
Значит, где-то в начале
I digress, it's a personal one.
Dude, I don't I don't like how Tucker's looking, bro. He's like he's testing the waters a little bit too much.
из,
Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev,
въехал
made a stop in Kiev, and then went to western Ukraine.
название города.
I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in the language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian,
Возле
not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian. I was driving through some kind of village, and there were men sitting next to the houses, and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was
I have no idea, bro. I have no idea. I'm curious to see what people are gonna say. Like, just all the nonsense that's gonna come out of this. It's gonna be funny.
during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement,
Well, that is, and there's a lot of it, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this case in public until 2 years ago, February. And in the case that you made, which I read today,
Сейчас скажу.
you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to move. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что мои длинные диалоги, они...
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview. That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show?
Так что не обижайтесь
You said
на меня,
a
пожалуйста.
serious talk.
Так вот,
So bear with me, please.
к тому моменту, когда...
We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established.
1991 год.
Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed,
В подарок от
and
России.
everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the
В
latter.
целом, вот я скажу сейчас очень важный момент.
I'm coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
Этот развал Советского Союза...
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian
Я не
leadership.
знаю, чем тогда руководствовалось руководство России. Но
I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, but I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine.
первое. Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что руководство России исходило из того, что
First,
фундаментальные
I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian.
у каждого третьего какие-то родственные связи.
Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history. Finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and deeply interconnected economies.
Экономика очень сильно взаимосвязана.
All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable. The second point is a very important one. I want you, as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well. The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines. Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and association. That is what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole. There were smart people, including in Germany, Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union that a new security system should be established in Europe. Help should be given to unify Germany, but a new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries.
Yes.
But NATO needs not to expand. That's what he said. If NATO expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders. That's all. He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him. In fact, he got angry once. If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again. Everything happened just as he had said.
Well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point, and many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, that the opposite happened. But you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia, but we have a strong China the West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia, do you think, convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia, because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, or 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy. It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. It tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves of expansion. We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there is no communist party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before. There was a moment when a certain rift started growing between us. Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words, God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there. I do. But Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation, with Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. Well, regardless, what is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia protested and expressed its resentment, what was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was outdated. Everything had to be changed. Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing nothing. He understood everything, I assure you. Well, I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but we should try to restore relations. Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through. And moreover, I said it publicly, I can reiterate. At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him, Bill, Do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen?
Он сказал, ты знаешь, это интересно.
Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so.
Встретились уже на
But
ужин.
in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now.
Можете спросить у него. Но я думаю, наша...
You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it.
Подобного
I
говорить,
wouldn't have
что
said anything like that if it hadn't happened.
невозможно.
Okay,
Were you
well, it's
sincere?
impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Послушайте,
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was,
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
если бы он
if he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive, I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
Вы сказали, что...
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances. We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's work for common ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on. And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO.
Ну, я же видел, как решают.
I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine.
Один из примеров сейчас приведу, касающийся...
The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote,
голосуют. Даже если им
even if they do not like something.
Я скажу в этой связи, что происходило с Украиной.
Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say
Мы пытались
anything new.
по-разному выстроить отношения.
Nevertheless, after that we tried to build relations in different ways.
События...
For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq.
Мы
We
очень...
were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus,
Северном Кавказе. Но все равно продолжали это делать.
but they continued to do it anyway.
Политическая
And political
поддержка,
support,
информационная
information
поддержка,
support, financial
финансовая
support,
поддержка, даже
even
военная
military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus.
формирование в
I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, it's impossible. Do you have proof? I said, yes. I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof.
Он посмотрел.
He looked at it, and you know what he said? I apologize, but that's what happened. I'll quote. He says, well, I'm gonna kick their ass. We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply.
Я говорю директору.
I said to the FSB director, write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President?
Есть разговор с президентом?
He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply.
В архиве.
We have the answer in the archive.
Пришел ответ.
The CIA replied,
Работали с
we have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it.
Смешно.
Just ridiculous.
Ну ладно, мы поняли, что
Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government.
ну, конечно, имелся в виду в данном
Of
случае.
course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus.
Они их называли. Да.
That's who they called the opposition.
Это вот второй момент.
This is the
Третий момент
second
очень
point.
важный.
The third moment is a very important one. Is the moment when the US missile defense system was created.
Начало.
The beginning.
И мы долго уговаривали.
We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States.
Меня пригласили в
Moreover,
отец Буша
after was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean,
Там состоялась очень серьезная беседа,
I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team.
чтобы
I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that, we believe,
которая, как мы считаем,
if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
я говорю,
Let me ask, what year was this?
ну, я не помню, вот
I don't remember.
в интернете, когда я был.
It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about.
Мне сказали, это очень интересно.
I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation in the world. He says yes, and asks, are you serious? I said, of course. We need to think about it, I'm told.
Вот в этот кабинет.
I said, go ahead, please. Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister, the Russian defense minister on that side.
Министр обороны.
They said to me,
Они мне
yes, we have thought about it. We agree. I said, thank God, great,
Но
but with some exceptions.
So twice you've described US presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who were elected in your telling.
именно так.
That's right,
Конечно,
that's
не
right.
нас послали подальше. Я не буду.
In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential
Наше предложение
conversation.
было отклонено.
But our proposal was declined. That's a
Тогда,
fact.
именно тогда я сказал,
It was right then when I said, look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures.
будем создавать такие
We will
удары.
create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems.
Был такой.
The answer was, we are not doing this against you, and you do what you want, assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, okay, very well. That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't. They have come to the Ukraine ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. And it's ridiculous, it's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they?
Кто они такие?
You see, they were pressed, they agreed.
А потом они говорят,
And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know? I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future?
я говорю, а почему завтра?
Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again.
С кем там
Well,
разговаривать?
it's nonsensical.
Мы готовы.
Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand.
Гарантии.
We're ready to talk. But with whom?
Значит, начали осваивать
Where are the guarantees? None.
Не было там. Я вам
So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine.
эта территория.
Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed.
Все,
Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine,
опирались на
they relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other.
это юго-восток Украины.
This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people.
И перебить этот электорат.
And it was very difficult to dissuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia.
К власти пришел
Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how?
первый раз он победил.
The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine.
Постпереворот.
This is a coup d'etat.
Себе
Just imagine, someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
между.
In 2014?
Нет.
Before that.
Нет, нет.
No, this was before that. After President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The US supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled.
США поддержали.
What is this? This is a
Назначили
coup.
третий тур.
The US supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power.
Государственный переворот.
Imagine if in the US something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the US Constitution does not provide for, was organized.
Организовали третий.
Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine.
Не предусмотрено.
Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power.
Виктор Ющенко, который считался прозападным.
Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits.
Москву с визитом.
We visited Kiev. I visited too.
Встречались неформально.
We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job.
Считают,
The situation should have developed inside independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician, I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this, suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which could have led to flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps which were supported by the West. It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
So he did more trade with Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Of course. It's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation ties, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine, and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate, the US told us. Calm Yanukovych down, and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agreed, let's do it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then US leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service. They have always been our opponents. A job is a job. Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into. So, in 2008, the doors of NATO were open for Ukraine. In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup, and it was indeed a coup. They created the threat to Crimea, which we had to take under our protection. They launched a war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There's a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors. How could we not express concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been. It's just that the US political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself. Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith, in fact, a part of Russian people, in the face of this war machine.
But that was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany, Poland and France, arrived. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the US know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities, and its 3 guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me, because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions. He was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning, frankly speaking. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass? This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost 5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our borders should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that. But we never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO. We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this, don't do that. And what triggered the latest events? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed, as you know, after the events of 2014 in Minsk, where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then President himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it. A year or a year and a half ago, former leaders of Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to? Did you call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine with NATO forces, this is going to be we're going to act?
We talked about this all the time. We addressed the United States and European countries' leadership to stop these developments immediately, to implement the Minsk agreements. Frankly speaking, I didn't know how we were going to do this, but I was ready to implement them. These agreements were complicated for Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbass territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbass, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place. No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014. Our goal is to stop this war. And we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Do you think you've stopped it now? I mean, have you achieved your aims?
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification. This means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements. This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul early this year. And it was not our initiative, because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents. My counterparts in France and Germany said, how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev. As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe. That is how the situation has developed, and that is how it looks now.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean?
Вот я как раз хочу сейчас об этом сказать. Это очень важный вопрос. Денацификация.
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. Denazification. After gaining independence, Ukraine began to search, as some Western analysts say, its identity. And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with Hitler.
которые сотрудничали с Гитлером. Я уже говорил, что
I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia.
но в силу исторического развития
But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally as well as were subject to cruel behavior.
идентичность и вели себя очень жестоко, это все осталось в памяти.
There were also attempts to destroy their identity.
Когда началась Вторая мировая война, часть этой
All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom.
она начала сотрудничать с Гитлером, полагая, что
The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population. Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian population too.
которые с Гитлером сотрудничали. Вот отсюда вот эта жестокая резня.
This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera, Shukevich. It was those people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazism exist in other countries as well. Yes, they are seedlings, but we uproot them, and other countries fight against them. But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany.
Они на флагах, они их имена кричат.
These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians.
Это люди, которые уничтожали поляков, евреев и русских.
It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, закончим. Вы же задали вопрос по неонацизму и денацификации.
I will finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification. Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. The story is well known, but being silenced in the Western countries. The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War II? Hitler and his accomplices. It turned out that this man served in the SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews. The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this man. How can this be imagined? The president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
Really, my question is, what do you do about it? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 80 years. Nazi Germany no longer exists. And so, true. And so, I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish or at least control Ukrainian nationalism, but how? How do you do that?
Вот послушайте меня. Ваш вопрос очень тонкий.
Listen to me. Your question is very subtle, and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course.
Он, казалось бы, тонкий, он очень противный, этот вопрос.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky.
Значит,
You say Hitler has been dead for so many years, 80 years. But his example lives on. People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and Poles are alive. And the president, the current president of today's Ukraine, applauds him in the Canadian Parliament, gives a standing ovation. Can we say that we have completely uprooted this ideology if what we see is happening today? That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept and support this practice and try to preserve it. That is what denazification is. That is what we mean.
Right. My question was a little more specific. It was, of course, not a defense of Nazis, neo or otherwise. It was a practical question. You don't control the entire country. You don't control Kiev. You don't seem like you want to. So how do you eliminate a culture or an ideology or feelings or a view of history in a country that you don't control? What do you do about that?
А вы знаете, как вам не покажется странным, в ходе переговоров в Стамбуле,
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations in Istanbul, we did agree that We have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carlson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? That is it.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine, peace talks?
Они были, они дошли до очень высокой стадии согласования позиций, сложно.
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the president of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about this settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I cannot remember when I talked to him. I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
No. Why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there in Ukraine by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022?
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are a very successful ambassador. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat. We have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the US leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid, please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people, understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where you sent Russian troops to Poland?
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent. And you're saying unequivocally you don't.
Это абсолютно исключено.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war.
Глобальная война поставить на грань.
And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious.
Вот. И есть, конечно, средства.
There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone, with us all along. Tomorrow Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what?
Выбить из налогоплательщиков
In order to
США
extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war.
как можно.
The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
Это провокация.
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that.
Американские солдаты должны воевать.
I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place and mercenaries from Georgia in third place.
Безусловно.
Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for?
Национальной территории. У вас нечем заниматься.
Thousands of miles away from your national territory.
На границе полно. Проблемы с
Don't you have anything better to do? You have
True.
issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt. More than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine?
True.
Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia? Make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end?
к здравому смыслу.
And realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions.
Это гораздо умнее.
It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
Damn.
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, I did not blow up
То есть
Nord
у вас-
Stream.
у
Thank
вас-
you, though.
У вас лично, может быть, есть алиби, у вас лично.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Dang.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
Вы знаете, я не
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services, your intel services, you would, that NATO, the US, CIA, the West did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
В войне пропаганды очень сложно.
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States, because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak.
Мы можем
We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results.
планировать так ярче.
It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, and it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
Ну, меня это тоже удивляет.
This also confuses me.
Точно нет
But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction.
объяснить.
After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged. But one pipe is safe and sound, and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another route through Poland, called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland packs from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are 2 gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route. The Ukrainians open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons, open up the valve, please, let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence. Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into 2 hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side, do you think?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into 2 hemispheres. A human brain is divided into 2 hemispheres. One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on. But it is still one and the same head. The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in 2 parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that, thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example, the US dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage, but certainly ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the US political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission. Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interests of the United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%.
Сейчас 34%.
Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles and about as much,
Столько же, 30.
a little over 34% in yuan.
Зачем Соединенные Штаты это сделали?
Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit. They probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not?
Ну, вы понимаете, что это такое происходит?
Does anyone in the United States realize this?
Понимает это в тех же Соединенных Штатах?
What are you doing? You are cutting yourself off. All experts say this.
То, что всегда...
Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the US.
But
You're killing it with your own hands.
I think that's I think that's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy in a way that's not good for their sovereignty? Do you worry about that?
Эти страшилки нам...
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before. It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that.
У нас
The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again. Through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of Chinese-Russian cooperation. Ask Europeans, aren't they afraid? They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs, especially now that they are facing economic problems.
и китайские...
Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances, if there was cooperation globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current American administration is dead set against you. Do you think if there were a new administration after Joe Biden that you would be able to reestablish communication with the US government? Or does it not matter who the president is?
Сейчас скажу, но чтобы закончить предыдущий вопрос. У нас
I will tell you,
200 миллиардов.
but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already $230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing. Our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high tech, energy, scientific research, and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022 it was down to, I think, a little over 30%.
Нью-Йорке мировой экономики составляла
The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United States adapt? With the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires, pardon me, to the level of dominance, You have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of a country boy who does not understand much. I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans. But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about the personality of the leader, it is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the US still has today, then perhaps something may change. Look, China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power parity. In terms of volume, it overtook the US a long time ago. The USA comes second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia in the fifth place. Russia was the first economy in Europe last year, despite all the sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars, being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere. The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia. And we have become Europe's first economy during this time. The tools that US uses don't work. Well, one has to think about what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
But you're describing two different systems. You say that the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the leader, they're made by the ruling classes. You've run this country for so long, you've known all these American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
I don't know. America is a complex country, conservative on one hand, rapidly changing on the other. It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself? Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very difficult for us to understand it. Certainly, there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats, and within this party system, the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions. Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia? After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure. Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from that? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter. It is already in the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing by 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing. As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world. It is your experts who write that. I just read them. The only question is how this would happen, painfully and quickly, or gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American. They simply follow global development trends. That's it. And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, you've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise you all were made in 1990. It's a threat to your country. Right before you sent troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Munich Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you into military action?
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 coup d'etat through peaceful means. But no one listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete US control suddenly declared that they would not comply with the Minsk agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory. And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures under the guise of various personnel training and retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there, that's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality, while passing the laws that limit the rights of non-titular nationalities in Ukraine. Ukraine, having received all the southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory. Is that normal? All this put together led to the decision to end the war that neo-Nazis started in Ukraine in 2014.
Do you think Zelensky has the freedom to negotiate a settlement to this conflict?
I don't know the details. Of course, it's difficult for me to judge. But I believe he has, in any case, he used to have. His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II. I once talked to him about this. I said, Volodya, what are you doing? Why are you supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine today, while your father fought against fascism? He was a frontline soldier. I will not tell you what he answered. This is a separate topic, and I think it's incorrect for me to do so. But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of Ukrainian people that he would lead Ukraine to peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections overwhelmingly. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized two things. Firstly, it is better not to clash with neo-Nazis and nationalists, because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything from them. And secondly, the US-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize Russia. It is beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people to end the war in Ukraine. He deceived his voters.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude, the freedom, to speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this, which clearly isn't helping his country or the world? Can he do that, do you think?
Why not? He considers himself head of state. He won the elections. Although we believe in Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of power for everything that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arhamia is his last name, I believe still heads the faction of the ruling party, the party of the president in the Rada. He still heads the presidential faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. They would give everything needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia, and we agreed with this proposal. Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not? Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations, indeed. We hear all the time, is Russia ready? Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me. Because, as Mr. Arakamiya put it, we could have stopped those hostilities with war a year and a half ago already. But the British persuaded us and we refused this. Where is Mr. Johnson now? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is, and why did he do that?
Hell knows. I don't understand it myself. There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield. Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
You've described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as orthodox. That's central to your understanding of Russia. You said you're orthodox. What does that mean for you? You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
You know, as I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. And then he baptized his squad. And then, gradually, over the course of several years, he baptized all the Rus. It was a lengthy process, from pagans to Christians. It took many years. But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people. When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength. This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I've just mentioned, and which are the traditional religions of the Russian Federation, Russia. By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire. This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America, an even clearer and more understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We are together. This is one big family, and our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other, it is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, for the motherland. That is why patriotic sentiment is so strong in Russia.
But can I say that the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a nonviolent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill, of any country, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
It is very easy. When it comes to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland, we won't attack anyone. When did the developments in Ukraine start? Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future. As for religion in general, You know, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor.
Человекоориентированная.
It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
Русский человек, российский человек, он думает больше о вечном, он думает больше о ценностях.
After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic after all.
Возможность вот сегодняшнему этому золотому миллиарду.
I'm not saying this is bad. It makes it possible for today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on.
Что мы вроде как выглядим одинаково, но
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, but our
So,
minds
so
are
do you
built a
see
little
the
different.
supernatural at work as you look out
Gosh,
across
so
what's
loud.
happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not human?
Да нет, я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я думаю о том, что
No, to be honest, I don't think so.
развивается вот по своим внутренним
My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws are what they are.
Так было всегда в истории человечества.
It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage, losing the status they had accustomed to.
Не нужно приводить эти примеры, но начиная
There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan and horde conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire.
человечество каждый
It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind.
потенциал варваров постепенно накапливался.
Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew, as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and begun to develop economically, as we would say today.
Экономически они стали укрепляться.
This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans.
500 лет. Этот процесс.
However, it took 5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart.
В сегодняшней ситуации
The
разница
difference with what is happening now
процессы изменений
is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does the AI empire start, do you think?
У меня всё в более
You're
сложные
asking
вопросы.
increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big
Для того,
numbers,
чтобы
big
ответить
data,
на
and
вопрос
AI.
специалистам в
Mankind is
сфере
currently
чисел,
facing many threats.
в сфере
Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man. There are reports that Elon Musk has already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
Илон Маск внедрил уже чип в мозг какого-то человека.
What do you think of that?
Ну, Маска, я думаю, что Маска
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him, search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person, I truly believe he is. So you'll need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
того, что будет происходить с ним в связи с развитием вот этих новейших исследований и технологий в генетике. либо
Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics
Поэтому
or in AI.
вот
One
тогда,
can make an
когда
approximate
человечество
prediction of what will
почувствовало
happen.
угрозу своему существованию от ядерного оружия, все начали обладатели ядерного
Once
оружия начали
mankind
между собой
felt an
договариваться.
existential
Потому
threat
что
coming
понимали,
from
что
nuclear weapons,
беспилотное применение
all
может
nuclear
привести
nations began to come to
к
terms with one another since
Когда,
they realized
наступит
the
понимание того,
negligent
что,
use of nuclear weaponry could
беспредельное,
drive
бесконтрольное
humanity to
развитие
extinction.
искусственного интеллекта, либо генетики, либо еще каких-то современных направлений, остановить которые
It
невозможно.
is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunpowder back in the day.
Эти исследования все равно будут. Но когда человечество почувствует угрозу для себя,
But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI, or genetics, or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32, and he's been in prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что, мне кажется, мы исчерпали все лимиты.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу не ответил. Но
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner.
что мы
However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that
не исключаем того, что мы можем это
if our
сделать
partners
при
take reciprocal steps.
встречном движении со стороны наших
When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services.
представителей специальных служб.
Special services are in contact with one another, they are talking about the matter in question.
На то, чтобы не решить это.
There is no taboo to settle this issue.
Мы готовы ее решать.
We are willing to solve it.
Есть определенные условия, которые
But there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels.
партнерским каналом между спецслужбами.
I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, I mean, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes, and it's not my business, but what makes this different is the guy's obviously not a spy, he's a kid. And maybe he was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that. And he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
Вы знаете, можно как угодно говорить, что такое шпион, что не шпион.
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If person gets secret information and does that in conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact, this is qualified as espionage. The fact has been proven, as he was caught red-handed when he was receiving this information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story then. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information. What is it then?
But are you suggesting that he was working for the US government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different things.
Я не знаю, на кого он работал. Но повторяю еще.
I don't know who he was working for, but I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the US Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the US. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals. During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads.
Wow.
What kind of person is that? Can he even be called human? But there was a patriot who eliminated him in one of the European capitals. Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
Yeah, but Evan Gershkovich didn't do that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, this is a 32-year-old newspaper reporter.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the US authorities, wherever they are serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They are keeping in touch, so let them do their work. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovich, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the US Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
I hope you let him out. Mr. President, thank you.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, The dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true with the war, though. Also, I mean, I guess I want to ask one more question, which is, and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say, let's come to terms?
Послушайте, я уже сказал.
I already said that we did not refuse to talk. We're willing to negotiate. It is the Western side, and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the US. It is evident. I do not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening. The financial support, 72 billion US dollars, was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come. Dozens of billions of US dollars are going to Ukraine. There's a huge influx of weapons. In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree. We did not refuse.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already said correctly, it's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So of course they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Ну, если администрация Зеленского на Украине отказалась от переговоров, я исхожу
Well,
из того, что
if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate, I assume they did it under the instruction from Washington. If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one is insulted. Let it come up with a way out.
пусть они от него отказываются.
It was not us who made this decision, it was them. So let them go back on it. That is
Теперь мы
it.
должны искать выход из этого неправильного решения.
However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for a way out of this situation to correct their mistakes.
Пусть и исправляют.
They did it, so let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Правильно. Но мы
Right.
уже добились этого.
And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, we were ready to sign it and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance. Well, you missed it, you made a mistake. Let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass, as I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to further in history. I already told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand, to 2008, when the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and US military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to us. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is pointless though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly, but they stopped negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready. What else is needed?
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
Я же сказал.
I said let them think how to do it with dignity. There are options if there is a will.
Варианты есть. Но если желание.
Up until now, there has been the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield.
Стратегического поражения России, поражения.
Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve, if possible at all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen. It seems to me that now, those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well. If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next. We are ready for this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won, and just keep the situation where it is now?
Ну, вы знаете, это предмет переговоров.
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or to put it more accurately,
Или, точнее сказать, хотят.
they are willing but do not know how to do it.
Я не только вижу,
I know they want
я
to.
знаю,
It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they're struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad.
Да, было бы смешно, если бы не было так грустно.
This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement.
Истерика, там, внутренние проблемы.
You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation,
Все равно мы договоримся. И
but the relations between the two peoples will be
может, даже
rebuilt
странно в
anyway.
сегодняшней ситуации прозвучит.
It will take a lot of time, but they will heal.
Между народами восстановится. Потребуется много времени.
I'll give you very unusual examples.
Совсем приведу вам необычный пример.
There is a combat encounter on the
На поле боя
battlefield. Here's a specific example.
Okay.
Ukrainian soldiers got encircled. This is an example from real life.
Украинская
Our soldiers were shouting to them, "There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive."
Наши солдаты им кричат.
Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians, do not surrender." And all of them
И
perished.
не сдают.
Wow.
They still identify themselves as Russian.
Они до сих пор русскими себя считающие. В этом смысле то, что
What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war.
И все
Everyone
думают,
in the
что
West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever.
растащили
No,
одну
they
часть,
will be reunited.
Нет,
The unity is still there.
воссоединение произойдет. Оно никуда и не делось.
Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church?
Растаскивают русскую православную церковь.
Because it brings together not only the territory,
Объединяет не территорию.
it brings together our souls.
И
No
никто
one
не
will be
может
able to
оправдаться
separate the soul.
злой.
Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. President. Free speech is bigger than any one person or any one organization. Societies are defined by what they
Oh. United.
Нет,
The unity is still there.
воссоединение произойдет. Оно никуда и не делось.
Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church?
Растаскивают русскую православную церковь.
Because it brings together not only the territory,
Объединяет не территорию.
it brings together our souls.
И никто
No
не
one
может
will be able to
оправдаться
separate the soul.
злой.
Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Between Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin is out. Wow, to say the least. The first 30 minutes are a history lesson, very interesting. And I think Vladimir Putin missed a tremendous opportunity for him, but fine, so be it. Because Tucker Carlson does in fact ask about the jailed Wall Street Journal reporter, and he actually tried to get the reporter home on the spot. And Putin said, nah. We'll get into all of that, and I'll talk about why there was a missed opportunity for Putin. But there are some interesting revelations that came out of that interview. Although Putin does say several times these are not new statements, I've said these before. I do think in context with Tucker, there are some interesting things being brought up as to the perception of Russia, of Vladimir Putin, and the war as it's happening in Eastern Europe with the United States, etc. Of course, it's what most people said, that Vladimir Putin views a CIA coup, took over Ukraine, got rid of Yanukovych, and there's a lot more we'll get into. I don't want to break down the whole thing because, again, a lot to talk about. But we do have big domestic news, and that is Joe Biden. You know, he had a bunch of classified documents, and for that, he was facing criminal prosecution. The DOJ special counsel has said he has mental limitations, and it would be hard to convince a jury that he's anything but a doddering old man with memory problems who doesn't have the force of will to actually commit crimes. I kid you not. The DOJ is actually saying, look, this guy's so old, he's going to look really sympathetic for being a doddering old fool. Amazing that he's our president. So we'll talk about that, and seriously, a lot to break down in the Biden department, because he once again referenced a dead politician, or a former politician, now for the second time, the degradation of Joe Biden, it's getting absolutely crazy. So there's a lot to break down in terms of this Joe Biden DOJ decision, as well as Tucker Carlson Vladimir Putin interview. Before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com. It is the best coffee you'll ever have. We got Calcine, contact grind, 2 times caffeine, drink responsibly. That caffeine can be dangerous. And we've got everyone's favorite Appalachian Nights available in ground, as well as Rise of the Bro Jr. Don't forget, we got coffee pods. We got Appalachian Nights, Rise of the Bro Jr. Stand Your Grounds, Mr. Bogus Pumpkin Spice Experience. When you become a member, when you support castbrew.com or become a member of the Castbrew Coffee Club, you're supporting not only the work we do here because we sponsor ourselves, our company, but you're helping support the new coffee house location which we're building. And in 1 month, we'll be holding a private live showing, members only, 50 seats available. Tickets will only be made available to timcast.com members. So head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member, and perhaps within a week or two, we will send out an email with a link to purchase tickets for our Martinsburg, West Virginia live show, which is on the 2nd floor of the building where you will where the Castbrew Coffee Shop will eventually be. And the goal for this show, actually, maybe on the 3rd floor, the goal for this show is to create a space where there's a private club for people like you to hang out and build community, watch movies, share ideas. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's us countering these very expensive social clubs that exist in these huge urban strongholds for Democrats. They cost like $50,000 a year. Well, ours is going to be a bit less than that, but might be like $1,000 a year or something. So not the cheapest, but in order to fund the staff and have food and drinks on hand and pay for the space, it might end up being about $100 a month or something like that. But become a member at timcast.com if you want to support our work. You'll get access to our members only uncensored show coming up tonight. Don't forget to also smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, and share the show with friends. Joining us tonight is Bill Ottman.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Who are you? What do you do?
Hey, I'm Bill. I'm the founder of Minds, Minds.com. We're an open source, decentralized social network. Ian is a co-founder as well.
That's right,
Once
Bill.
in a while.
Hi.
We just launched on scnr.com, a new independent network based on the Minds software, hybridized with inverted tech. So now if you go to the comments on scanner.com, that is, you have to make an account on the Scanner network, and it's all federated on the Fediverse, and this is what we're doing.
It's basically like a social, it's like its own, becoming its own Twitter, essentially.
Right.
And it's a news website with the staff that produces content and everything.
Yes.
Wonderful. We also got a lot hanging out.
Hey everybody, what's going on? My name is Alali Yahoo. I'm a journalist here at Timcast News. Thanks for having me.
Did anyone ever tell you that you look like the lead singer from Young the Giant?
I haven't got that. I usually get. I forgot that. Never mind, I forgot his name. When it comes back to me, I'll bring it up.
They're a good band, by the way. They got some awesome songs. But we were watching a music video, and I was like, oh, look, it's a live band. And then someone looked and saw, like, what? Like, they actually thought it was you for a second. I was like, no.
Your hair looks really good today. How kind of goes up on the side? It's a good hair.
Thank you. It was Ruxin. Who plays Ruxin in the lead? Fuck. Nick Kroll. I get told I look like Nick Kroll.
You can't
more handsome from. I think that's a sexy version of it, but
you can't see him, but Mr. Bokus is hanging out right here as well. He decided to come to the studio, and he's sitting in front of me. We got Shane Cashman hanging out.
What up? What up? I write about ghosts for Inverted Worlds. This is why I'm reaching out to Joe Biden, the medium in the White House.
He's so close to death, you can see the other side.
That's exactly right. The veil is very thin in the White House. I'm also hosting the Minds Fest, April 27th, with Ian's going to be there. We got Bill's going to be there. We got Tripoli is going to be there. Jimmy Dore, a lot of great people. You can get the tickets right now at the Vulcan Gas Company. Honestly, it's like Destiny's going to be there. Lauren Chen's doing stand-up comedy. Luke Mikowski's going to. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Austin's always a great time. And I want to give a special shout out to Richie Jackson, who got me this banging shirt. Yo, Richie knows my style better than almost anybody. I love it. So Richie, his spirit is with me.
It looks like one of his shirts.
It smells good too, Richie. I wonder if he wore it and didn't wash it just so I can smell it.
Oh my God.
From somewhere?
No, maybe Richie, if there is, Richie knows.
It's from New Zealand.
Richie Jackson, the Feach, on its Featch all over the internet. Check him out. Richie Jackson, one of the greatest skaters on earth. Yeah, awesome dude. Funny guy.
I guess press the buttons.
Yo, I am here. I'm wearing merch from the famous soda you might have heard of. It's not even my name. My name's from SERGE. But yeah, let's get to the show.
Just like a year and a half ago, we bought several cases of Surge because you can still buy it.
Yeah.
Just order more. It's funny. I mean, I just don't like ordering the super sugary stuff. Like we have Liquid Death. It's got 30 calories in a tall boy. So all right, let's read the news.
Yeah, let's go.
From SCNR.com. DOJ will not seek criminal charges against Biden due to his mental limitations. It would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convict him of a serious felony that requires a mental state of willfulness. Holy crap! They are saying that Biden is so old and broken, he does not have his own force of will anymore. Or at the very least, to be fair, you could not convince a reasonable person that Biden has a mental state of willfulness.
I think about Reagan. I think they did this with Reagan. Do you remember Ronald Reagan being like, I've got Alzheimer's? And they're like, okay, then you can't punish him for all the war crimes he did or whatever he did in the 80s. He's like, yeah, I don't even remember. And they're like, all right.
I think Reagan was acting.
I think that maybe they played the Alzheimer's thing up to get out of like some of the stuff he'd done. I've heard that.
I think his friends used it to like get stuff into like law actually.
If Biden cannot be held accountable because of his diminished mental state, he can't be president.
No, you're right.
So I did see a tweet from Jack Posobiec, and he was like, because of the classified documents, we may not get prosecution, but we may get the 25th Amendment.
Yeah.
Right? And that's where we could remove Joe Biden for a bit. And then, wow, Kamala Harris, I guess.
And they were talking about the 25th Amendment at the end of Trump. And people were like, they're using it for Trump, but they were setting this up.
No, it was like
years.
when they announced the 25th Amendment panel was being created, which the 25th Amendment says like you can basically remove an incapacitated president. So they were going to create this committee and then vote out in Congress that would have the ability to make a determination if the president was mentally unfit. Everyone's like, they're going to do this to get rid of Trump. And then within like 10 minutes, everyone's like, actually, they're doing this to get rid of, like, Democrats are setting this up to get rid of Biden.
Yeah. What was the lawsuit they were trying to push forward that they said they can't?
No, this is criminal charges. He will not be criminally prosecuted for the crimes he committed. Let me read. In the report says, in his interview with our office, Mr. Biden's memory was worse. He did not remember when he was vice president, forgetting on the first day of the interview when his term ended. If it was 2013, when did I stop being vice president? And forgetting on the second day of the interview when his term began. In 2009, am I still vice president? He did not remember even within several years when his son Bo died. And his memory appeared hazy when describing the Afghanistan debate. That was what's so important to him. Among other things, he mistakenly said he had a real difference of opinion with General Carl Eikenberry, when in fact Eikenberry was an ally who Mr. Biden cited approvingly in his Thanksgiving memo with President Obama. This is the DOJ being like, this guy has no force of will. Like, he's gone.
I thought you were going to say Eikenberry was a cartoon character that Biden used to watch in the 50s.
Eikenberry was a character on the Lots of Berry cereal box.
So you think he's going to make it to the end of the term?
No. Really? You don't think so?
I don't.
What do you think's going to happen? I don't know. I don't
I mean,
think many things.
I did say this back in like November. I did a segment where I was looking at all the news and I was like, Biden will be out. He will be out some way. I have to say, like, right now it's hard to believe because it's February and we're so close to the election. I think a reasonable conclusion is, man, if it came down to it and I'd put $10 on he's in or he's out, he's out.
I think they're going to have him do some type of sympathetic step down where he's going to be like this corpse figure giving a speech saying, I can't do this anymore. It's for the better of the country. And they're going to do that to make him, like, sympathetic to people.
Well, he won't make it through that speech.
But he won't, right. Like, they'll need AI.
Every speech, he has a gap.
Yes.
Like, there isn't a normal one.
He's speaking right now apparently.
Oh, we should watch. Should we pull it up? I heard he was going live at like 7:45. Yeah, he did like some unscheduled speech. Maybe he's talking about Putin.
I don't know. I just think the type of speaking live right now. So.
I mean, I don't know if I care all that.
I don't.
I just love that the people who thought Kofef was like Trump being mentally deranged are okay with this.
By providing ammunition and material for them to defend themselves.
Oh, he's live.
Coincidentally,
Yeah, I think he's talking about
that's the time frame when this broke out. I have no proof of what I'm about to say, but it's not unreasonable to suspect that the Hamas understood what was about to take place and wanted to break it up before it happened.
Hey, good timing on our part.
He just walks off.
Did it hand to the birds to tell him to come this way?
Did you guys see the, I think so.
What the?
Coincidentally,
Did you guys see the interview he was doing?
time frame with this
Where the reporter goes off script,
no proof
and immediately his hand is like, oh, Mr. Biden, and he's like, no, I'm gonna do this anyway.
Oh yeah. I saw
was
that.
about to take place and wanted to break it up before it happened.
I think he's remote controlled.
Dude,
There's a hand.
There's a camera.
I wish it was a
Okay.
movie or something
There's
to
a
laugh
hand.
at.
Or is it remote control?
I guess there's a hand in the camera.
What is the hand of the real?
When's the last time he took questions, like full-blown press
Never.
conferences? Never.
Yeah.
They've always
He's
submitted
doing the Super Bowl interview, which is like a big deal. Like, I guess the second time he's refused to do an interview, like the president does a Super Bowl interview. It's like the big moment in the country.
Really?
Trump's like, I'll do it, and they're, I'm not gonna do it, Trump though. I think it's important for history's sake that everyone remember this moment, where you were, a moment you'll never forget, when the DOJ said Joe Biden's mental state had diminished to the point of no longer being a willful human being. That is to say, this is the day when it was determined by our executive branch the president was no longer a sentient human being.
This thing, if someone commits like a crime, but they're not mentally aware, you put them in a mental institution. You don't put them in the jail necessarily, take them to a hospital because they weren't mentally prepared or mentally cognizant.
I have a story for you guys. It's a story that I told maybe twice on this show. When I was about 14, in my neighborhood in Southside Chicago, there was a rumor. Don't know the exact details or how it went down, but this is the story that we were told when we were children. That a girl our age had been crossing the streets when an elderly man blew the stop sign, running her over. She was crossing in a crosswalk with a stop sign as an Oldsmobile was coming up, and she didn't think it mattered because the car would stop, but it didn't, and it ran her over. It was a very old man who was driving, and when he hit her, he stopped instantly. She was now underneath his car. Not knowing what he hit, he put it in reverse, backing up, crushing her head like a melon, splattering it. That's what we were told, killing her. And that if he had not moved, she would have lived. The penalty for this was they revoked his license. I mean, what are you going to do? It was an older man. I mean, apparently he was in his 70s or something. And did he commit a crime, or is he just incapacitated at this point? He should no longer drive due to a diminished mental state. So they determined, based on this, we will remove his license. Now, I don't know the full details. I'm sure the story was not 100% that way. That's just what we were all hearing. Everyone was saying, because like a girl our age, like went to school at the same time. I know who she was. Died. It was like friends of friends. Do we want to wait for that moment with Joe Biden?
No, not for the man of the military.
When he presses the button, and then when a city like Moscow is wiped out, and we're facing down the barrel of all of Russia's ICBMs, everyone just says, maybe we should impeach him now.
The thing is, the American people have not been privy to a real military loss in my lifetime. They don't understand what it means if your commander slips up, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and causes the death of your wife and your children and your families and your city is burned to the ground because of some mistake. Immediately he's removed from power. Immediately. Whether it's the president, the general in charge, they're stripped of command if they do that.
Well, people, not to make you guys think any worse of the guy, but apparently he walked off when we were watching him, and then he walked back out, and then he said that Bibi was the president of Mexico. So
wait, what?
No,
That's
yo.
I almost don't believe you.
That's a bit. You may not believe me, but that's what I'm getting from chat. That's what he said. So, and you guys don't believe me about Joe Biden doing Mexico?
Mexico? I don't believe he walked back out.
That's what I've been
I
told.
mean, the stream shut down. Is there some other video on actually? No,
I don't know.
That's it.
Was that the second time he walked off?
I don't know if there's the first one they said that he walked off and came back at some point.
Maybe
He walks
lying.
off after reporter questions him, then he comes back. Reporters go about his age and memory. Apparently, that's what
Really?
he took questions. So
Well, I suppose we'll try to find out next.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's elsewhere, but that's what I was told. So
He won't be charged in classified documents case because he has poor memory. Oh my God. Well, I don't think he should be charged in that stupid case anyway, but not because of poor memory, just because why would you charge an ex-vice president for accidentally or for even intentionally maybe?
So we have this. Let's play the clip from Newsmax. So I don't know if he came back out. Here we go.
Something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's totally out.
His lawyer's going, stop, shut up, stop.
Is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak.
What?
That's
No, that's right, though. That's juicy. Don't give it. He's going to get you. If you remember this, you wouldn't let him speak.
My memory's fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen? You know, I guess I just forgot what was going on.
I think it's a good question. No, listen. Right now, his lawyers are face-palming like, the DOJ just let you walk. You went on television and said, no, I'm fine. He literally says, the DOJ says they're not going to prosecute you. Your memory's no good. No, my memory's fine. You literally just said, prosecute me.
Yep, right. I think they're weaning him off all the uppers so he can do a final skin before they like sweep him off the stage and then let Kamala come in. When they're like, I hear your memory's bad. He's like, yeah, my memory's so bad. He's doing the sarcasm thing, which is just indicating that he does believe he has a bad memory.
I need to fact check Serge. He didn't say that Benjamin Netanyahu was the president of Mexico. He said Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi allegedly was the president of Mexico.
I apologize.
So
And okay, hold on. Doesn't matter because we have this from Post Millennial. Just in. Biden says he will be president for everybody, whether you live in a red state or a green state.
It's incredible. My Christmas joke.
Ian said this as we were playing the story. He's like, he's talking about Christmas.
He's still in December.
And then, I said he was addressing the North Pole. Most people don't know this, but the North Pole, the jurisdiction by which Santa Claus rules, is actually divided into 7 different states with warring political factions between Republicans and the Green Party. Democrats don't exist up there for some reason. And so whether you're in a red state or a green state, this is not a joke. He said this. Yo, let's roll. Here we go.
When we pushed all these programs, I said I'm going to be president of everybody who lives in a red state or a green state.
Whenever I see stuff like this, it just reminds me of what was it, Dr. Strangelove writing the atomic bomb down. Like, here we go, baby.
Everybody should watch that movie tonight. Yeah, but the upside is Tucker's interview with Putin actually gives me like Putin's not demented at the very least. Maybe he's got ulterior motives that we don't know about, but he's clear. He's intelligent, but he's a good guy in every story he tells.
Can we,
Putin? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Can we get like Seamus to make that joke where it's like Joe Biden standing at the stage, like, remember, it's good. And, you know, if you live in a green state, and then he starts walking away, and then as soon as he goes in the other room, he goes, all right, what's the next move we're making? We made it off. And they're like, Mr. President, the act worked. We're not going to prosecute you because everyone believes you're senile and decrepit.
He might be doing that. True, he might be doing that. I don't know if Reagan did that or not. I don't know. But when someone told me that he might have played out the Alzheimer, he's an actor. You know, Reagan was an actor.
Exactly.
The whole like, well, I might go to prison for life, or if I just kind of play along with the whole Alzheimer thing, maybe I'll just get to quietly live out my days. Right. And Biden's like, yeah, maybe I'll just play this character of like, they have the 25th Amendment at this point. I mean, if they're not going to prosecute him because they're saying he's got a diminished mental state, if they're saying he lacks the will to be able to hold him accountable for his crimes, they've publicly stated he could do anything he wants now. It is what they want. The Krasensteins love it. They're tweeting about vote for this guy no matter what his mental
What, today
capacity
they did?
is. One of them did, yeah.
Yeah, but this is why I say they're evil. Because when it comes to the lies from the corporate press about Elon and X, they immediately like they jump in line and say, "Oh, the media is lying about Elon," and then it comes Trump like they're telling the truth about him.
That's right.
It's like we know who butters your bread: the Democrats and X. You make money on the platform, and they posted like we only made $400, in the past pay period. And I'm like, yeah, so you're desperate to make more.
Exactly.
They'll just say whatever it is benefits them, and if it's the establishment narrative or if it's X, their position makes no sense. Personally, I like them a lot. I'm not refuting what you guys are saying. I don't know, but I know they're not really political guys.
At least according to them, like,
We feel stuck in politics right now. I don't care about these two guys, but who cares these two guys individually? It's the issue of the left grift. Like their position just align wherever the power is for them, and they'll take it. So yes, you have people like them, you have many others, happy
Bill Maher.
that Joe Biden is mentally diminished and won't be prosecuted, and they would rather vote for him than Donald Trump. Makes no sense. Trump derangement syndrome is going easy on these guys. Trump psychosis syndrome or something.
If Trump acted like this, they would have been having meltdowns in the streets. It would be
all over TV. People would be pointing out how slow he is. They'd be putting it up against what he was like 6 years ago, and they'd be like, look how much worse he is. It would be, don't vote for this guy. That guy's bad. I wish they would give Biden the treatment. Maybe they would show people. I feel bad. What if Joe Biden was speaking in context, and the post-millennial with this clip, they just pull the fast on us, and Biden was talking about Republican states or states that have legalized marijuana.
Right. And for those that aren't watching this, Tim just read that from a Krasenstein tweet. That's what that was. So
he was clearly referencing states with recreational marijuana.
the Green Party. It was the Green Party.
It was interesting that Tucker was pushing Putin on like, well, why don't you just call up Joe?
Yeah, that was fun.
And Putin like didn't seem to think that would be productive for understandable reasons.
Right.
But I actually appreciate that kind of question because I feel like world leaders actually don't call each other up a lot. They have their kind of handlers talk, and it's just
Putin was way wrong on this one. He should Putin. I'm sorry. I watched that interview, and I won't get into all of it, but he missed a lot. He has proven himself to be an ineffective leader. And just for the I want to say it for the next time we do because it's a big story. But I just want to say in this context, he absolutely should call Joe Biden because then he's going to be like, hey Joe, who's this? It's your brother, Joe. Oh, what do you need? $100 billion. Oh, tell me why Putin? Okay, he can get anything he wants. He can call and be like, we should get our troops out of Ukraine. Oh, whatever you say, brother. What are you doing calling me from Russia with a Russian accent? He's going to be like, hey, sorry, look now. Oh, okay. Just take the opportunity. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a funny joke.
I think when Putin, when Tucker's like, why don't you just call Joe and work some stuff out so we can avoid World War III? Putin's like, it's already taken care of. We don't need to worry about it. Like he seemed like they have people, and the Americans have people that are already decided we're not going to have World War III. That's what it seemed like. It sounded like.
I like that. It seems easier for Tucker to interview Putin than it is for him to interview Biden. Right? Like,
yeah.
Biden's not going to sit down with Tucker. They tried out all the people, even Hillary last night, talked to condemn this interview. He could go to Russia and interview Putin.
Western journalists haven't even bothered interviewing Joe Biden.
I think he interviewed on the Weather Channel once.
Did he? No, but it's funny because when Tucker said that, he was wrong, but he was right. Okay, like here's the issue. Russia came out and said, Tucker Carlson is incorrect. A lot of people have reached out to us for interviews with Putin, but we just turned them down. But I got to push back on Russia. The people contacting Vladimir Putin for interviews are not journalists. They're state actors and propagandists and smear merchants. Tucker Carlson may be one of the only journalists who's actually tried to get an interview with Vladimir Putin. So the issue is when Tucker's talking about Western journalists, he's referencing like, Libby Emmons or Stephen Crowder's team or James O'Keefe. Like, why isn't James O'Keefe trying to interview? Like, he's not talking about the New York Times CIA assets or the Daily Beast or Rolling CIA Stone. Right. I'm kidding, by the way, but like, as if anyone thinks these news outlets are anything but mouthpieces for the state. Come on, you're full of it. You can watch James O'Keefe, and what I love about how they cover James is that when he was doing these sting operations on like Google, they were like, he's far right, and he was like, are you implying that by going after Google, they're far left? Like, I don't understand what your point is. He goes to these big tech companies, and then immediately the media calls him far right for doing so, or they claim they only go after left-wing organizations, and he's like, is Google left-wing or is it a big tech company? But they expose themselves when they do this. You take a look at we mentioned briefly, like I don't know if you guys saw this. NBC News advocated for putting Kai Rychik of Lives of TikTok in prison. You see this? They did a big thread where they were like, following several posts by Lives of TikTok, bomb threats happened. And then on NBC News, this lady's like, is there a possibility we can hold her accountable for this? And the guy's like, well, she didn't do the bomb threads, but that's where they're going with it.
Well, they would love for stochastic terrorism to become like actual law.
Oh, because then it's just anything's interpretable as being illegal. Speak like at that point saying like, I just plain don't like Joe Biden. That's a crime. Won't someone rid me of this priest becomes a capital offense.
Do you think that leftism in general is inherent to corporate, like totalitarian corporate technocracy? Like, is that a leftist thing? The idea of like governing with corporatism?
No. Corporatism could be left or right. There's this kind of like the interesting thing about the fascists, and one of the Nazis is a better way to put it, is that it was a pseudo market system, but there was an ideological capture, as opposed to communism where you had state capture. So the communists in Russia, they're basically like, you will do as you are told, you report to us. With the Nazis, they were like, how come you aren't producing steel for our effort? You're not a traitor, are you? And then no, I'll do it. And it was more like, with the Nazis, it was cancel culture. It was fear that you'd be shunned, ostracized, or worse as time progressed. And so everyone just fell in line because, Kristallnacht, for instance, like just mass rampage of destruction and targeting of people. It was fear that you'd be targeted too if you fell out of line. With communists, they wore uniforms, march to your house, and shot you in the face. You know what I mean? So they were like right there telling you what they were doing. And I will say this too with a caveat. I read one academic paper on it talking about the economic structure of Nazism and how it permeated through Germany. So it's probably much more nuanced than that.
The Nazis had like they masked like a great revival of their economy basically by building tanks, and they were telling everyone they were building cars, and then they were like, we have no way to make profit on what we're doing, but we were amassing resources to build, because their whole plan was just to conquer foreign land and then repay their debts through riches conquered. It was just a mess of an economy, and it looked so good on paper.
Let's talk about Vladimir Putin. So we have a bunch of stories to break down. The interview Tucker Carlson had with Vladimir Putin is officially up on tuckercarlson.com. It is a must watch. There are some dry points, I must admit. The first half an hour is a history lesson. I literally fell asleep. Forgive me, but I'm falling asleep. Listen, it's like 1826, the state of Rus, and the baptism, and I'm just like, this is okay. Tucker actually caveats the interview at the beginning saying, we thought he was pattering for time, but there was no time limit to the interview, so he's like, I genuinely believe Putin was expressing his statement that there is a historical claim to Ukraine we have. And I agree with Tucker. And I don't see why anyone in the US, in the West, even the government, would take a different view than Tucker did. Putin is explaining that historically, Ukraine is theirs. That's basically what he's saying. And that shows motivation for this conflict. But one of the biggest issues that we had mentioned leading up to this interview was whether or not Tucker Carlson would ask about Evan Gershkovich, the Wall Street Journal reporter who has been in jail for just about a year. Turns out, Tucker Carlson not only did ask Putin about this journalist, but actually requested that Putin release him into his custody as a sign of good faith to return home. Bravo, Tucker Carlson. Wow. And Putin made the biggest mistake of the night. He said no. He did say a deal could be made. Interestingly, he went on to say that this 30, I believe he's 32, he was caught red-handed with classified information, and he was under the direction of U.S. agencies. He may be a journalist, but we know who's really pulling the strings, and he was seeking secret government information, confidential classified information, which basically makes him a spy. Now I'll just say this. The big narrative leading up to this interview was that Tucker Carlson was a mouthpiece for Vladimir Putin, and that Vladimir Putin was going to lie, propagandize to justify his invasion of Ukraine, and not to believe him. The fear was that Tucker Carlson was giving a platform to a war criminal. Imagine how bad it would have been for the Western media and the press when they were forced to report Tucker Carlson returns home with Evan Gershkovich, saving his life from Russian jail. Vladimir Putin agrees in a good faith effort and returns the American journalist home. Tucker Carlson would have taken the headlines across the board. The interview would become the biggest, bigger than it already is, and it would put everything Putin says on a pedestal. But Putin made the mistake, and he said, hey, you know, what do I get out of it? We'll think about it. Putin should have just said, absolutely, Mr. Carlson, I want you, because then when Tucker Carlson's plane landed, every news outlet in the country would have a reporter waiting at the airport. There would be 10,000 cameras. Tucker, what happened? Evan, what's going on? And everything then said in the interview would be 1,000-fold.
I think Putin's a straight up extremely cynical political actor, however, and if he was able to get for Brittany Griner, he traded Victor Bout for that. I'm reading it was only in December 2022, so Putin knows he can get a lot for this journalist, and I think he knows, and we're going to be seeing more of this around the world. China's going to be doing more of this, or has been doing a lot of this too. We're going to see a lot of this happening in Iran too, but kidnapping, and then these rogue, cynical political regimes trying to exchange those for political prisoners that are serving in the U.S. who are actual criminals. I don't believe this Wall Street Journal, Evan Gershkovich, he's only, I think, 32, is any sort of spy journalism is illegal in Russia. So I think I need to commend Tucker Carlson for even asking about this, though. I need to give him credit, especially with all the hype surrounding this interview and leading up to it. I don't know. So again, right after commending Tucker, I do have to say, though, when he did interview Kanye, he did cut out certain portions. I don't know if this is the full interview that he did conduct. I don't know if in the next couple of weeks we're going to see a leak of other footage go down, but I was able to see all of it. But from what I saw, I think Tucker did a relatively fair job.
Did he didn't bring up Snowden at all, did he?
No, I don't think so.
That's kind of been under the radar, Snowden over in Russia.
Also, what's her name that accused Joe Biden of sexual assault? Tara Reid. She's in Russia.
Yeah,
I don't want to
she
derail with
fled to Russia.
Yeah, she's there now. She just did an interview with, God, who was it? Was it Ivory Hacker? She did an interview with somebody.
I can't believe Putin didn't just say yeah.
Yeah, that would have been truly epic. And I don't think he had considered that.
Well, he did so much for it.
He's
He
on
got Victor
spot.
Bout. No, but like I understand what you're saying. That's true.
He
got a merchant of death for a WNBA player. I mean, it's crazy. But just think about, I mean, in this interview, which we'll get into this in very detail, he said that he approached Bill Clinton about joining NATO, and that Clinton said, yeah, actually, yes. But then later, that night came back and said, you know what, we talked about it. No, it's not going to happen. There were key narrative points Putin clearly wants to be heard. Unless, you know, to be honest, maybe he does not care at all one way or another what the American people think. I'd imagine that as the president of a country that is currently at war with the West, he would want to propagandize the West as much as possible to shatter sentiment, any favor towards funding and supporting Ukraine, which is actually just NATO war efforts. And that's how you do it. What value do you get from some Wall Street Journal guys? He's one dude, but you could amplify the power of that interview. So, you know, I think ultimately for the United States, it's a good thing Putin misstepped here and didn't do these things.
When it comes to the propaganda, he did say in the war of propaganda, it is very hard to defeat the United States. They control the media. Like, he knows what he's up against. And I also think when it comes to the Wall Street Journal journalist, he probably doesn't want to show, like, weakness. You probably see it as weakness to get into an interview and say, like, I'll release someone just because Tucker Carlson asked.
Oh, I disagree.
You think so?
Strength.
You think it's strength for him to be like, okay, since Tucker brought it up, it'll be good. It'll look good for me publicly to release someone instead of doing it on his own volition?
Absolutely.
If he's like, the good faith
He
of
would
you
say,
coming
Tucker,
here is enough.
you have come to me to allow me to speak to you and those who follow you to share the views that we have, knowing that our countries do not agree. For your efforts, I will release to you, Evan Gershkovich. And I'm telling you, like, every journalist would have 10 photographers waiting at the airport. As the plane is landing, all the cameras are going to be filming it from every possible angle. It would have been the biggest story in the world. Right. To be fair, it probably already is the biggest story, but it would have been substantially larger. And it's, I imagine, the worst thing for the West, that Tucker Carlson not only shared Putin's narrative, but that Putin showed to be amicable. Imagine coming back and saying, and Tucker saying, they are lying to you about the position of Vladimir Putin and why he's at war in Ukraine. They are lying to you about who he is. He has, even as a sign of good faith, released to us this reporter. Putin's bad at what he does. I mean, he's really good at a lot of things he does, but this was his massive opportunity. I'm surprised he didn't say yes.
The backlash to the interview, though, is like, did no one watch the Oliver Stone stuff? It didn't happen that long ago. And, like, you get the same feeling. He's a charming, intelligent guy, whether you like him or not. Like, he's good at interviews.
I think he rehashed, too, that he is a Russian irredentist, and I know it's cliche to say at this point, but he does believe that the collapse of the Soviet Union was the biggest, like, geopolitical strategy, and he was a part of the failure right. And one of the, well, it depends on who you ask. So I do think he's still simply thinking about these things. He wants as much of Ukraine as he's going to be able to take, and if there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, I'm sure down the line he'll be interested in taking another bite of it, and if there's any part of NATO that collapsed with Estonia and Latvia, I'm sure he'd want to take a chunk of those too, because again, he sees those as a part of Russia, all of the former USSR. So it's bad and dangerous, and I think we need to be more clear-eyed about the threat he poses.
But I can also give you one very, very obvious, reasonable reason why he did not release this person. It's very easy for us on the surface to say, look at the political PR opportunity. The other reality is that Evan Gershkovich actually has very serious classified information in his brain.
Oh, that's true.
That simply by speaking to the CIA would compromise the security position of Russia, so he'll never be released.
I see. It is possible, I think, for a journalist to go there and be a spy. We know there's spies. We've been infiltrated over here for years. You know, it is definitely possible.
I don't think they have free speech and a free media in Russia, though.
But it's the you know, it's the subliminal, the liminal, and the superliminal, right? The superliminal being like an American reporter working in Moscow, just quite literally reporting whatever's going on, making sure the information comes to the American public. That's the in your face. Then you have people who like maybe at one point work for an industry or whatever, and they're over there and they learn things they post on social media. But the subliminal is like under the surface, one way or another, reporting to a U.S. agency to deliver information. And so, you know, when we have like Xinhua or RT or Sputnik, these are just regular journalists. To be fair, like Xinhua, they're reporting to the Chinese Communist Party, so like there's no really, you know, there are spies. But their work is above board. It's superliminal. It's like they're quite literally saying, whatever you tell me, I'm going to share with China and the Chinese Communist Party. But we do have spies, probably sneaking across the southern border right now for China, and we know what's happening. So for this to happen, I gotta be honest, when they announce something like a reporter got arrested, my immediate thought is not, oh no, they've arrested an innocent journalist, they must be evil. My immediate thought is like, interesting. I need to hear more about this because innocent until proven guilty. I don't trust Vladimir Putin, but at the same time, I don't see him creating this kind of problem and PR problem unless it also means something.
Yeah.
The arrest of Gershkovich means that people in the United States are going to be aggressive towards Russia, and he knows that, so there's a reason. And I'll say it again, you know, on the surface, I'm saying it was an opportunity to release him. I wonder if Gershkovich actually learned something so serious that he cannot be allowed to speak to the Americans or to the West in general.
That would be crazy.
I mean, probably.
I like the part where Putin says, Tucker asks who blew up the Nord Stream, and Putin goes, you did. He goes, Tucker goes, I was busy that day. And then Putin says, the CIA didn't have an alibi. CIA, yeah. CIA didn't have an alibi. Who else could sink to the bottom of the Baltic Sea?
This is an interesting one. This is from the same interview. Putin slams U.S. and Bill Clinton for deceiving Russia over NATO membership as he trashes Biden, praises Trump, and warns there's no stopping his supersonic missile system. This is interesting. Putin says that Bill Clinton offered Russia a place in NATO, but was overruled by his staff. So basically what happens is, Putin was like, look, in the 90s I meet with Bill Clinton, and there's pictures of it. Tucker posted pictures, he includes pictures in the interview. And I said, look, if Russia wants to join NATO, would that be possible? And Bill Clinton said, I think so, yeah. And then comes back later that night for dinner or whatever, I think that's what he said, and Clinton said, you know, we talked about it, it's not going to happen. Putin said the reason was, the U.S. applies pressure on all the NATO member states, and they vote the way the U.S. wants. Having a nation as powerful as Russia is large would mean that U.S. influence would be compromised to a certain degree within NATO. I'll say outright, that is Vladimir Putin's propaganda. On this, look, I'll tell you, first and foremost, obviously the U.S. exerts the most influence over NATO, especially when we're footnote bills. But also, his reason for why he got kicked out of the club, I'm not going to take it 100%. I think there's some truth to it, but he's giving you the I'm always the good guy narrative.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the Nord Stream stuff, did you see this was a while back, but the New York Times had a headline that was like, it's better that we don't get the truth. It's better that we don't know. That headline was the creepiest one. It's New York Times. Oh, you're looking for the recent stuff?
Yeah.
But it's just bizarre. I mean, Biden just point blank said that we did it, basically.
He told Tucker Carlson, Ukraine war can be over in a few weeks. Also, there's no stopping Elon Musk. Very interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, the Ukraine war stuff with Putin is exactly what everyone already heard. And I got to be honest, I was saying this. I don't think we're going to hear things from Putin that we haven't already heard. There were a few things, but even Putin said several times, these are not new statements. What happened with Ukraine? Very obvious. Putin said, we never agreed to allow NATO to expand against our borders. They started doing it anyway. We kept saying, please stop, please stop. They kept doing it. They kept building bases, and we said, please stop. And they said, don't worry, it will. And they kept doing it anyway. And then he said the CIA staged a coup in Ukraine with Yanukovych, which led them to the position they're in now. And it was interesting. He said what happened was, this is why they don't want you to hear this interview. This is why they didn't want Tucker to do it. Ukraine was in a free trade agreement with Russia that allowed open border customs. They could ship goods in and out. When NATO and the EU began knocking on the door of Ukraine, Russia said, this will flood our market. If Ukraine gets similar access into Europe, all of that labor and products and services will enter Ukraine, and then with an open border on our side for open customs border, we then have to deal with a flood to our market. So we told them, if you do this, we close our border. Yanukovych, the time president of Ukraine, had to make a decision. How much money is to be gained or lost due to these agreements? And we've actually talked about this quite a bit because I was in Ukraine when this was all going down, when the Maidan protests erupted. And the issue was that Yanukovych was trying to figure out whose side to take. Russia was making them an offer. European Union was making them an offer. In these big cities like Kiev and closer to the west, they were very EU like they wanted to be in the EU. Because access to the EU not only meant more money, but it meant eventually Schengen zone, which is free travel. A Ukrainian could then do what many people in Poland were doing, go to the UK and get a job. And all of a sudden you're making more money. Bad for people in the UK. He didn't like what was going on with this. But a lot of people from Eastern Europe would move to Western Europe where the economy was better. So Yanukovych had to make the decision, and when it didn't look like he was going to make the right decision, Vladimir Putin's making the accusation, the CIA staged a coup to oust him. People stormed his house, his mansion, started going through his belongings. Like, there were vice journalists walking through his house. Totally crazy. He fled to Russia over this. He says that was it. Like, they staged a coup, and now here we are. And then one thing led to another. The U.S. says they're going to support the opposition against him. And he's like, why? That means we're going to build missiles in opposition to you. And then he's like, we've got, the best missiles, and you can't stop us. And here we are. I will say, though, for what purpose? Maybe Eli wants to chime in on this one. Is the U.S. involved? And at this point, it is, I would say, 100% confirmed, beyond a reasonable doubt to any sane human being, the United States is at war with Russia. For what purpose should we be engaged in this? I mean, I'm not saying you do have an opinion on it. I'm curious your thoughts on that.
I don't like to call it, I don't like to say that we're at war with Russia because we don't have boots on the ground fighting Russians, except there have been reports that there are some special forces, but I still think that those are relatively ambiguous. But on paper, we're supposed to not have troops on the ground in Ukraine right now. Right now, we are just arming the Ukrainians to be able to fight back against the Russians that invaded them. The argument to continue supporting the Ukrainians is that if Ukraine falls, Putin will continue trying to push westward as the Russians have been doing for centuries, and they'll eventually brush up against a NATO ally of ours. And if they do, that could trigger. No, brush up and be ambitious enough to try to invade one of our NATO allies. More borderland with Russia allows for more risk of that conflict escalating.
But NATO did that. NATO inducting Eastern European states into NATO put NATO on Russia's border.
I think it's like, yes, in some areas. It's also like a chicken before the egg problem because Russia says that, hey, this is what's triggering us and heightening tensions between us. But these countries want to join because Russia is aggressive towards them. So like a chicken before the egg thing. I do think if if the United States loses the political will to continue having NATO be a thing, if NATO ever dissolved, there's no reason for Putin not to continue to push westward. Definitely Latvia, Estonia, and as far as he could get.
Why?
Back into World War II. Because he's a Russian irredentist. Because he believes that all those countries are a part of Russia. Like, just as he believes Ukraine is. And and you know, within his lifetime, within Putin's lifetime, those things were true. That this was a part of the USSR. Yeah.
That's a great point, actually, because Putin literally opens the interview by saying, historically, and this is a fact, Kiev was the capital of Russia. And then after, he breaks down in the first half an hour of the Tucker interview how the states broke apart, and this resulted in the states of like Rus or whatever he said coalescing around Moscow. Thus the capital moved, and Tucker even says right in the beginning, Putin's position seems to be there is a historical claim to Ukraine as a part of Russia.
Yeah.
And if that's true for Ukraine, I agree. Why would not it be true for the other Eastern European states?
I think we liberated those countries during the World War II, and then by forcing the dissolution of the Soviet Union, we were able to liberate the Eastern European countries from communism. And I think that's something we should be proud of.
I'm curious what everyone thinks about this. For me, that hour, maybe 40 minutes of a long build through history that Putin gives, for me, leads up to this like denazification thing he talks about. And is that something we buy? Do you think he really believes in that?
Do you buy that in good faith when he says he's denazifying Ukraine? Do you like?
I don't know. Yes. I know there's Azov that we got to worry about. There's clearly something going on, and we also know he brings up the Canadian Parliament applauding the Nazi with Zelensky.
I say yes, but when I buy a dilapidated old house, and then and someone says, "Why are you buying it?" Well, I got to get rid of the roaches that are inside of it. Is that the real reason that I bought the house? No.
Right.
Do I really want to get rid of the roaches? Yes. But the real reason about the house is to clean it up, take it over, make a profit. And the reason I'm getting the roaches is to that benefit. Yeah. So, of course, he wants to get rid of the Nazis and the Azov and those who have held those views because Soviets fought the Nazis. They're enemies. Yeah. But it's just like, you know, he wants primary. The house.
It's dangerous too because there's no limiting principle. Because I'm looking forward to hearing about the Finnish Nazis and the Nazis in Estonia and the Nazis in Latvia.
What about the Nazis here? That's when the crazy side of my brain when I hear Putin say that. I'm like, and then you asking a lot about why are we at war with them? I'm like, well, Operation Paperclip, because we got Nazis in the government still who want to fight Russia and take it back. You know. But maybe that's crazy.
Cue the cutscene 5 years later, and it's like a bunch of Russian ships soaring into the shores of California and Florida, and we're like, oh no, it happened.
Yeah, right.
Why didn't we believe Joe Biden?
Hologram Hitler standing on the shore.
And this is all a huge issue, and I mean, maybe we go back to Joe Biden, but I think the Americans really deserve competent leadership up top, one way or another. I know we disagree geopolitically, but we deserve somebody who at least seems like they are actively making the decision with some sort of direction in mind. We're not only having conflicts right now in Russia, Ukraine's taking the backseat, but we just drone striked Hezbollah's branch in Iraq. We just killed some militia leaders there. We had 3 of our service people killed in Jordan not too long ago. Also, I believe 2 of our special forces were killed somewhere in the Red Sea on a mission to try to prevent more arms going to Yemen from Iran. So,
you said a word I don't really understand. What is competence? How does that work? Is that something that the government can do? Is that
can instill in people? Yeah, I mean, like if you put a smart-sounding individual in front of me instead of Joe Biden, who just seems like kind of blabbering and ridiculous. But I hate to say a Ron DeSantis-like figure. That's no endorsement. I don't particularly like him. But Ron DeSantis generally sounds like he knows what he's talking about. He sounds like he has some direction. Only
Joe before
Biden.
And after running for president.
That's right.
Not during. Not during his campaign.
I honestly I can't think of
a worse example?
No, like DeSantis is better than Biden, obviously. But in terms of a good salesman in government who actually can pitch something and make it sound believable, Obama was that. And right now, I don't know. I don't know if I can name somebody. Is there someone in politics who could really convince you of something?
Well, Vivek could.
That's true.
He's honest about stuff.
Vivek could convince me of one thing: that he's a cynical politician trying to sell me something.
Like,
in my opinion,
I agree with you, dude. I agree with you.
He'll hear something that's popular. In my opinion, as I interpret it, whenever direction he sees the political winds blowing, he'll hop right on board. And what triggered me the most about that was this January 6th flip flop.
Yes.
But
dude, I'm with you.
I think we need to be more cautious about very cynical political actors.
I don't know if it was a full flip-flop, though. I mean, I think it's possible on January 6th to see that it was kind of like not a cool scene, but also not think that it was an insurrection. Like it's
But he
possible
cried.
to have both of
But
those.
he cried about it. I think I don't
really
I don't
cried?
believe it. I don't trust him. I really don't. I think he says a lot of things I really agree with. So I
Because
gotta
you
watch
want
my
to hear them,
confirmation
because
bias.
he
I'm
wants
cynical.
to win you over.
And I'm
Yeah.
cynical, but like, yeah, I don't think the guy, if he runs again, if he doesn't do like a Rumble podcast deal, he won't be the same Vivek in 28 that I think he is.
I
right
think
now.
he had a good opportunity to run as like the Trump #2 while Trump was.
We need a
MAGA
competent
coattails.
leader that's going to be honest with people and be like, we're creating a new world order, this liberal economic order. The time is done of American dominance, military dominance. We're creating something new, so let's get on board. The U.S. Constitution is legit, and we're going to force this thing on the world. That's part of our bargain of, yes, we'll go
So
along
we're not going to
peacefully.
be strong, but we'll be extra strong.
Yeah,
You will be free.
We're gonna peacefully allow for this transfer to a new global ordinance, but we're gonna make sure that free speech is at the center.
No, I don't
I
want
want to jump to the next story, but I do got to give a shout out to this one segment Cassandra McDonald posted. LMAO Putin called out Tucker Carlson for wanting to join the CIA. Let's play it.
Armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then U.S. leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in.
It's
that caught him
choppy
by
because it
surprise.
was actually sped up and then slowed down.
Was Tucker looking at going to the CIA, joining the CIA?
Yes.
Supposedly.
Look,
I like
it is a serious organization. I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union.
Yeah, he was KGB. He
I
knows
like
what
that
he's talking
part where
about.
he's trying to be
Very,
charming with
very
Tucker.
good, and shout out to Tucker Carlson for keeping that in there. And you know,
Is there any other coverage of that, or is he kind of like exposing that?
that he wanted to be in the CIA?
Yeah.
I think that's been
everybody
out.
knows.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's been
okay,
out.
yeah.
Yeah.
But let's jump to this. This is big news today. The Supreme Court heard oral arguments over the issue of Donald Trump being removed from the ballot under the 14th Amendment, Section 3. Did you guys listen to the oral arguments?
Not all of it, but like half. Yeah.
Holy crap! The Democrat lawyer was getting spanked by all of them. And many are suggesting it was so bad, it might be a unanimous Supreme Court ruling. No, you can't remove Donald Trump. What the are you thinking? Wow. It was wild hearing Ketanji Brown be like, I mean, she's the leftist woke justice, and she was like, it doesn't say president. It's not in there. And he's like, and she's getting angry, and he's like, but we think the president's office. And she's like, the president appoints officers. It's not in there. Gorsuch said, the president commissions all officers. It's in the Constitution. How is he an officer himself? He didn't appoint himself. Yo, it was absolutely wild. And basically, there it broke down amazingly. Let me actually just read, give you some context from the AP, and then we'll talk a bit about it. They said the Supreme Court seems poised to reject attempts to kick off Donald Trump. A definitive ruling for Trump, the leading Republican candidate for president, would largely end efforts in Colorado, Maine, and elsewhere to prevent his name from appearing on the ballot. The justices could act quickly, possibly by Super Tuesday. Conservative and liberal justices alike questioned during arguments to Thursday whether Trump can be disqualified from being president again because of his efforts to undo the 2020 election. Their main concern was whether Congress must act before states can invoke a constitutional provision that was adopted after the Civil War to prevent former office holders who engaged in insurrection from holding office again. There also were questions about whether the president is covered by the provision. Now, here's what's interesting. There's a lot of things that were brought up in this, hearing the arguments, that I didn't know. So, under the United States is a statement in the 14th Amendment that, you know, you can't hold office under the United States or something like that. And Trump's lawyers argued the presidency is not an office under the United States or an officer under the United States. Senators are officers of the Senate. And the reason why that matters is because the impeachment clause and the emoluments clause, that if the Supreme Court were to determine that the presidency was covered by this, it would also mean the president is able to enrich himself through the office of the presidency being exempt from the emoluments clause. So the lawyer was like, you need to understand what this statement means, and your ruling pertains to many other areas of the Constitution. So more importantly, the president is not covered in the 14th Amendment. And one thing Trump's lawyer said was, don't you think they would have explicitly put the president in there if they thought it was the most pressing office to bar for an insurrectionist? I think my argument as to why the framers of the 14th did not do that is really simple. The reason why you can't be a senator or congressman or hold any other office or be an appointed officer is because the other states, the North, did not have say in those appointments or positions or elections. So if you are South Carolina, Civil War ends, then South Carolina says, okay, this guy was an insurrectionist who fought against the United States. Let's send him to D.C. The North says, no, wait, hold on. No, we say no to that. But we can't vote on that, so we're laying it out in an amendment to the Constitution to outright say, don't do that, because we have no say. Now, as for the presidency, well, we get to vote on that. So we don't need to lock out someone from being president because we can choose through the Electoral College and through our system whether or not the president will be an insurrectionist. In fact, the 14th Amendment actually says Congress can, by 2/3 vote, override this restriction. So it's actually really simple. If New York gets a vote in who is being sent to the federal government, then they're fine with it. If they don't, you are barred. Therefore, it's actually really simple. The other issue, oh man, this was wild. Gorsuch was just steamrolling the Democrats. It was a spanking, dude. It was an absolute spanking. This guy was like, as soon as an office holder commits insurrection, they are instantly disqualified. And so he's like, okay, what would compel then a lesser officer of the United States to follow the orders of this person? He had no answer, none whatsoever. Imagine what that means. The Democrats are arguing that on January 6th, Donald Trump waged insurrection against the United States, and for the next 14 days should not have been president, and no one should have followed his orders. So what would happen in a circumstance where their view would be upheld? Someone goes, this was actually asked, I think Alito may have asked this. So when Joe Biden released the funds to Iran, he waged insurrection against the United States, and now nobody should follow his orders ever again. That's what they're saying. If the Democrats have their way, it is instant civil war. I don't know, civil war. No, but I mean it. The idea would be the moment any actor in the government believes within their own person that a president engaged in an insurrection against the United States, they are duty-bound constitutionally to defy all orders, legal or otherwise, because they have disqualified themselves from office. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. That's the Democrat position on why Trump should be removed. And the justices were like, are you insane? And not literally saying that, but Gorsuch was just like, if you don't have an answer, that's fine. And the guy was muttering and didn't have anything to say to it. Yeah.
I'm no legal expert, so I won't speak to the legalese involved here, but the strategy among some Democrats to try to disqualify Trump through legal means might actually be a threat to democracy. And if Trump supporters were as threatening and violent as they often imply, that I think this would be a more dangerous trigger moment for somebody who is leading, is the presumptive Republican nominee, former president at this point, just something extremely dangerous over something as ambiguous as trying to call what happened on January 6th, an insurrection, completely outrageous, dangerous, and I mean, I hate to adopt their language, but an actual threat to democracy as people in our country understand.
That was the one thing I was worried about while I was listening to. I think it was about an hour in. I was like, are we not going to talk about what insurrection means? Are we not going to define that word? They're calling out other words. I'm like, because I'm like the death of language, right?
Yeah.
We're all just going to adopt insurrection now in this argument. But then at a certain point, I think it was after an hour, they were like, well, insurrection is an organized, violent effort.
Yeah.
And then it might have been Jackson who was like, well, a chaotic one could also do it. Maybe it was someone else, but.
And then he goes, it's a riot.
It's a riot, right?
Oh,
so they did break it down a little bit.
I'm done playing this game. You are mentally deficient if you think January 6th was an insurrection. Insurrection referred to civil war, taking up arms, standing on a borderline, and shooting at Union officers. Okay? They're not talking about a bunch of unarmed people knocking over barricades and breaking windows.
Right.
It's just I'm done with the manipulation.
I remember everyone, in the immediate aftermath of J6 happening saying, well, Trump used the word fight. I'm like, so has every other president or candidate ever. I thought of Teddy Roosevelt, the man in the arena. He talks about having blood on your face when doing politics. It's like people use these words. You're just using it as, evidence of your narrative.
The fear mongering of trying to dress this up as something that it wasn't is evident. There was none of the actual political machinery of some sort of coup or insurrection happening in the background. We actually spoke to the acting Secretary of Defense on this show, I think it was a little bit over a year ago, who said obviously none of that was happening in the background. All of these people would have been necessary to do any sort of coup. Obviously none of that happened. None of his cabinet was on board. Mike Pence didn't try to pull anything.
Right.
Although Trump might have tried to get him to, Pence didn't.
Right.
there was no other electors found in Georgia or what have you. So.
Well, now that we're talking about actual Civil War, should we bring up our seventh guest?
Oh yeah. The flag.
Oh yeah.
Can I bring it over?
Sure, I guess.
This thing's gonna blow
Seventh
your mind.
Civil War flag, or is it? It's
Yeah.
We have an actual Civil War flag.
It is gigantic too.
Don't drop it on Bogus.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Bogus is sleeping on the bubble wrap.
Bill Ottman.
I like that it's in
through.
a coffin.
Yeah, laid to rest.
That's a
and
good
brought back.
metaphor for the country
So
right now.
it's in the shot as much as we can get it right now. So this is an actual flag, 13-star U.S. naval flag used in the Civil War in battle. So this is from Terrence and Sabina Ducat, who are investors in Scanner. And so this is a 13-star U.S. naval flag for the brig Rival, likely an English blockade runner captured during the Civil War. So it was on a ship.
Wow.
And
what's the value of it?
A lot. I don't know if we need to say a number, but
it's a historical relic.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
So can I wear it?
Technically,
we're gonna have to mount it, and hopefully we can get in the new studio.
It's shot to shit.
It might be too big.
It might be, but maybe
Yeah,
maybe we can have it vertical.
It's because I think it would touch
5
the
by
ground. You don't
11.
want to do that.
5 feet by 11
5 by
feet.
11.
That's
5 by 11.
5 by 11.
That's not so bad.
Yeah.
It can't go vertical though, but 11 feet wide. Cause
got to make it happen.
You could drip it from the wall.
I think we could. No.
Outside the.
I wouldn't want. It would be great to be in the studio.
Yeah.
So professionally mounted. Do we gotta frame it?
No. It just needs to be sewn onto a mounting fabric, and then it can be hung.
I think we should frame it.
Sure.
I think we should
That'd be
give it a
cool.
glass case.
Keep it safe.
That would be better, probably.
Non-reflective.
Let's
so it looks good on
let's see if
camera.
we can figure out how to get a custom large glass frame. It's gonna be very expensive to make a 5 by 11 glass frame, but absolutely must be done for something as incredible as this.
Dude.
Thank you, Terrence.
And then we can have it in the new studio, mounted on the wall.
You said it's been shot up too. This flag took bullets.
I mean, so check out the. I don't know if you can zoom in on that, Serge.
No, we do not have that.
But
It's riddled with bullet holes.
You can see the bullet holes, or I don't know necessarily that they're bullet holes. It has holes all throughout it.
170-year-old flag.
Focus.
It's a beautiful flag. Shout out, American flag.
It smells good. It smells like probably the museum that it had been kept in. I'm not sure. But
I felt like a soldier driving down here.
Dude, it's like falling. It's almost like falling apart when you touch it. But it's worth touching. Get your fingers on it before it gets framed if you haven't yet.
I would not recommend touching
Just finger it very lightly.
Oh,
one little dip. Put your
What's
index
wrong
finger
with
out,
him?
Understand what
Respect
they
it.
went through. Yeah.
Respect it. Treat it properly.
Don't finger the flag.
Don't finger the flag.
Don't finger the flag,
Not
ladies
that
and
thing.
gentlemen. God, that thing's beautiful, man.
It is
Nice work.
amazing.
Who was it that donated that?
It's on loan to Timcast from Terrence Coman, who is investor of Scanner.
Thank
and also
you,
my investor.
Terrence. Nice job.
If they're okay with us getting a custom-made glass.
Oh yeah,
frame for
that's
it,
what they would love.
Okay, but then perfect. We'll do it.
Maybe
I
we can put a
imagine that
little-
would be like a hefty penny, but
It'll
we'll
be a
figure
few
it
K
out.
at least.
yeah, done. No question.
And we could maybe get a little card that says like on loan from Terrence, and then like a link to their thing or something. You know, whatever. That's really cool, man.
That's amazing.
Wow, that's things.
Yeah.
So what was the Civil War about again? Why did we fight the Civil War?
Some dudes wanted like iron or something.
Well, according to Nikki Haley, it was because states wanted their freedom. The government was just not okay with that.
What was the Civil War about? Was it money? Cotton? Controlling the economics of the South?
It was slavery.
British Virginia trade?
Depends on how you ask the question. Why was the Civil War fought? Is a very different question from what caused the Civil War. What caused the Civil War? Slavery, the expansion of slavery, and the contention between free states and slave states, which had resulted in bleeding Kansas, widespread fighting that had been happening predominantly in the Kansas Territory, but also in other parts of the country, and ultimately led to an election where Abraham Lincoln didn't receive a single vote in seven states. Or actually, I don't think he received a single vote in any of the states that eventually went on to secede. So I think it was 11. But why did they fight? The South fought because they were invaded.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Shelby,
they called it
Shelby
the war.
Foote's my favorite Civil War writer. and he said that the North thought they were fighting the Civil War, and the South thought they were fighting the second, like, American Revolution.
They call it
What's the best
War?
book?
Yeah. Which book?
Oh, gee, well, just I think it's called the Civil War. It's a whole series that I think he spent maybe 20 years writing. He wrote fiction about the Civil War and also nonfiction. And you should go look up his interviews. He's no longer with us, but an amazing writer.
I know they call it the War of Northern Aggression.
Right.
A lot of people in the South
Right.
refer to it as.
Well, it's
the
like
War of
in the
Northern
Putin interview,
Aggression.
he said that in Russia they refer to World War II as a great patriotic war.
I think okay. It feels a little bit different. Like I don't want people in the South being taught that it's a war of northern aggression because that's not.
Well, what Shelby Foote meant was that there were people in the South who might have not had slaves, and they just saw like marauders in their homes burning things down, like with the Total War from Sherman.
Yeah, but they were fighting for the right for people to
live, but they were fighting to survive Sherman doing total war. But that's not saying everyone in the South, but there were definitely people, like I spent a year in Georgia where Sherman kind of went through, and sometimes it wasn't Sherman, it was people pretending to be with Sherman to go maraud and take over farmland. And those people started fighting to save themselves.
There's a lot of people in the chat who are saying it was a states' rights versus federal issue. I strongly recommend you guys read some academic papers and read the letters from many of the generals. I had a great time. Went to Jackson's. I think I went to 2 of his houses. And one of them was crazy. They had a musket in the kitchen. This is what I love about Second Amendment. They have a musket in the kitchen for shooting critters. So anyone could just grab it off the wall, open the back door, and then wait for a rabbit or something or a beaver or who knows, and just bang, a gopher, and then you throw it in the stew. And you're just like, it came in my backyard. It is mine. And the gun was just there. But yeah, we went to their houses. I read their letters, learned about their wives. And certainly it is a very complicated issue with many different views. But while the general view most people would give you is it was fought over slavery, it absolutely was not fought over slavery. It was caused by the issue of slavery, which, like Bleeding Kansas, existed. Before there was a question of states' rights, people were murdering each other in the Kansas territory. John Brown was blasting people in the face. Hans Christian wasn't even an American, and he came here to as an abolitionist. Slavery was dissolving in other parts of the world as an institution, and so it could not be an issue of states' rights when Bleeding Kansas was happening 7 years up to leading up to the Civil War. Some argue Bleeding Kansas actually is the Civil War, and we just view the Civil War as because it was when the government actually became actively involved. But Bleeding Kansas, gnarly, 7 years of bloody conflict and bloodshed. Abolitionists and pro-slavery forces were fighting in various territories over whether or not they would be slave states or free states. The slave-holding states believed that with Abraham Lincoln's election, he would not only stop the expansion of slavery, he would get rid of it. And I believe Lincoln's position was, no, you can keep it, we just won't have it in any new territories. So they were just like, nah, we're not going anywhere near anybody who opposes this. There were 4 candidates running. One guy, I love this, he was just like, I'm not going to talk about slavery at all. And so nobody cared for him. One guy was like, more slavery. One guy was like, completely get rid of slavery. Abraham Lincoln was supposedly like the compromise candidate where he was saying, you can keep it, but no more. As soon as he got elected, 7 states said, this is it. We're going to secede. Before he even got inaugurated, the session started. And so what ends up in the fighting over the Civil War is the North invaded the South.
Yeah, this is, and I don't want to be an apologist for war, and I don't want to, but I just want to give nuance to both sides of that war. And I'm talking about Georgia in particular. With the Confederates, these were people whose fathers were invaded by Britain, and their houses were burnt down, not necessarily slaveholders. And then they saw it as a second, American Revolution, because then they were invaded they saw the North as an invasion. But then, there's people on the North in Sherman's army during the March to the Sea who, weren't also angels. They were killing freed slaves who were following them just because they didn't want to be followed anymore.
So that's not to say every person who fought in the Confederacy owned slaves, or
5% of the U.S. population.
Yeah, but they were fighting on behalf of a government who was fighting for the ability for you to still have them.
I would still say not all.
And in their constitution.
Not all, yeah. But how they interpreted it.
Yeah.
So although they're defending the right to, so not slave owners directly, but still defending that
However,
right. And I'm sure they were propagandized in different ways to believe different things. Yeah.
No, almost no. And I read this I watched this in several documentaries, but I read this in a couple different academic papers. The idea is it's reasonable to assess that no Confederate soldier fought for the right to own slaves, as none of them did. It was only a very small portion of wealthy plantation and factory owners who did. The soldiers were not mobilized under the view that slavery must be defended. They were mobilized under the view that Union soldiers were rampaging through their state and threatening their families. If it were the issue that the Union did not invade, it is likely that they would not have been able to have mobilized a military force to fight the Union, because the average young man at the time was not going to go to war to defend some rich guy's slaves.
Yeah. Well, if the South doesn't secede, then the North doesn't invade, and we wouldn't let any part of the country secede right now.
Right, so this is my point. The fighting of the war was over for the North, the secession of the South, and whether they had the right to do it. So fair point to those saying it was states' rights to secede versus the federal versus the Union. But that is why the North was fighting. You have no right to secede. Ulysses S. Grant said, you have a right to try, but if you lose, we own you, basically. And it's a brilliant assessment of the issue pertaining to the Revolution and how we won, and the Civil War and how they lost. He basically was basically saying the Americans, the colonists at the time, this is 80 years prior, so not even that long for them. It's kind of wild, right? He's like, they decided they shouldn't be ruled by the crown. They fought, they won. Congratulations. The Confederates feel like they shouldn't be a part of the Union anymore. They fought, they lost. We own it. That's who you're being ruled by now. But so I think it's important to break down this distinction, because when everyone says, what was the cause of the Civil War? I think slavery is an absolutely fair assessment. Like, this led to the great contention in politics. Why was the Civil War fought is an entirely different question. The Union demanded the right to the states. The Southern states said no. And why? And that's actually, I would say, why did the Civil War begin is states' rights versus the federal issue. And why was the war fought? And that is an invasion from the North. Like, plain and simple. If the Union forces decided to let the South secede, there's no war. None. Secession is not war. So what started the war? The Northern invasion. Like, I mean, there you go. They decided, like, you do not have a right to secede.
So, Mr. Ottman, it sort of begs the question, did you bring this Union Jack flag to this former Confederate
That is not
state?
a Union Jack.
All right.
The Union Jack is the British flag.
What was just the Union flag?
The Yankee flag?
Yankee flag?
This is the Yankee flag.
Yeah, did you bring this Yank flag to this former Confederate state just to mog on him a bit?
I think West Virginia was the first state to leave the Confederacy. I could be wrong. We can look it up.
So
it was taken.
I believe that West Virginia is like statehood done dirty, man.
That's right.
Did you also know, tidbit, West Virginia's original proposed name was Kanawha.
Oh, that's cool.
It's pretty sick.
Kanawha River, I believe it is, just like Illinois or
Ohio.
You know, right? Yeah.
Words.
I believe like most of the Midwestern states are right.
Yeah. What do you mean done dirty? What do you mean?
West Virginia was formed through a vote. Should we break away from Virginia and stay with the Union? It's really easy to win a loyalist vote when the young men are forced to go off and fight a war for Virginia to defend the state. And once all of the men had left to fight in the war, those that remained voted to fracture off the state from Virginia and join the Union.
Jeez.
And when the young men returned after the war and were like, this is Virginia, the Supreme Court ruled, no, it's not. Virginia, it's actually a big Supreme Court case that happened just after the Civil War. Virginia argued that the war is over. Virginia must be retained as whole. And they said, nope. So it's pretty wild to think.
Virginia would have been huge. It was huge.
It was massive.
West Virginia's huge, and Virginia huge on
I'm glad it happened.
But, oh, me too.
I mean, it's done dirty, but West Virginia's based, and Virginia is not so based.
I love it here.
We need more states. The more the merrier.
It is fascinating to be here. Like, guys, if you come out here, you walk 10 feet, and there's like a placard with a picture talking about the Civil War and what happened. Mm-hmm. We drive up the road like 10 miles, and Antietam is right here. And the cannons are there memorialized, and there's like a bunch of different plaques explaining what happened. Yep. Man, dude, it's crazy. Gettysburg's 40 minutes away.
I know a local gravedigger, and he's always just like, yeah, I go to church with him. And he's like, I found more Civil War bones. You know, he's always finding from the battlefield surgeries.
We got a Civil War bayonet.
Oh, nice.
And Shane, you're convinced on the ghosts.
On the ghosts? Well, I think landscapes can be haunted by mass trauma. Yeah.
Yeah, they call that phantom DNA.
Yeah, it's in there.
The photons bind to DNA, and then when the DNA is removed, the photons stay there for a while.
I don't know about the photons, but think of all the blood spilt on this land. I mean, in all these towns near where we're at, they were all turned into hospitals to saw limbs off men. right? There's churches where like, yeah, the wood here is still stained from blood, you know?
And what book can we read about that?
Oh, that's Inverted World Volume 2.
Isn't it wild that like if they just knew to pour whiskey on some guys, like if they take the bullet out, pour water on it, and then pour whiskey into it, you might be okay.
Yeah.
Like
here's some leeches and some whiskey.
But they would drink the whiskey while getting the amputation. But like, bro, just clean it. They didn't know. It's wild. Wash your hands was what, like 1907 or something? Yeah. People didn't wash their, and it's like, I love the story of when they were like discovering germs and the doctor's like, perhaps you should wash. It was because women were dying in childbirth or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe if we wash our hands before, like, that's crazy. What are you talking about? Like, and then they did, and then like women started dying less.
I was watching, it might be the Kings and Generals YouTube channel. There's a few channels where they do like historical battle document.
Nice.
And one of it's Civil War.
Like
I think it was. No, it's like a map, and it'll show like the generals' faces as the troops move around on the map, and they'll tell you like from the south, Stonewall Jackson came in and split his troops off, General this guy and this guy, but Sherman or whoever, and it became very real. Like things started to seem like they were my friends, and I was picturing them outside running through these hills, and it's like just with bayonets.
That's something I walked away from that Inverted World book that I wrote when I was in Georgia. Is like, even those battles are so contested amongst historians. I saw two men almost get into a fist fight in a historic like museum because they were disagreeing on whether or not loyalists, this is the revolution, were on horses or not. And they got so mad, and they couldn't even agree on that. And you look at all these documents, they don't even.
Dude, Gettysburg is awesome.
Oh, it's
I
crazy.
really recommend anybody ever get a chance because they got awesome food. They've got chocolate shops. They got souvenirs everywhere. You can buy cannonballs. There's so much like Civil War refuse still everywhere to be found.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nuts. And then when we drove up there, because it's like seriously 40 minutes away, there's like just reenactors everywhere. Like every road you're driving down, there's like guys in like costume. That's kind of weird. I don't understand why you'd want to do that, but I love the history.
It's
so,
huge.
you know.
I mean, I grew up in West Point. I grew up around reenactors. It was just part of life.
We went to it's really crazy. I can't remember where we were. I think, were you with us when we went to that aquarium?
Yeah.
And we watched the story of the ironclad.
Yes.
That was awesome.
Yeah. North Carolina or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't remember exactly where it was, but they were yeah, I think it was North Carolina.
Yeah.
The ironclad and its invention was like insane. The Confederates were going house to house and confiscating farm tools to make iron for ironclads.
Yeah.
Because these ironclads were like basically indestructible. Steamships that could go upriver and downriver and could deflect cannon fire.
So
and
gnarly.
there's a crazy story where, and the people listening might know the story better than me. We were watching this video that was like, you know, and there was like sounds and you can see the lights. It was like in an aquarium, and they talked about it. I guess it's like an artificial reef or something. But anyway, this Union guy, as their ship is approaching the ironclad and they're fighting, it's having no effect. He just like instructs them to keep firing and then runs up. Someone didn't do it, and then he like pulls the cord or whatever to fire the cannon, and someone yells no. The cannonball hits the ironclad, bounces in the air, lands back on the ship, blowing him up, killing him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude, the ironclads, that was amazing, dude. War is nuts.
Dude, the Union was, they call them Sherman neckties. You guys know about those? They to stop the flow of, you know, food and ammo on the railroads. They would burn the train tracks and then wrap them off the ground and around trees. Those were called Sherman neckties.
Whoa, like they would
Rip
bend the metal
after heating them up so much so they could then move them.
Wow.
You can,
so the trains would just go off and crash.
Yeah, they would stop. Yeah.
Dude, Sherman was just like a psychopath.
Sherman was our first atom bomb. We sent him to the South to blow it up. And he didn't care. He didn't care. He killed freed slaves. He was a nut. He was nuts.
He was torching farms. He was just, I think it's not the first, but for like American history, it is the advent of scorched earth policy.
Yeah, and he learned it at West Point, where all the generals in the Civil War were. He was like, I'm going to show you how it's really done.
William Tecumseh Sherman.
William Tecumseh Sherman.
They named the tank after him, the Sherman
That's
tank.
Right. That's right.
For the record, that channel is called History Marsh, M-A-R-C-H-E. The video I was looking at was called Chancellorsville.
Sweet.
I don't know if you guys know Chancellorsville. I've never been there before. Robert E. Lee's greatest battle. Robert E. Lee apparently was just a brilliant, brilliant guy fighting for his home state of Virginia.
Yeah, also went to West Point.
He was like friends with a lot of the other generals in the Union. They were like knew each other and stuff.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
So, and they fought together in what, the Mexican-American War?
I believe, yeah. Yeah, they're all boys. I mean, Jefferson Davis went to West Point. All of them, except for Lincoln.
Yeah. Lincoln was just some outsider.
He was a boxer in Illinois, right?
Boxer, lawyer. Yeah. Crazy.
Tall, lanky guy.
Yep.
And then he was not. He was a staunch racist. Everyone was.
He wanted to send all black people back
to Liberia.
Was it Liberia?
Liberia, yeah.
Pretty sure that's what they did, right?
There are many stories of brothers fighting against each other.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It was so. But then this is the beautiful thing. I mean, West Point. They started the Association of Grads. I believe that's what it's called after the war to be like, all right, we all fought and killed each other, but let's be brothers again. And
So-
it's pretty amazing.
So Liberia, which is in West Africa, started in the 19th century. Between 1822 and 1861, 15,000 freed and free-born African Americans, along with 3,198 Afro-Caribbeans, relocated to Liberia, gradually developing an Americo-Liberian identity. The settlers carried their culture and tradition with them. Liberia declared independence July 26, 1847, which the U.S. did not recognize until 1862. But I believe they also had like Americanized like a constitution and policy and things like that.
I think they had like a Southern culture too, where they had slaves and slave owners too, if I'm not mistaken. They adopted what the plantation system in the South and then just projected it onto
They were
their
like
new
this.
homes.
We like this human slavery thing that's been going on since the beginning of time.
No, it's really effed up because it was really also all they knew. It was the only economic system they knew. It was the they were emancipated slaves, and I don't know, they did the evil that was done onto them onto others, but
people need to understand too. A lot of people don't realize this. The North was super racist.
Yeah,
just abject racism, and you know how it's really easy to understand. Segregation continued in all of these places until the end of the 50s or whatever, until the Civil Rights Act, even like 60s.
60s, yeah.
So this idea that these abolitionists were like, we oppose racism, is like, no, they were very racist.
Well, I'm sure the John Brown types were not segregationists, but
you know what people also don't understand too? Like, people really need to read this. There were slaves that got paid. One of the things that happens is everybody sees these movies and these stories where it's a plantation where a guy's being beaten, which happened, is horrifying, is really bad, and it was a lot of slavery. But there were also slaves who worked in homes, there were slaves who worked in shops, and there were slaves who received pay. And there were slaves who bought their own freedom with the money that they earned working as a slave. And I think it's important that people understand the nuances and the context around a lot of this, because then you'll understand how it was possible. You know, like I read about Frederick Douglass and I read about these other freed slaves, and it's like they bought their slavery or they bought their freedom, and I'm like, wait, what? And then I'm like, oh, interesting. The system was not the movie system people think it was. It is actually much more complicated and nuanced, albeit the whole thing, in my view, completely wrong. And I think everyone's kind of realized that around the world, except for maybe North Africa.
I mean, it goes to show how long it takes for ideology to change. I mean, and it's going to take, another 50, 100 years for a lot of the modern inverted racism to go away. Like, it's really embedded. It takes
the Democrats
long
are
time.
getting CPR to racism as hard as they can.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, but time is more about motion and the ability for information to travel. So with the internet
speeding up,
data transfers so quickly that it can metamorphise ideologies rapidly.
That's very true.
For good or evil. It's a matter of making people comfortable and manipulating them casually, I think.
There are people who experience segregation still alive today. I don't know. That's wild.
It's called vaccine passports.
But there,
black and white segregation. Vaccine passport stuff was wrong, but black and white.
I know.
But I do think we may. Actually, I'll say this. I don't know if we're tending towards an end of gender segregation. That's what the gender ideologues have pushed for, using the same argument for that was used against racial segregation. Considering Shane Gill is hosting SNL this weekend, certainly think the woke are losing, so I'm not so sure that will happen. But a bunch of the left have made the argument that gender segregation is no different than racial segregation, and there's no argument for it, especially when the 1964 Civil Rights Act forbids discrimination on the basis of sex. So there was a case in California where some guy sued the Women in Computing Club. He's like, a university had a club for women in computing. It's not fair. I should be allowed to join. You're discriminating against me. And the courts ruled there's a club that men can join, so it's not discriminatory. If there's a club you can join, they're not saying you can't be in a club. This one's just for women. That one's for men.
By the way,
that's an interesting. Real quick, that argument lends itself to segregation. If there's two bathrooms and one's for white people, one's for black people, then you're not being discriminated against. But we've already said no to that. So this case in California seems questionable, which resulted in leftists now arguing you cannot create two bathrooms for two protected categories. That is discrimination under the law, period. And so now we're at the point where legally they're correct. Absolutely. If the 1964 Civil Rights Act says you cannot discriminate on the basis of sex or race, and we've determined that bathrooms based on race are discrimination, then it follows that sex bathrooms also are. But we also have a common sense and moral line where we're like, men and women are different, males and females are different. That's why we do this. To which the left has now countered the argument saying that used to be the position of the segregationists, that black and white people were different, and so it was for safety reasons they had different spaces. They're trying to use the exact same arguments. And conservatives and libertarians have pointed out the 1964 Civil Rights Act has created the path to wokeism, to create things where like these are.
Do you find it's on the same level?
I do think men and women's bathroom is equal to segregation, but I support that type of segregation. Yeah, we are segregating people by gender.
But
I
not
think that's
gender,
a good thing.
but like with,
Or sex.
you know, say it was only a black area at a college.
I don't think we should have it. I think it's okay to segregate.
Do you think that new modern race segregation at schools is on the same level as historic?
Yes. Wait. Ask that one more time.
Yeah. Wait.
What?
I'm saying, you know, if there was like what Brett Weinstein.
You're saying
faced.
like when they do these POC only rooms, it's the same segregation.
I'm saying, I'm asking if you think it's the same level of segregation as it was traditionally.
Oh, no way. No. I think
They're
they have
both
stupid safe
segregation,
spaces, but
and it was when it was institutionalized in every facet, where like you couldn't go into a certain store or whatever. That's a higher degree of segregation.
Okay,
occurring.
so you think that it's lesser?
It's not. It's a fact. You're asking a fact-based question. If there's 100 universities that have within their university system one instance where they've created a black-only space, that is factually less than the entirety of the country having segregation as a standardized policy.
I'm with you, Elad. I think that segregating based on sex is very different than racial segregation.
We've made it a dirty word, but I think what
You're right.
when we're actually talking about here isn't a bad thing.
Go
on.
What can you determine about someone based on the color of their skin?
Like nothing. Almost nothing. Almost some genetic ancestry.
The reason, let's expand this though, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, come on, no." Like seriously, like a dude from Somalia and a dude from Haiti are different people. Yeah. They have a dark skin tone, but they're going to be very different. Somalis are shorter than Haitians, who are taller. So, what's your determination? Skin color is not a good metric for any kind of segregation. You can't even really determine someone's ethnic background or what part of the world they come from based on the color of their skin. Yeah. They're like, I went to Egypt, they thought I was Egyptian. Yep. And I'm not. I go to Spain, they thought I was Hispanic. I go to Mexico, they think I'm Mexican. Right. They can't tell. So how someone looks isn't a good determining factor. However, males and females globally, everywhere, period, are different, and so that I get.
Yep. That lady from The View recently found out she's not as Puerto Rican.
Oh man, that was so funny. Look. Let's do this, Sonny. The View's Sunny Houghton shocked to find she's descended from Spanish slaveholders.
Wait, is this one of those weird ones? Like, people can also be descendants of slaves if they're I just want to make.
But let's see your reaction.
Wow. I'm a little bit in shock. I just always thought of myself as Puerto Rican, half Puerto Rican. I didn't think I was. My family was originally from Spain and slaveholders.
Yeah. So how are you feeling, my friend?
I think it's actually pretty interesting that my husband and I have shared roots. Yeah. So I do appreciate that.
Because you married a slave owner.
I think it's great for our children.
Descendant.
To know this information.
Who was it? There was a big story where it was like another View person. They found out they were a descendant of slave owners, and a lot of people on the right were like, ha ha ha, and I'm like, oh bro, that means like a slave owner raped their slave owner.
Yeah.
Like that's probably what it means. So we were hanging out with some guy today. We were hanging out with Matt from Bass Records, good dude, and I don't know if he wanted me to tell the story or not, but I'll say his name because he made the point. But I've made this statement to a lot of people before. When it comes up to my ethnic background and being part Korean, I'm like, I'm I'm part Korean but a little bit Japanese. Like my mom's 40% Korean, 10% Japanese. Everyone goes, ooh, because you know what that means.
Yeah.
That's
some crazy.
It's not a Romeo and Juliet Japanese guy being like, I don't care what my family thinks. I love you. I love you too. It's more like burn the house down and take the women kind of thing. You know what I mean?
That still causes tensions in South Korea and Japan to this day.
Oh,
too.
dude,
It's
they're
not
both.
even- yeah.
The South Koreans are totally ethno-supremacists.
Yeah.
The
Well,
younger
many people in those. all those countries.
but I mean, like South Koreans, the younger generation is moving away from it, but they are very ethno-supremacist.
There's a famous clip now of from what's it? I think it's called Bad Friends with Andrew Santino and Bobby,
Bobby
whatever,
Lee,
Bobby Lee, right? And then he's like saying, "Oh, Koreans never did slavery, whatever," and they fact check him. And it turns out Koreans had slavery for like over 1,000 years. Of,
No,
like,
but they
unbroken slavery, which is
Bobby
crazy.
Lee constantly talks about how racist they are.
I know, yeah, of course. But they were
Yeah.
just pointing out the fact that like that's the reality. Is that racism has been around way longer, and slavery's been around way longer than just suddenly in the 1800s in the U.S. And everyone always gets that
They're
wrong.
also a very patriarchal society.
Extremely,
very
yeah.
patriarchal.
Koreans?
Koreans, yeah.
Yeah, they're mostly Korean supremacist.
Yeah.
They believe that they are the best superior race on the planet, and they have no problem telling you that. And they're like, oh,
They call it the Korean Nobi system, which is commonly associated with slavery and social hierarchy in pre-modern Korea. Don't know
And
much
for
about it.
people, the Japanese and Koreans who should be allies geopolitically right now, especially considering what's going on with China, still beef with one another over the
Over
conflict
the actions
in
of the Imperial
World
Army
War
in
II.
Japan.
Yes,
Yeah.
so-called, who they still revere over in Japan, but we don't need to shit on our allies now.
When I went to South Korea, I went to this museum where I learned about a great general, a naval general, and it was really hilarious because each like room you walked through depicted a great victory. But the funny thing I noticed was every great victory, the size of the Navy was getting smaller. And so it's like in the first one, there's these big fleets, and it's like the great general routed the Japanese and forced their ships off. And I was like, wow. I walk in the next room, and then it's like facing insurmountable odds. He was able to drive back the Japanese forces with a small force, and I was like, interesting. And then finally in the end, it's like him and like a small handful of guys. And I was like, you mean to tell me like he was losing the whole time?
Right. It's a nice way of putting it.
Right.
Yeah. It
But they
ends with a
like
little
highlight the
diorama.
great stories of his successes, like fair point, but it was an attrition. So
Yeah, sometimes a retreat can be what you call successful. If the enemy loses more than you lose in the retreat, that's a successful retreat.
dude, we have where was this in New Jersey? I think there's the I forgot what the name of the park is, but they've got the story of I think it's Mercer. I can't remember the guy's name. This dude who was like surrounded by the British, and then he just like told him to kill him. He would never like betray the country. There's cannons
Wow.
everywhere, and it's like where Washington crossed the Delaware or something.
Wow.
It's fun to go to these places. Growing up in Chicago, we didn't have any of this.
Right.
It doesn't exist. It's like you just live in Chicago. But then you move out to the East Coast, and it's just like these plaques everywhere talking about the war. Out here, it's really crazy because we're like 5 minutes from John Brown Raid HQ, where John Brown organized the Harper's Ferry raid. Like Harper's Ferry is literally here, down the street. And what is it? What's going on?
No,
His house is the only house I ever thought should have a Black Lives Matter sign outside of it. It's like,
Yeah, right.
That one actually makes sense.
But he tried to trigger a slave revolt, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were like, nah, get out of here.
First man hung by the state.
For treason.
For treason? Was he first?
Yeah.
I feel like he was first.
John Brown. They banned him from the ballot.
What's funny is
President.
the local casino, this is kind of wild. The local casino has their $25 chips at Charlestown has John Brown. Some of them have John Brown on it. And I'm like, it's kind of wild because like depending on who wins the war, the most vile and despicable people will be heralded as heroes.
Sherman.
Sherman's
just another version of Brown, but on a larger scale. Well, no,
John Brown was definitely a terrorist.
Brown wanted to
although
actually
he
free
might have been
slaves.
fighting for things that were morally right.
Brown
and
wanted
I
free
think
slaves.
is a dangerous person to idolize because I mean there are a lot of people who believe passionately some political things right now and shouldn't justify violence to try to achieve those ends. But that's what John Brown did, and I think some leftists especially idolize him and
but
in a misleading way. And
John
it's
Brown
very
Gun Club.
dangerous.
But they would see him as
exactly.
far right today. Because
I don't think so.
he's a Christian. He's
because
super Christian. That's why he was against slavery. You know, like, but they wouldn't care. Like, they wouldn't agree with Putin denazifying.
You think John Brown would support gay marriage?
No.
No, absolutely not.
No. He'd do a lot of bad things about all these things happening.
Yo, Sherman though, like that guy was just like wanton disregard for human life.
I think you could argue that Sherman was trying to end the conflict quicker via his brutal means to save more American lives.
I think he wanted an
writ large.
excuse to murder and destroy.
I think you're at war with somebody.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah,
You're
but
trying to end the war within your own country.
Yeah, but I think that's war crimes when you're in charge of killing all these people. He killed innocent people, freed slaves. He killed people on the sidelines in the periphery of the war. It wasn't just he was going after the Confederates. They just burned everything.
We could go through individual instances, but like, I think war is terrible and
war is terrible.
Like,
But
he was trying to end the war.
But we should avoid
too.
war crimes. Like, do you think we should have dropped the atom bomb?
Yeah, I definitely think
I don't
we
know
should
if
drop
I don't know if I
atom
agree with that
bomb.
either. And I see the two as the same thing, as desperate reasons to end a war.
No, I think Imperial Japan kind of gets like, looking back, they get a good rep. They were literally the Nazis of the Pacific.
Insane.
Yeah,
they were insane.
So,
I
and
still
this
don't
is
know
at
if
a
I
point
agree.
where we were in total war. With
kind of over
with Japan.
Yeah.
It's over until it's not. And how many hundreds of thousands of American troops' lives are worth trying to invade the homeland where the Japanese were trying to say they're going to fight until every last life? I also think it's really easy for us looking back to go, oh, well, maybe, maybe you actually should have just invaded, would have been the largest amphibious assault on the mainland ever. How, it's easy to...
I agree with looking back with 2020 vision, or you have 2020 vision, but I also just the war crimes and the innocent lives
definition was
lost.
different.
Yeah.
Is there any war where there aren't any war crimes, though? I feel like we can say that every time for every side. I'm sure the Confederates committed war crimes. I'm too lazy to look into them.
What were considered war crimes back then?
Well, you could look at
were the Geneva Conventions? Yeah, did they have?
Nope. Geneva.
No, there were no war crimes back. I mean, there's still ethically and morally war crimes.
I'm spacing right now. Who had Anderson Prison? Was that the north or the south? Andersonville. Was that the north or the south?
Dude, that movie is so good.
South. That was South.
That's my
prison,
favorite
right?
Civil War movie, probably.
That was insane. I never saw the movie, but
there's book too.
It was kind of like a Unit 731 in Japan without all of the modern technology.
Except for like the human vivisection and like experimentation.
Right. They weren't dry freezing hands and shattering them, but it was so horrific.
Also, they had literal slaves in the South.
Yeah.
Right.
I still don't agree with everything Sherman did. And I don't agree with dropping
totally.
the bomb. And every war has
not
horrible
that
things.
totally for the second part. You don't have to agree with every. I don't know anybody who I could agree with everything they did, but I think you could say Sherman helped end the war sooner than it would have otherwise. I feel like it's the same argument I'm using for Japan, actually.
You know what?
You're on the same side.
I don't think. Parallels. I think if the context of the Civil War happened today, I'm not so convinced the North would be able to win.
I think the South would be crazy.
I think the issue is the speed of communications. I think that if videos started emerging, like the psychological effect of video and information would have such a dramatic change. I mean, the march to the sea, I don't know could happen in an urban environment today, because the moment the internet, like the North and South were competing for international supplies. They needed trade. The South, I think, where they were trading cotton with the UK.
That's where that flag came from. British boat.
A British boat.
Yeah, they seized it.
So the North blockaded the South, trying to cut their supplies. What would happen internationally if videos emerged of, let's just say in like literally 1861, but with internet video? Videos emerge of civilians being shot in cold blood by Union soldiers. International relations for the North would shatter, and they'd say, no, we did not supply and we don't condone that, because they would face revolts in their own countries over the supplying of over the facilitating of war crimes. It would cause them a lot of problems.
Is that new A24 movie out yet?
No.
Tim, I think
Do you think that'll be accurate?
Because I think there could be clear video of war crimes happening, of whatever civil war would happen. There would still be people denying it.
Probably.
There would people be blaming the other side. Oh, they killed their own people. I'm just thinking
I
about
agree.
the October 7th attack and the amount of gaslighting that will exist. Even if there was footage of people being slaughtered and killed, obviously people who were civilians, people don't care, and we're disgusting humans.
You're right to a certain degree, but the October 7th attack has resulted in the left shattering. And you've got Michael Rappaport. This was his turn. He hates Trump. All of a sudden, he's wearing a Star of David, and he says, "What the is wrong with these people?" That's opened a door for him to start exploring more about what they're doing. And now he's like, the cops are being beaten. When people realize Black Lives Matter was celebrating these paragliders, I mean, look, I got no beef with someone criticizing Israel's military actions. It's a war. Okay, by all means, please criticize people's military actions. It should be done. And there is a risk to Israel in that a lot of this propaganda is being supported by the left. But man, what Hamas did really, really messed up the progressive left in this country. Sherman's march to the sea was absolutely brutal. I mean, it is historically canon. He was destroying civilian targets and killing civilians. Did not care. It was scorched earth. Everything must burn. On that scale, the problem with the Confederates, one of the reasons they lost, they thought all they had to do was prove they had the military might and the fighting would stop. They did not realize the Union was going to burn their children and burn homes to the ground to win this. And not that I'm a fan of, what the Confederacy would have implemented. It's a good thing they lost, but holy crap. I'm not a fan of dropping nuclear bombs on Japan. But at the first Battle of Bull Run, they repel the Union, and they're like, that's it. The war is over. There's not going to be a war. We just proved that they can't come in here. And then they came in and started just brutalizing the South. This mobilized the South, feeling they were being invaded. And then eventually a turn happened where, I forget which general, it might have been, I don't know, Jackson. They felt that the only way to actually win this was to invade the North and put pressure on the North to stop supporting this war. Civilians in the North needed to understand what the war was, and it was an opportunity for them to seize resources. Unfortunately, they moved into Gettysburg. Didn't go too well for the Confederates. Yep. But I imagine what would happen if the international community was watching something akin to the March to the Sea. It is hard enough for U.S. troops dealing with IEDs and strapping, they strap bombs to kids. And then you end up with American soldiers being placed into a military tribunal or whatever, or court-martialed because of the perception of what they did, not what they had to do to defend themselves. There's no way I could see Union soldiers in many of these circumstances being able to defend the actions if they were blasted out on the internet around the world, and that would cause problems for the Union's ability to supply itself. That being said, they had a lot of resources in and of themselves. I don't know that, what would have happened if they didn't have international support. But
I'm sure.
Anyway, we should go to Super Chats because we went a little over here. So we'll go to Super Chats.
Nice Civil War chat inspired by the flag.
That was good fun.
Yeah.
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Head over to timcast.com, click join us. The members only show will be up at 10 p.m. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a lot of good fun. And as a member, you get access to our Discord server as well, where you can submit questions, call in, and talk to us and our guests. Here we go. Manipple says pee pee poo poo.
Yeah.
I will read your Super Chat. Thank you.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Token Black Guy says, Tim Pool, you have been called. You are the mayor West Virginia needs. Time to take the mantle. The mayor of where? Charlestown? I don't want to be a mayor. Not interested. I think it was because I was saying, if I was ever, if I got elected president or governor, Trump, you ain't seen nothing with Trump. Vivek, no way, dude. I would not just go to my AG and be like, can we get criminal charges? I would go on television. I would do a live stream and issue a statement about the requirement for this nation and the reasons why certain individuals must be criminally charged, must face an investigation and a trial by a jury of their peers, and I would formally declare, it must be done. Now I give it to those in the executive branch with the authority to make those positions happen, but let my intentions be clear to the American people. Certain people in this country must be criminally charged. They're like Joe Biden, the Burisma stuff. Mm-hmm. It is absurd. And they use this documents case as the shield. He's not going to be criminally charged because he's a doddering old fool. And you know what they're really saying? He'll never face charges over Burisma. Nah. If I was saying, if I was the governor of West Virginia, I would do a public assessment or a public statement where I'd say law enforcement of the state of West Virginia must immediately begin the process of a raid on CBP facilities in the Eastern Panhandle, and I have already called on to the extent that I can the Attorney General and our prosecutors to seek out warrants from judges allowing state forces to raid that facility for evidence of human trafficking and smuggling operations they have engaged in. Let them panic. And people might say, but then you're informing them you're doing it. Oh yes, that's the point. And then if they don't do it, I'll say, hey, I made my declaration. I did what I could do. I don't expect it to be dictatorial that everyone just does when I bang a gavel. I expect them to go through the legal process and go to a judge and make the argument, but I want to make sure everybody knows. You got this big CBP facility. You got CBP agents out here. They know the show. And I'm like, there's videos of them working with cartels. It's mind blowing to see the cartels bring these people up and they're armed. CBP is like, howdy. And they open the gate and bring them in. I'm disgusted by that. Anyway.
Raid Area 51 and Wright-Patterson while you're at it, please.
I mean, I feel like depending on the public and apparent crimes that need to be, held to account, I don't know that Area 51 has those. And I respect the right of the U.S. military to have secrets. Depending on those secrets, we can't just like announce to the world our military capabilities, our security be compromised. But, you know, let's read more. Jennifer Lopinto says, I want to shout out my husband, Sean, who has largely been an influence in my recovery from leftist ideology. He loves this show, and so do I. This is the way. Shout out.
Sean.
That's the way. You know, husbands,
What
lighten
is
the
it
path.
spelled? S-E-A-N or S-H-A-W-N?
S-E-A-N.
Nice, dude.
It's a healthy marriage.
That's right. Ian Kinney says, it blows my mind that I live in Wisconsin and never heard about the Chippewa Falls School until last night. Chippewa Falls is on the other side of the state from me, closer to the Minnesota border. That's where that shooting almost took place. Yeah. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, oh no, guys, I watched the Tucker v. Putin interview. MSM was right. I'm now a Putin puppet, and I want to work with Russia to undermine our democracy. Oh no. Oh, geez.
Watch out. Don't do those memes. You might get in trouble for something.
Yeah. Stinky Man says, would you buy Bud Light if during the Super Bowl, Dylan came out and said, 365 of drinking Bud Light, I've grown a beard and work out daily. I built a deck without permits. I have chickens.
I heard they're doing a Super Bowl ad.
And it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, it's already out?
Yeah, I mean, it's stupid. They release Super Bowl ads before the Super Bowl now. They do.
That is stupid.
But, yo, the commercial, like, you can watch it and you're going to be like, what?
Yeah.
It's just nothing. It's the weirdest. It's not even funny. Like, I talk about the Quiznos subs where those stupid rat things are like, we like to eat sandwiches or whatever. And, like, that's everyone remembers it. This one is not memorable at all. It's just like the stupidest random commercial. I can't believe they tried doing this during the Super Bowl. We broke the company, guys. They're broke. Faust says, Elad, you're a mad lad, my lad. Take my money, Dad. Really love your reporting style. Followed you all through the summer of love. I appreciate you, dude.
Thanks for the super chat, guys. Follow us at Timcast News on Twitter. We do a lot of great field reporting, and other journalists here doing a great job.
Also, the SCNR YouTube channel has all your videos up on it. So if you go to SCNR on YouTube, subscribe, you can watch Elad's reporting.
One of my favorites is you running after the person in the golf cart. Was that like a year or two
Russell
ago?
Fry,
Yeah.
while he was running, in North Carolina.
Great video. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, man, you're the best.
Third Eye says, yo, Tim, please read. I haven't laughed so hard in a long time. The Babylon Bee just dropped the funniest article I've ever read. Biden calls for the president to step down. Very nice.
Knowing their track record, that could become true.
Venom Symbiont says, did anyone else see the horrible Tucker Carlson deepfake Bitcoin ad? It popped up for me during the show. Sketchy. Whoa, that means YouTube's running it.
I've been seeing Mr. Beast deep AI ads on like Instagram and stuff.
They did it with Joe Rogan a while ago.
Yep.
There was a fake ad. Yeah, what was that?
It's like weird supplements.
It was like a testosterone thing to make your dick bigger. Right. And it was an AI of Joe Rogan. It sounded really weird. He was like, well, the thing is about this, it makes you big. And then the guy was like, that's right. And I'm like, yo, this is
It's the most classic scam.
Yeah.
Make it bigger? Come on, guys.
Hey, man, people spend money on anything. You know what I mean? Let's go. What do we got here? Jason Hutchinson says, if he's too old to be held to account, he's too old to be president. This is very dumb. What are we doing? That's right.
What should the age limit be?
I don't know about age limit.
Or, yeah, just aptitude limit.
You know, maybe there should be.
Yeah.
Maybe it should be 35 to 60.
To argue to the other side of it, it's anti-democratic. You get left with what you pick. We're picking these older people. The Democrats pick Joe Biden.
Then why have a lower limit?
Oh, no, we shouldn't have a lower limit either. Anti-democratic.
So like 5-year-old.
I mean, they wouldn't have a good caucus. Nobody would want to vote for them. But yeah, 5-year-old.
I actually fear fake presidents. That we're going to come to the point where everyone's going to be watching the news, and there's going to be a guy who makes arguments and says all these things, and he's going to be AI generated and not real, but no one knows because everyone just sees him in these videos.
Just like all the boyfriends and girlfriends right now.
I'm going to take Bucko downstairs, so I want to say hello and goodbye for everyone that hasn't seen him yet.
You guys match a little bit.
Yeah, you match.
Yeah, they do match.
Go, Lucas. I'll be back.
Mr. Bokus, seeing his way out. He came up here before the show, and he jumped up on the table and then just laid in front of me with his, like, just flat. Not a good sign. So, you know, we let him stick around. But it's just impossible to know what to do because he's on all these drugs, and the drugs do cause problems. But they alleviate some problems as well. We got him stem cells, and so I'm like, what if we got him stem cells and they're working, but the drugs he's on is actually inhibiting his potential recovery? What do we do? And so it's just like, stay the course, I guess. But he got real sick the other day, collapsed, pissed himself, couldn't move. So I've been giving him raw beef, which I don't know is the right thing to do, but I have two thoughts on it. One is, if he's about to die, and he was supposed to die a year ago, little man gets to have his last meal, and it's going to be what he wants.
Yeah,
And
what
he
is
wants to
he
eat some
enjoys
raw-
that the most?
He goes nuts for it.
There it is.
So I give him a little bit. But I'm also hoping that I've read a bunch of studies about raw meat diets for animals. I'm hoping that it is beneficial to him in some way as a very low phosphorus meat. Maybe this actually can get him what he needs, and I doubt it. But I'm also kind of like, dude is on his last days. Quality of life, it matters.
I don't know, dude. You said that a year ago, and he's still going.
I didn't want to bring that up. Every time I come here, it's always the last day.
Yeah, but he
so I
weighs
hope
nothing
lasts.
now.
Yeah.
Like last year, he was sick, and they said he was going to live for a week. We got him a bunch of drugs. We got him hydration therapy. We got him on stem cells, and he's stabilized. But he is slowly withering away. So when we see him collapse, piss himself, and then struggle to move, we're like, he might have died right there on the spot. So it's kind of like, that's the worst we've seen it. And then when he came up here and jumped on the table, and the way he laid down, it looked like he was struggling to move. Like he was just burned out. He's losing weight. Can't wait. And we're like, we got to figure out how to put weight on him. But if he can't, because his kidneys are busted, what can you do,
Every day's a blessing.
It's brutal because every time everyone comes here, they're like, oh, is he old? And I'm like, no, he's 5. He just has a heart problem, a heart defect, genetic heart defect, and underdeveloped kidneys. There's nothing we could do. We were going to get him a kidney transplant, but because of his heart, we can't. They do this thing where you adopt a cat that's to be put down, and they share the kidneys, and you have to adopt both cats.
Wow.
So you save both their lives. And so we were like, can we do this? And they said, Mr. Bokus will die if you give him a kidney transplant because of his heart. He can't take it. We were like, damn.
Yeah, we did the right thing. He's eating heavily right now. He went right for the food. Nice.
That's good.
He hungered.
That's good. All right. Thinker for Life says, did we forget Obama poked the bear during Sochi Olympics? Let's see, what is it? Gays didn't like the Russian law that forbids gay influence of children, so Obama sent our top advocate, Billie Jean King. Really? Yeah, Sochi is wild. The Olympics are wild because, the reports are that they all just bang each other nonstop. Have you guys read that?
In the villages, yeah, and then they make the Olympic babies because
Yeah.
they're supposedly be genetic studs.
So the Olympics
The
are
Olympic
like
babies.
athletic eugenists.
Well, I went to school at University of Utah.
When you put that word on it, that'll make anything sound terrible.
Right. But I went to school at University of Utah, and that's like where they had like the O2 Salt Lake City Games. That's like the whole athlete village or whatever is basically where like the dorms are. And yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about that from the old staff that live there. So
Tazewell says, why does Ian look like a character from Baldur's Gate 3 tonight?
Because Richie Jackson gave me this, clothed me. Well, I clothed myself, but Richie Jackson gave me the outfit.
And he is a bard.
Or I guess he would be.
Gas is moving.
Moving.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Really? Really?
This ain't training camp.
Right.
It's the gulag, and you gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
I'll buy that. I crack him. I need what? 4 shots? You're telling me I missed 4 shots before you hit 7. Right.
You wear those upgrades well, soldier.
Wish I could see you, dude.
A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand
That'd be
by.
sick. I gotta take my guns for sure.
Loadout drop headed your way.
We got a loadout drop here.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Moving here.
I had my sniper out on accident.
That one, but we'll get him back.
Whoops.
Is Richie a bard? Is Richie more of a rogue than a bard? He's kind of like a...
I don't know, he's not a
He
rogue.
carry a rapier around if he was in Baldur's Gate. On guard!
I think Bard.
Richie?
Yeah.
He's an athlete.
He's not really
Bard.
a musician.
He looks like a bard.
Has School of Swords, or College of Swords, whatever it's called.
Like a non-musical bard?
No, he's a musical guy. He's super musical.
He loves music.
He can tell you everything about rock and roll. Like, he knows all of it.
Only Richie will tell.
You can ask him the most obscure rock question, he'll have the answer for you. Definitely a Bard.
Let's go.
OMG Puppy says, releasing a spy wouldn't get Putin anything. Western press wouldn't reward him. It wouldn't phase the neocons or lessen their obsession with destroying Russia. No, but it could press public support in a negative position, and that's what they're desperately trying to avoid. That's what they're scared of. That being said, I think the evidence here is this dude Evans got information that Putin's scared of.
What I don't understand about that, though, is why they don't trade him and then Putin just scoop up another American journalist or another American in Russia. So.
Big Fat Irving says, Russia has Evan Gershkovich. Ukraine has Gonzalo Lira. Why is one reporter more important than the other? Gonzalo Lira may be dead. I believe it was his father who said that he had died. So, right, it is funny that in the United States they don't care at all about Gonzalo Lira. So, sorry, Evan. The machine here hates you for what you are. Frontline Texas says, I'm curious, what makes you believe the media would report if Tucker succeeded in bringing him back? And if they did, it's not likely that they would spin it as Tucker is a Russian puppet and it was staged. They could. I'm saying it would amplify the Tucker story no matter what, good or bad. It would make it the biggest thing in the country. The rescuing of an American journalist. Tucker already has the eyeballs on him. Now you add in the rescuing of a journalist. Good on Tucker for asking. Not that it didn't work, but good luck. All right, Stephen Square says, Ian Carlson started working out, found Jesus, and then realized that America actually should impose righteous, lawful, and proper rule upon the world. This happened tonight.
Jesus is pretty cool. I worked out earlier today. And yes,
and
American
Ian's
constitutionalism is legitimate.
Ian's been calling for neocon policy now for a long time.
I just think we need to inspire people to do it for themselves. I don't think walking around being like, do my thing has not worked, and I don't imagine would. But when people have had enough and they're like, what they have is better, I want what they have, and they're looking at me in our country, then we'll see them have their own decentralized revolution.
Eric Elman says, for preserving the flag. Yes, and Devin Porter said, Tim, I'm a millwork drafter. I work for a company that builds casework. I can draw a case for that flag. So like a case with like a glass front so it's on display.
Nice.
Because if that's the case, what's the best way to get in touch? Is he able to like DM you or something or message you on Twitter?
Yeah, this guy, hit me up on Twitter, send me a DM.
Admin@scanner.com.
Yeah, you'll get it. So Devin Porter, if you heard that, admin at scr.com or hit up Ian on Twitter and we'll get to work on that display case.
Yeah, you probably better going with Bill since you know.
I will also get one if you can. We have a Civil War Union musket. It's never been fired, not even dry fired, and I'd love to get a case for that and put it like on display too. It's right over there, just been sitting against the wall. Yeah, actual Union. There's like 10,000 of them. They made them, haven't sit around, never used them. Wow. Yep. Super cool. Heavy.
Yeah, they're
Crazy
crazy.
musket. Crazy stuff. It was cool. We go antiquing. Yo, if you're in West Virginia, antiquing, dude. There's an antique shop full of Nazi paraphernalia. It's crazy.
Marty Mouse would love that.
So, where is it at? It's in the Eastern Panhandle. There's just so many antique shops, but there's this one that is, where is it? It's close to Martinsburg, south of Martinsburg. I don't know exactly which one it is, but there's like, they're malls basically, so people will set up a portion and they pay rent to have their space. But one guy's got a whole bunch of World War II stuff, so it's not just Nazi, but there's like a German captured pistol, and with like the like official thing explaining what it is, who captured it, the rank of the guy, crazy stuff, helmets, insignias.
You know, I worked at the auction gallery for about 10 years, and we had periodically these World War II auctions, and my boss got so mad because a reporter came, and the picture they used of him was him with a giant swastika behind him. So the local paper is just like, this is my crazy boss, and the giant swastika. That's amazing.
The crazy thing is, we went to an antique shop in Austin, and they were selling a bunch of swastikas, and it seemed like the guy who worked there actually had the idea. He was like, this was a commonplace symbol across the United States pre-World War II. There was tons of advertisements, building, but now they're all trying to erase it and cover it up. It's true. South Side Chicago is a big house that has a swastika built into the top, and they nailed wooden blocks to make it into a square.
Was it in the same orientation as the swastika?
They're the same. They're not angled. Right. So it's just like, and they put the other direction, and then they converted it, and then it's square. But so on the building, it's just a straight up symbol, and then they put the wood blocks to fill the gaps, so it's just a square with lines through it. But you can see it, because you can see the blocks. Crazy.
On YouTube, there'll be, if you ever watch Hitler speeches on YouTube, forever you can just watch the video and you watch it. But now any video, a lot of videos made the last year, they're like, they have a little disclaimer before you start watching. We do not condone Nazism, just so you know. They don't say that, it's a speech. But, yep.
Let's grab some more chats. Strike 4 says Union Jack is the blue section of the U.S. flag, flown from the forward end of U.S. Navy ships. Is that right? I believe Union Jack is a reference to the UK flag.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. is on it.
Yep, Union Jack flag, British flag. Yep. We, yeah, because...
Prep time's over, now you deploy to the war zone.
Let's grab a couple more super chats. Maybe we'll grab 2. Winston Alexander says, I'm half Korean, white, ex-US Army stationed in the 90s. Was told not to talk about being Korean since the locals would assume my mom was a hooker.
bird ready in 3 mics. Relay those coordinates.
Now, I think what I was told was that's more of a novelty, and there's this attitude of
came
deep
down.
curiosity.
We are green
so,
to go.
Gear
up,
like
grab your shoots. We're going to the war zone. You are cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale. Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone. Got gas moving in.
Requesting recon flyover! Moving!
UAV is being refueled. RTB at this time.
Right, bro. Sick. Of course, this guy's not on the UAV, I don't think. I don't know where the fuck that guy came from. There's no doors or anything around there either. Sick. Sick. Yeah, he knows I'm there. How?
Your fight's over, soldier. Return to base.
I don't know how he knows I'm there. Maybe I made too much noise.
We're excited that I was there and trying to ask me everything about my family and trying to learn as much as possible. Still holding like a disdainful view of like, oof, but how did it happen? You know? So there you go. Good fun. Maybe one day Donald Trump will get reelected and he will help bring peace to the Korean Peninsula, and then I can actually go visit the town for which my great grandfather, or is it great grandfather? Great I think. Yeah, great grandfather. Actually, maybe great grandfather. I don't know. Or something. Or her great grandfather. My mom's great grandfather, I think. Yeah, it's great grandfather. Go to Europe, I'm like, oh, this is Ireland. Oh, this is London. Oh, this is Germany. So, one side of my mom's side of the family was from Scotland. It was just fun. All right, if you haven't already, smash that like button. Share the show with friends. Head over to timcast.com to join us, because that members-only show is coming up in just a few minutes. It's not so family-friendly. You don't want to miss it. You can follow the show at timcastirl. You can follow me personally at timcast. Bill, do you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, a couple things. So Minds has expanded. You can now launch your own social network and app based on Minds software. So if you go to minds.com/about/networks, you can launch your own app that is connected to the decentralized social web. That's what we've done with Scanner on scnr.com. So it now has its own node of the decentralized social world, and you can get all the Scanner articles on there, and apps are coming soon for Scanner on both stores, so keep an eye out for those. And then Minds Fest, we got coming up April 27th at the Vulcan in Austin. It's going to be awesome. And Sean is telling me that we need to challenge Elon and Mark Cuban to come debate DEI.
I want to say we could bill it as the white supremacist versus the African American.
Yeah. So thanks for having me.
What's the website you mentioned? Minds.com/about/networks.
Yeah.
/networks with an S.
Yeah, with an S, yeah.
My name's Alad Eliyahu. I'm a journalist.
Find me at Shane Cashman online, and tomorrow at 3 o'clock I'll be on Pop Culture Crisis with Brett Marin. Looking forward to it.
Oh, awesome. This was a good one. And shout out to Richie Jackson for giving us awesome shirt, Bill. Thanks for bringing the flag. Tim, good show. Good to see you guys. Good to see you a lot. You too, Shane. I like how you can like blend in almost any conversation. It's nice.
I'm a ghost.
Yes, you're a chameleon of the mind. Serge Dupria.
Hey, that was good.
All right, we'll see you all over at timcast.com in about a minute. Thanks very much.
Use this time for some target practice. Real things coming soon. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. Gang's all here. Word came down. We are green to go. So gear up and grab your chutes. We're going to the war zone. We're cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
Let's get this done. Battle Royale. You got gas closing in fast. Unass yourself to the safe zone.
There's a bounty contract. Enemigo! There's a bounty contract.
Gas is closing in.
Moving here. Hostile located.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Need recon overhead.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Right.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Wish I could aim a bit. That'd be sick. Wish I could aim, dude. Jeez, man. I didn't have enough mouse space right there. Yeah, I have mouse face, dude. Dude, I just can't have radius. Also, where are those bullets? Yeah, I can't have radius. Where are any of those 3 bullets right there? Tough.
A crush on someone. No confessions. Confessions are terrible. Let's understand why. So if you have a crush on someone, you have a little bit of emotion. Your love starts down here. Okay, I'm not pointing my penis, I'm trying to point to my belly button. So love starts in the belly button and works its way up to the chest. And when it gets to about the throat, right? So this is like it starts down here with butterflies in the stomach, and then we feel that aching over here. And if we let the love build up too much, it ends up in our throat, is a lump, and we can't say anything, and then we feel crippled. That's how love works physiologically. It's scientific, okay? So when you're in a relationship with someone, say who's a friend, and you signal to them that you're attracted to them and that you want to go on a date, confessing means letting all this crap that is built up out. So you're not just like telling them, you're dumping all of this like pent up love and oh my god, I need you so bad. Oh, I've been loving you for all of this time, and I need you in my life. Right? You can't dump that shit on people. Come on. Number 1 advice: if you have a crush on someone, no confessions.
Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail it out of there.
There's a bounty contract.
I should have went there. Really? That guy didn't do any damage either? That's crazy. And I didn't kill him? Right. It's kind of crazy. Dude, really? Are any of my bullets gonna hit tonight? Are any of my bullets gonna hit tonight? It's crazy. Crazy. Look at that. It's so crazy that guy did 0 damage. I just don't ever want to ADS. I can't even see anything right there. I can't see anything, so why would I shoot? Right. Right. Definitely missing all those bullets. I don't think it's likely that those bullets are missing.
Check your weapons, check your gear.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Goodness.
Locations are marked on your TAC map.
Moving.
We about to find out. Right.
Losing ground. Move it. Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, there's multiple. Sick. God, that's not the guy that's in here. God, bro. Controller is nasty.
It's the gulag, and you're gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
I need to start putting my hand in the center. I could see, dude. I just can't ever see, man. Crazy.
Recon contract mark.
I want to go there.
Cancel last. Got a boat here. Moving here. Scratch that.
You got a loadout drop inbound. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Enemies dropping into the AO. Gas is inbound.
Redeploy drone here. Cancel last. There's a bounty contract.
Being able to fall down here would be sick, man. Wow. I wish I could have seen the kill cam, dude. You're just sitting there in prone. Sick.
Moving.
Oh, because I couldn't go down a ladder. Fun, man. Fun. Oh, I have a gun. I think I had a gun.
soldier incoming.
What in the hell?
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
2 kills, by the way. Sick.
You put that target on yourself.
You did.
Moving here.
You got gas moving in.
Three kills, by the way. I love it.
On the enemy.
It's really not good.
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Dead. Oh my god, man. Come on, bro.
It's just an opportunity to do better.
Of course the smoke doesn't get all the way up to the top. Sick, man. People play so weird, dude. People play so weird. I want to see my snipe also. Too high. Don't have any grenades either. Oh, there's one right there. Rip. It's 2 I missed. How does that not get up there? Should have went left as well. Where did the smoke go? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where'd it go? Where did the smoke go? How is it there? How does that not get up there? How? How does this throw end up here? I should have just jumped off already. Like, how is the smoke there, dude? That's just so stupid.
Use this time for some target practice. Real things coming soon. Safe zone. Strongholds located. Targets are marked on your TAC map. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Sick.
You're losing ground. Move it. loadout drop headed your way.
Moving. Moving here.
Oh, get shit on. Oh my god.
That was close.
What are these doors?
This is enemy territory.
Friendly
Keep it
loadout
tight.
drops on the way.
Moving.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Requesting recon flyover.
Right, he's not dead. Right.
Stun grenade here.
UAV is being a fuel. RTB Gas is moving.
Cabron, buy station here. Crack side.
Come on.
Moving here.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Me volé la cabeza. Hostile located.
Where's my high alert? Where's my high alert at? Cold-blooded, sick. Sick.
It's the gulag.
Ah, sick, man. It's cold-blooded meta. That's what the deal is. Should've just pushed the guy. So annoying, man. Of course, he's got cold-blooded.
That's how it's done. Ready up for redeployment. Gas is closing in.
Enemy movement.
Can I get a glint, please? I would love to be able to get a glint.
There's an enemy squad gunning for you.
Sick. Sick. Right, man, right. Right, I definitely lose that, bro. I definitely lose that. He doesn't even look like he took any damage. Right. Oh my god. Right. Right. I'm fleshing him apparently. Also, being able to see would be really nice too. Fleshing him, by the way. Did damage to him. Like, what is this movement? What is this? What is this? Right.
Gear up fast.
Oh, sick. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
Here we go.
They fumbled it? No
okay.
way.
They
Mixed them up. Wait,
Oh, they
who
actually
mixed
never
up
played
who?
before.
Who mixed up who? Let's see. Oh, Abu didn't care. Yo, let's go. Yo, I love that mentality. Let's go. Showing him no respect.
All right, we're starting
Mad
to use that
disrespect.
classic.
Oh, matching up already? Scores. What you doing, my boy?
Interesting down there.
Oh yeah, he's been loving those down airs as of late. Such a good mix-up tool. Whenever you're like just pressuring someone, or like it mixes up their timing. Look, see, because you're not expecting it. A move like that, like a drop in stall one. You're never seeing that coming.
It covers quite a few things as well, you know, jump or just drop shown. So it's definitely a really good timing
And
mix-up.
it's safe. It pushes you away. It's like, bro, do you know it has multiple hitboxes, right?
Really?
Yeah, it has multiple hitboxes in terms of like, if you hit like one of their sweet spots on it, bro, you're taking like 20 something. Like, I remember I got hit by it and I was like 20 something, like 26% for one move.
For down air.
Yeah, for down air. I was like, wait, what?
the fuck?
Such a dumb move.
My language. That was actually crazy.
It's such a weird. Might have to go for different routes depending on like the Kazuya combo he goes with.
Egg.
But right off the bat, laser into projectiles, man. It's crazy.
We're gonna have a long set.
Yep, we go.
I swear, I realized at the Battle of War, you're gaslighting the entire community. Like, you guys are all being gaslit. I'm not about to die to an item as Gwen, no? Yeah, Reyna's so weak early game, bro! So strong! You're gaslighting the entire community! Bro, I'm dying to no item Gwen! I'm dying to no item Gwen! Piss off, man! I swear, I realized at the Battle of War, you're gaslighting the entire community. Like, you guys are all being gaslit.
Did you know that live streams can get you monetized on YouTube? Live streams are great. They have 4,000 hours of watch time you need to get into YouTube Partner Program. That's because the watch time you get from live streams actually counts towards your watch time hours in YouTube Partner Program.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
You must have been missing so much.
All stations, green light. We are deploying to the war zone.
I want that bird ready in 3 mics. Relay those coordinates.
Yeah, it's kind of worrying. Esports is kind of weird right now.
It really does feel like for Weibo's side, again,
We're seeing like broadcasts reduce in size. The LCS got rid of like the Spring Roadshow. They're getting rid of like the analyst desk slowly with the way they're doing their segments. The LPL reduced on days. The LPL Chinese side is struggling a bit as well apparently. The whole LEC was doing good. Yeah, LEC is doing good. LEC is thriving pretty well, but the layoffs hurt them a lot. Like when I hear that LEC had 3 observers, Riot fired 2 of them, so they had 1 observer. Then they realized they had no observers for the LEC weekend, and they flew in an NALCS observer to the LEC, make them have 2 observers.
Got a hostile here.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Bomb drone active.
Bomb drone ready to detonate. Good effect on target. Gas is inbound.
Sick, yeah, that's fun.
supply station.
Moving.
Dude, I wish I could see, man. That'd be sick. I get hit with a mortar. Sick. That was super fun. Being able to see was super fun as well. It was so fun. Still alive. I'm one shot and he's still alive after how many shots? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we not thinking that's a little bit gnarly, boys?
Got a loadout drop inbound. Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
What in the heck is that?
Need recon overhead. Aguas, got movement.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO. You're losing ground. Move it.
Really? You're just gonna shoot at me and not ever... Okay.
Closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Our Guardians lost power. You got gas moving in.
There's a bounty contract. Hostiles in this area.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Scratch that. Moving.
Come on. So I don't know if explosive or if the XRK is it, man. Because you can still one-shot with decent bullet velocity with a normal sniper. Wish I could see, man. Oh my gosh, I wish I could see. Crazy, dude. I just wish I could see a bit. That'd be really sick if I could see, man. Unbelievable. Where's my sniper? In the ground, sick.
Enemigo!
You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive.
Right, man, right. Sure. Sure, dude. Right, he's just sitting still. Killing me. Unbelievable, dude. He's not even moving. I'm sitting there strafing back and forth, hitting all my bullets. Still dying. Kinda nuts. That's just crazy. Just right to me. So gross, man. So gross. All the headshots. Like, where's his cursor? Cursor is nowhere where it needs to be, and just right to me. And right to me. So crazy. And right to me. Doesn't even move. Doesn't need to correct, nothing. Just shoots his gun after.
Get geared up and stand by.
Right, bro, right. Next time I'll just do what I shouldn't have to do, but I'll just plate back up and then reach out.
Is League Esports dying? Yeah, a bit. I think so. Viewership's fine, but like internally, the economics are getting really rough. In like teams and Riot, I think. From what I've seen. But no, it depends what you mean by dying, you know? Oh, Shadow's dead. Oh, he's not dead. Yeah, he's dead. But if you think about it, the esports scene, League is the biggest esport. So if they're dying, what are they gonna do? Get a bit smaller? They're probably still gonna be the biggest esports. Just they're gonna like cut costs, cut corners, cut roadshows, cut broadcasts. They'll probably still keep going. Why do you think it's dying? I don't know. I think the scene just had. Oh my god, Shao. I guess it's got something to do with like orgs getting investors, getting deeper and deeper into fucking spending money and never being able to pay them back, and then having financial issues, and then Riot finding incentive ways to bail them out, and then teams complaining they don't have enough like digital revenue coming back from Riot unless they were successful like competitively, and then yeah, all the money was just gone because the sponsors got scared, investors got scared, I guess, because they realized it wasn't ever profitable. Yeah, all the money was just gone because the sponsors got scared, investors like digital revenue coming back from Riot. Like digital revenue coming back from Riot unless they were successful like competitively, and then yeah, all the money was just gone because the sponsors got scared, investors got scared, I guess, because they realized it wasn't ever profitable or something. I mean, the LCK teams right now are saying to the LCK, hey, we need more money, we don't have any money. Did you see that like last week? 2 weeks ago? LCK was complaining to teams were saying that
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Need large caliber rounds.
Gas is inbound. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Requesting recon flyover. Moving.
UAV is being fuel. RTB at this time.
Look at that bug. Sick.
Enemy soldier incoming. Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Shit, what's wrong with my game, bro? Whatever. Sick, man. Sick.
There, bro. I'm not a financial person, you know. I'm not a fucking team owner, but this is what I read there. From what I heard there. Will LCK take a hit when Fake retires? Yeah, of course. But to be honest, I feel like T1 have built up brands of like Owner and Zeus and Carrier pretty well. That if Faker was to be replaced by another player, people would still be really interested in T1, even if Faker left. Because people love Owner and Zeus and Carrier and Guma, for example. Like the brands are pretty strong. They're not as strong as Faker though, but like, you know, it's not like everyone just lose interest.
Oh, yo, they opened it. The Area 51 gate has opened for me.
What are you watching that shit?
Guys, the up-to-date best settings for Warzone Season 2 to get maximum FPS, lowest input latency, and improved visibility inside your game. We are going to be focusing on just the in-game settings today. Things like config files and Windows settings, that hasn't changed since the last update. So if you want info on that after we finish this video, go back to my Warzone Season 1.5, Season 1 Reloaded, settings which I'll have in the description below. Before we continue, many of you will probably own one of these. A bulky wallet that doesn't fit in your pocket and has cards overflowing out of it. Well, I no longer have that problem ever since. These are the best settings for Warzone Season 1 Reloaded, making sure we're getting the highest FPS possible, improved visibility of our enemies, whilst keeping our latency as low as possible. Starting off in the display tab of the graphic settings. Display mode, you want to select between full screen exclusive and full screen borderless. Don't select either of the other two. Basically, it's a bit of a trade-off here. Exclusive is better in terms of latency than borderless, because borderless can allow basically things to be running in the background, whilst exclusive, in the name, is giving all of the priority to the game. But full screen borderless means you can alt-tab a little bit smoother if you're someone who likes to do multitask, if you're a content creator or something like that. I would personally say, for pure performance, full screen exclusive is your best bet. Display monitor, display adapter, and screen refresh rate. Just make sure all of these are set correctly based on your hardware, so you've got the correct monitor, the correct GPU, and the correct refresh rate for your monitor. Display resolution, leave this out automatic. It should select your native resolution. If you want to gain some FPS by downscaling your resolution, if you're on a lower cost build, then we can do that later on, not from this setting. Then, aspect ratio, you want to leave this just to automatic. There are some funky things you can do in terms of getting stretch resolution and black bars and stuff like that, which I've seen some people do. Maybe I'll do a video on that in the future. But for most people out there, just leave it to automatic and it will select the correct aspect ratio for your monitor. Then we've got a restart shaders preloading option. I said this before, this is a useful option if you run into any problems with corrupted shaders. Basically, if you're noticing any weird artifacting in-game, where you see weird things popping in and out, or your game's just stuttering, come in here, run this shader preload restart, and it will reload those shaders in for you. Display gamma, we've got two options, 2.2 and 2.4. If you're on a monitor, keep it to 2.2. If you're playing on a TV screen for some reason with your PC, then 2.4 should look better. Brightness, it starts off at default 50, but I'd recommend that you raise this up to a minimum of 55 55 or a maximum of 60. The higher you go, the more washed out it gets. But I find that putting it in this range just does some of those dark corners, those areas where certain operators can hide on the map, and it can really help you out with visibility overall. Then we've got constrain mouse to game window. This will only be available if you have your display mode set to borderless, because in theory, then you can roll your mouse off the screen. It's personal preference. You can turn this on and then you can let your mouse go onto the screen. Helps with multitasking, but for full screen exclusive, it doesn't really matter. Then NVIDIA Reflex low latency, you want this at on or on plus boost. The choice of which one you pick is dependent on what your build is like for your PC, especially in regards to your CPU and your GPU. So on plus boost, as you can see over here, is specifically for CPU-bound cases. So if your CPU is considerably weaker than your GPU, then you want to turn this to on plus boost. Whereas if you've got a bit more of a balanced build or just a very strong CPU, like I do in my PC, then on will perform better. So if you don't know which one to pick, try out both, see which one performs better. You should base it ideally off of your CPU and GPU. Then eco mode preset, turn this to custom. Having it on either of these other options are going to play around with energy consumption and power settings. Not something you want to control from within the game, so just set it to custom. VSync gameplay and VSync menus. I would recommend both of these that you keep to off. VSync will help out with screen tearing, as you can see over here. It reduces screen tearing by limiting the frame rate of the game to the refresh rate of your monitor. But what this also does is it adds a lot of input latency, so it's highly recommended that you keep this off. Also, the higher refresh rate of the monitor you get, once you start to get to 144 or even 240 hertz, you won't really see screen tearing anyway because the refresh rate is so high. Then custom frame rate limit. A lot of people will put this to unlimited just to get max FPS everywhere, but the smarter thing to do is to keep it a custom, click show more, and then we can customize the individual frame rate limits depending on whether we're in-game, in the menus, or have out of the game looking at something else. I like to the out of the focus mode, make sure HDR, there's probably some testing to be done here because I don't feel like it has good HDR, so your monitor has, you probably do, and tuning them all up in the BIOS and stuff can be quite difficult, but luckily I have partnered up with the guys over at FPS Hub who offer incredibly well priced optimized by ended up on just under 180 FPS, and when you look at the price, I couldn't FPS Hub at checkout as part of my, go and check them out at the end of the video down here because we're changing off of the original preset. Render resolution, this is a percentage we're really get frame rate, maybe something that you don't usually hit, and it will actually dynamically adjust the resolution as you play. There's better ways to get FPS though, so I recommend you leave that off. Upscaling and sharpening, this is one of those ways you can gain FPS. There's actually a few different settings I will recommend here. If you're someone who has a build where you are hitting FPS that you want to hit pretty fine, after we've gone through all the settings in this guide, and you just want to make the game look better, improve that visibility, improve that fidelity, well, there's nothing better to use than Fidelity FX Cap of 80. But if you are running on a build where you're not getting the FPS that you want, and you want to get an AMD FSR 2.1, these, which you want to try, then you want to turn this up to the max. I don't believe that who are only have the credible setting of is a good, depending on the strength values, and see what makes the game run as smooth as possible. Then variable rate shading. This was a new setting that was added when this iteration of Warzone was released, and it is an absolute game changer. It's really, really good. What it does is it makes it so that it will drop the visuals of things that you're not focused on at any one point in the game. So if you're looking at something here, stuff in the peripherals might be lower quality, giving you better FPS, but you'll never ever notice the difference, and the boost in FPS is pretty heavy. So keep variable many physically way worse visual-wise, visibility-wise than low, but the FPS, very similar. You don't lose pretty much any FPS going up one setting. As you start going high, though, it's the complete opposite. You lose more and more FPS, and the textures don't really look any better. So low is the best balance of FPS from doing this, and you lose a lot of the visual below you. You're looking at it, one comes from the side and you've got depth of field on, they're going to look like a blurry circle running onto your screen. So definitely turn that off. We do not need cinematic effects. Detail quality level, we can actually happily turn this to low. It will make certain low. Then particle things like this and on or off bullets are good, but instead of problems with but it has a big impact on FPS this setting. So it just has to be on low. You also have to select yes here to say yep, yeah, definitely on the visuals, and you do then want to consider subscribing down below. It literally takes one click. Settings, tips, very similar to textures from earlier. Normal, high, and ultra, they all tank FPS more and more and more, and you're not getting much visual surfaces. Mainly your gun, we'll turn this off, is you've got much darker areas between the ground being very close to the car and it in, because they are just don't has this screen volumetric low, unfortunately, of water, to just make it. But having had some experience playing on a controller recently, you can actually get a little bit more aim assist when the person you're shooting at is a little bit bigger on your screen, in which case 110 FOV, no aim assist. When we ADS in, we want some recording being so large in-game and visibility. Film grain, turn it all the way down. We are not watching a film, we're playing a game and trying to win, so we do not want that. Then first person and third person camera movement, put both of these to least. Time with sticking with first person ADS. If you do play third person whenever that comes out, this will just mean that when you ADS, you actually aim. I hate that it defaults to that helmet camera thing. Game perspective is just so much better because I'm actually, if you get flashbang in game, instead of making your screen go white, your screen goes black. This can be nice if you're sensitive to bright white. Oh, my game crashed. Inside of here, you're going to have a bunch of different files. Now closed down, and your game crashed. So there we go, that's all the in-game settings. What we're going to do now is cover the config files outside of the game. So with all the in-game settings applied and that game now closed down, we need to make our way to this folder. So just your documents folder, then Call of Duty, and then players. Inside of here, you're going to
Oh.
You're gonna have a bunch of different files. The one that we care about is options.4.cod23. You might not see the .cst bit because that's the file extension, so don't worry if you don't see that. What you then want to do to open this up, the most foolproof way, because I've had people before that don't have the edit option, the best way is to open up your search bar, go to Notepad, open that up, and then you want to drag and drop the options for COD23 file onto that, and you'll see it now opens up. The first thing we're going to change in here is 2 down from the top. It's renderer worker count. We want to set this to the number of physical cores that our CPU has. You can find this out by searching up your CPU online. The reason I recommend doing this is because some of the later Intel CPUs have performance and efficiency cores. And in that case, you just want to select the performance cores. If you try and just go to your task manager and do this, you might see a number that includes those efficiency cores. So search up your CPU on Google, find out how many physical cores it has, not threads, and put that number in here. So I've got an 8-core CPU with 16 threads, so I'm going to put 8 in here. And this is going to give you the best performance in-game. No debate about it. The next setting you want to find is corpse limit. If you want to find these settings quickly, you can do Control F. And then use the find dialog to type in, for example, corpse, and then search for it. What you want to do here is turn this all the way down to 0. By default, this will be set at some finite number, but we want to turn this all the way down. Now, in theory, it says number of AI corpses, so this shouldn't have an effect on Warzone, but just to be safe, turn it down anyway, just so we can get any performance gains in any part of the game we play. Then show blood effects, turn this to false, just below corpse limit. This is going to turn off blood completely in-game, which actually improves visual fidelity quite a bit, so that when you start shooting people, you've got blood coming out in front of them, you can just see your target at all times. Below that, you've got blood limit and blood limit interval. In theory, these shouldn't be doing anything. Assume that you've got show blood to set to false, but for safety, we're just going to put blood limit to true and then set the interval to the maximum of 2000. So you can just copy from over here into here, and that way blood is limited as much as possible. Just below that, you've got show brass, so we can turn off the bullets coming out of guns. Once again, it just cleans up what we're looking at in-game at any time. Then you need to find corpses culling threshold, and you're going to turn brass so we can turn off the bullets coming out of guns. Once again, it just cleans up what we're looking at into here, and that way blood is limited as much as possible. Just below that, you've got show brass so we can turn off the bullets coming out of guns. Once again, it just cleans up what we're looking at in-game at any time. Then you need to find corpses culling threshold, and you're going to turn this down from the default of 0.85 down to 0.5, and then just add a 0 so that it matches the number of zeros. Once again, just to make it safe. I'm not sure how these optic files might handle it if you lose certain amounts of zeros in these numbers. Catwall plot, subdivision level, bit of a mouthful that, but we want to turn this down from 3 to the minimum of 0. This should make the game look a lot worse, because this is all to do with the geometry of objects, and the higher this is, the more detailed geometry of objects is. But turning this down to 0 gives a little bit of an FPS boost and doesn't seem to change anything in terms of what we're looking at, so a bit confusing on what it's doing, but a nice little hidden saying that not many people know they need to change. And then just a little bit down from that, we've got Sun Shadow Cascade. This one, I'd recommend you copy over this whole string of text, so low 1 cascade, copy that, and replace in between the inverted commas over here. This is just going to make sure that the formatting is exactly as the file wants you to do it. This just will turn down basically the overall quality of shadows that come from the sun. Here, this is you copy over this whole string of text, so low 1 cascade, copy that, and replace in between the inverted commas over here. This is just going to make sure that the formatting is exactly as the file wants you to do it. This just will turn down basically the overall quality of shadows that come from the sun. It's weird that we can't change this in-game, because this one is actually a pretty significant one in terms of performance. And then just a little bit down from that, we've got reflection, probe, relighting, turn this down to 1, and then below that, static sun shadow clip map resolution, turn this from 1024 to 0. Last couple of things we're changing in here. Turn this down to 1, and then below that, static sun shadow clip map resolution, turn this from 1024 to 0.
Last couple of things we're changing in here. GPU upload heaps. This enables optimizations when resizable bar is supported. This is still a bugged setting. From what I know, it actually causes a lot more stuttering and a lot more 1% lows in your performance, so it's recommended that you still keep this to false. Hopefully in the future they can get this fixed and we can turn this back to true, but for now I think false is still the best option. And just below that we've got enable velocity based blur. Yuck, we do not want any blur, so we're going to turn that to false as well. Then a couple of little interesting things in interface, which I like changing. Skip intro and viewed splash screen. I recommend skip intro, you turn that to true, because we don't want to see that intro every time we open the game. We want to get in game as quick as possible. And then enable the player to skip the splash screen if you at least want to make sure that's true as well, so we don't need to see the splash screen every single time. And then with all that dialed in, all we need to do is press file and save, and then close the notepad, and that'll all be dialed in. If you do go in game and change around any settings in the graphics that we changed earlier now, you might see some bits of that config file reset. So if you start playing around with graphics, just make sure you keep going back to that config file and making sure everything's dialed in as we just did it. The last things we're going to cover are two Windows settings that are really important, not just for COD, for any game you play on PC. So super important we get these dialed in. First one, we're going to search down here for game mode, then open up game mode settings and make sure that game mode is on. Just overall optimizes Windows for PC gaming. Should be on for everyone, so just check that. Then the next one you want to search for, come down here and search for graphics settings. You can see it's already here for me. Open up that, and you'll have an option in here called hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. You want to make sure that this is set to on. That. Then the next one you want to search for, come down here and search for graphics settings. You can see it's already here for me. Open up that, and you'll have an option in here called hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. Windows for PC gaming. Should be on for everyone, so just check that. Then the next one you want to search for, come down here and search for graphics settings. You can see it's already here for me. Open up that, and you'll have an option in here called hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. You want to make sure that this is set to on. This was actually really bad to have on in Warzone 2. For some reason, this actually made your game perform worse, but testing of Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone 3, or whatever we're calling it now, is that HAGS, or hardware accelerated GPU scheduling, is good. So make sure that is on as well. Now that you've got all those settings dialed in for Season 1 Reloaded, the next thing you need to go and do is watch this video where I cover through 17 hidden mechanics in Warzone 3 that you probably
All right. Hopefully we're not going to be crashing anymore. Be sick. Praise God.
Check your gear and weapons.
That shot, interesting. Oh my gosh. So that starts the record.
Moving. Requesting recon flyover. Large caliber rounds here.
Wish I could see, man. Wow. Sub is gross.
Need recon overhead.
Enemies dropping into the AO. You got a loadout drop inbound.
Requesting close air. Target marked.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
Can I buy my sniper? This is not my sniper.
Requesting recon flyover. Aguas. Got movement. This is enemy territory. Keep it tight.
UAV is being fuel. RTB at this time.
Right, bro, right. Right. Sick, yeah. TTK was nuts.
Gulag, and you're gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
Alright. Dude, I wish I could see my target, man.
Time to head back to base.
Right.
Took that one.
Level 12, right. Right. That very well could have been 2 cheaters in a row. Sick. Sick. Yeah, I just wish I could see, man. That's really it. Being able to see would be super dope. It's so scary that that's the TTK with that gun. If you don't miss any shots and you don't even get any headshots. You don't have to get headshots for that TTK of that gun to be gross. I just wish I could have I wish I could see right there. That's really it. I just wish I could see, man. I just wish I could see. That's it. Oh, I had 2 plates here. I had 2 plates there. I thought I played it up all the way. Off all my plates right there, right? Yeah, I thought I played it up fully here. I thought I played it fully. Alright, that makes a lot more sense. That makes way more sense. That makes way more sense. Oops.
You're up fast. We're about to get evil. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Let's get that bird spinning. Finish up. We're airborne in 3. There you are. We got the green light. You're going to the war zone. Grab your gear and shoot. You're up in 3. Rules of engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
I'll try without this for a game.
Let's roll. Battle Royale. Gas is approaching on your position. Move to the safe zone.
There's a bounty contract.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Imagine if the player is good. I'd just be dead because I can't see. It's crazy.
Positive ID on the bounty
Hostiles in this area.
Hunt them down.
Oh, yeah.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Right, bro. Come on. Come on, dude. I get 2 FPS as soon as that happens, bro. Come on. Wish I could have seen everything.
Ready up for redeployment.
We got a loadout drop here.
Gas is closing in.
I don't know what to buy.
There's a bounty contract.
Bounty targets identified.
Enemy movement.
Weapons free.
It's a joke, right?
Enemies dropping into the AO. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Need recon overhead.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Hostile located.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Dude, come on. This movement right here, I just can't. I'll just blow my keyboard out of the water next time. I'll just go like this. Jeez, bro. Like, how many times has this happened today where I just have no keyboard space right there? So frustrating. I wish I could see, man. I wish I could see. It's just incredible, dude. I just can't ever see anything, man. Oh my gosh, dude. It's incredible. I just cannot see a damn thing ever. Ever. Can't see. That's the name of the game. Oh my god, man. Every fucking game. I just cannot see a damn thing. Crazy. How am I supposed to kill the guy? I can't ping him. You can't do that anymore. How am I supposed to see anything? He's dead. He's literally dead as well. Can't see anything though. So it doesn't matter. It's a fun game, man.
it's time for... moving in.
Moving. Moving here. Got a hostile here. Enemigo!
Right, bro. Right, man. Right, dude. Like, how many times can I damage him, bro? It's crazy. How many times can I damage him? Sick. Sick, man. Yeah. Right, bro. Right. God, it's so fun, man. It's so fun. Two. Three. How's that not a hit? How's that not a hit, bro? Am I like what? That's not a hit. How is this not a hit? Okay, alright, it's a miss. Like, I cracked him with a sniper. This is the third time I've hit him. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Look at the aim assist, bro. Oh my god. It's just so crazy. And frame one tracking. Sick.
I leave him up. Vaffanculo!
Let's roll. Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail it out of there.
Here's a bounty contract.
Positive ID on multiple strongholds. Locations are marked on your TAC map. Gas is inbound.
What is that?
You have a buy station inbound. Friendly buy station is ready.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Bounty targets are up. Get after them.
Moving. Moving here.
Loadout drop headed your way. All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Moving here. Marking enemy.
Airdrop is inbound.
Yeah, I can't aim. Sad.
Requesting recon flyover.
Gas is closing in. RCB at this time.
I can't aim, man. Crazy, I just can't aim today.
Requesting recon at my location. Moving.
UAV is being fuel. RCB at this time.
Enemy in the area. Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Bounty targets marked.
Movimento.
Kill them all. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone. Black site's clear. Area secure. Enemy soldier incoming.
Requesting recon flyover.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO. Gas is moving. You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Requesting Requesting fire mission. Target marked.
Copy that. Mortar strike inbound now. No effect on target. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Requesting close air. Target marked.
This is Phoenix 2-3, visual on the target, strike inbound.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, just crouch walking, man. That's what we're doing. God, man, like, of course I can't kill the guy. Oh my gosh, dude.
And that's all they wrote. A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
Sick.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Right, bro. Right, bro. Right, man. 45 bullets and I can't kill the guy, dude. Come on. Wow. 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 Super sick. Right. Right. Right, man. None of those hit, by the way. Right, man. Right there, I was like, dude, there's no way I have to reload, but of course I do. This is crazy. So crazy. Look at that, man. Sick, dude. Sick. Sick, man. Sick. Right. So sad. And then look at that aim assist. Sick. How are any of those bullets hitting? What bullets of those are hitting me? He's getting hit markers above my head, dude. What in the world? Oh my god. Sick game.
Enemy soldier incoming. Enemies dropping into the AO. All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Let's get that bird spinning. Finish up. We're airborne in 3. There you are. We got the green light. You're going to the war zone. Grab your gear and shoot. You're up in 3. You are cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale. Keep clear of that gas. Get to the safe zone. Strongholds located. Targets are marked on your TAC map.
Hey, here's a bounty contract. Target area marked. Clear that.
Copy. Phoenix 2-3 on approach. Strike inbound.
Too close.
Gas is moving.
Sick. Right, bro, right. Right. Sure.
It's the Gulag, and you're gonna have to fight to earn redeployment. They are ready to fight.
Behind the wall, dying.
Redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
Wow, we are quite literally in Narnia. What did they do to this gun?
place, wrong time.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
What do I have to hold, bro? I'm sitting here holding it. Fuck. Sick.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
I don't know how to get up there, dude.
We have a loadout cancel last.
You got gas moving in.
Moving.
You're in the wrong house, little rats.
I don't know how to play this at all.
Your objective is simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
Moving here.
Sick, dude. Right. I can't. Right. I can't. Really? How does he know I'm there, first off? Right. Oh my gosh, man.
Where you fight to win redeployment.
I definitely can't make it to the top, right?
You wear those upgrades well, soldier.
Should've just sniped him.
That's how it's done. Ready up for redeployment.
Moving. visual. Move it. Scratch that.
Gas is closing in.
No plates up here, of course. Right, man, right.
Those some bitches next time.
Right. No plates, of course. You guys still sitting up there. We're doing this at 1 in the morning. It's insane gaming.
Gear up fast, we're about to get evil. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. Here we are. Head shed gave the green light. We're deploying you to the front lines. You're up. Grab your chutes. We're cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
Let's roll. Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail it out of there. gas drop is en route.
Hey, here's a bounty contract. Hey, got one side of here.
Enemy soldier incoming. You're losing ground. Move it. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Moving here.
Right, man. Come on, dude. A stun, bro. A stun. Come on, man. Come on. A stun, dude.
Hey, I know money doesn't grow on trees, but it is covering the ground.
Dude, I just wish I could see. That's really it. Really it. I just wish that I could see. That is all. I just wish I could see, man.
position. Move to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
What was that?
Moving!
How the fuck do you get up here? Right, man, right. I wish I could hear, dude. I just wish I could hear, man. That's really it. I don't care if he rips me. Just let me be able to hear, man. It's crazy. Oh my goodness, dude. I just can't play the game. Just can't.
Redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
We have a loadout drop here.
Can I move? Thanks.
Enemies dropping into the AO. You're losing ground. Move it.
Enough from you! Hey! Enemy here!
Come on. What is preventing me from moving, dude? Alright, I'm missing all of these.
Close one!
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Cash drop inbound.
4 kills, by the way. Fun, dude, fun.
Requesting recon in my location. Counter UAV distrutto. Moving here.
UAV is being a fuel. RTB at this time. Gas is moving.
Sick.
lead. Never saw it coming, imbecile. Hey, hot contract here.
Tracking a high-value target. High risk, high reward. Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. An enemy squad's hunting you. Stay sharp.
Moving. Recon contract marked. Cancel last.
Gas is closing in.
Marking enemy. Moving here.
Sick, man. You're gaming. Hope you're proud of yourself, dude. Your parents should be they should be so proud of you. Oh my goodness, they should be so proud of you. Wow. Sick. You're raised right, bro. Goodness, making those ancestors real proud of you. We love this game so much. That's why we play it. That's why we play it.
Use this time for some target practice. Real things coming soon.
Now you know, man. The good thing is, you only gotta learn that lesson once.
Enemies dropping into the AO. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
It's awesome, dude. It took me a long time to get affiliate. Having 3 people watch you for whatever it is, 3 people watching at least for a month.
You're up. Grab your shoots.
Average, what is it? An average of 3 viewers per every day for a month or something. That was hard for me. I think you were one of my 3, actually. Believe it or not.
Battle Royale.
Oh, man.
Keep clear of that gas. Get to the safe zone.
Yeah. I remember when I got it, I was happy. It was hard, dude. It took a long time. I was playing Fortnite when I got it. 3 viewers is hard, man. Oh god. I love this game so much.
Hey, here's the bounty contract.
I love this game. Oh, nice. Sick. Sick. Whoa. Yeah. That's our cue to go to League. That is our cue. That's our League queue. Fortune felt so nice. Nice, that's awesome, dude. Are they all from Borderlands? Or are they just random people that bust it up or what? Probably Borderlands, I'd imagine. That's awesome though, man. Oh, I forgot I can't play draft because I have trolls. Borderlands, that's sick, dude. Dude, when you told me about the raid, I was just like, damn. This guy's just getting it, he's getting it done in record timing. I'm happy for you though, man. Devere? That's what's up, dude.
And now recall here. Now I'm gonna recall on the third bush so Camille can't cancel me. And now Camille cannot get this wave to crush. I use Biscuit. Bomba! Did you see my Q like in her ass? If they dive me, they will just die, by the way. They can die. Just calm.
Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying.
Like, the biggest advice I would have for you guys, if you get dove, be patient. Don't panic. That's like the biggest mistake people do when getting dove. They're like, don't be that guy. Just chill. Look at your passive, look at your cooldowns, track their cooldowns. And now recall here. Now I'm gonna recall on the third bush so Camille can't cancel me. And now...
Oh, that's awesome. What the hell? That's a lot of money. How long has this thing been going on? Damn. Borderlands community. The Borderlands community is killing it. That's awesome. Must be sick to be a part of that, dude. That is really cool, man. Have you done this before and I just didn't know about it, or is this your first time taking part in the events? It took my echo. Man. I guess I'll just play Camille. So you've watched it before, is what I'm gathering. Kinda wanna play GP. I'm just gonna play Camille and get the game over with.
Precision is the difference between a butcher and a surgeon.
It was harder because it was an in-game event back in the day, and then it stopped, so the community made it a charity event. That's fun. Dude, I'm not playing Zach. I don't even know if I own Zach. First time I've played Camille in a few days, and first time I've used any other skin except for Prestige skin in a minute. On Zach feels nice. What on Zach feels nice? Chris Pisses. It's this guy's name. Alright, what item do I want to build? God, I'm so used to building a 2600 gold item first thing. I wish there was a decent, cheap attack speed item, but there's just not. Progress should never be kept waiting.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Official Efficiency is paramount to success. Extremes are easy.
Minions have
It
spawned.
is difficult.
Man. Okay.
Feigning innocence is so
Zach
time-consuming.
Wunchard has 200 subs in his guides. Nice. 200 subs on Twitch, YouTube. Drag this here so I can E.
Either attack or run. Your indecision
I want to
is
use my passive shield like that actually. That lasts for so long, dude.
Bottoms up.
Really?
Foresight. Self-made women need to be more prevalent. You are moved.
Oh, Echo's coming.
This is your best. You will cooperate.
No way. Oh. Of course he's 1 HP. Of course my E didn't have, was it mana or something?
Sometimes
So strange.
scars are the most refined attire one can wear. The right tool.
An enemy has been slain.
Hello, Belveth. Do you want to play the game a bit, sweetheart? Take a red buff. Why did Echo flash? She wanted first blood really badly. I don't think it's the absolute worst thing. He just has to. He can't help Scion crash the wave. There he goes, Bomby Cinder.
Has been slain.
MS is a bit crazy, aren't we thinking the same thing, Riot Games?
You could at least be serious about dying. Is the only standard that matters.
Alright, well, can't ever kill him. Feels nice thinking about killing him, you know?
Everything has a place. Forgetting yours is dangerous.
Oh! What are you doing? What are you doing?
It is not the weapon that
This is really bad. Of course Brand is here, man. I mean, I just shouldn't have got entangled in all that because I just missed so much here.
fear sharpens every blade.
Sounds gonna be so annoying. I'm building blade, dude. Fuck it. I don't give a single flying fuck. Not one bit.
Technology, not controlled by it. Pathetic. Those who wait. Unladen the dead.
An enemy has been slain.
Good balance. Come on.
I ensure the survival spree. Hatred is what separates good hunters from dead ones. The test of those balances. Another step on the path of progress.
Right.
An ally has been slain.
I bargained my soul for the progress of Piltover. Waiting yields the most reward. The right word cuts more deeply than the knife.
He's got R back.
Know your place. The future favors the versatile. A flow is marked by precision. Regret is what tempers the steel of our soul. Is the only
Look at my bow,
that
Beth.
matters. The trick is to be clever and quick. Morality is a beautiful servant and a dangerous master.
Imagine my jungler had hands. Fuck that up.
We all have lines. I may have.
Sick. I'm so fucked now.
It's not lies that cut, but the sharp.
I'm so fucked.
Shut down.
Being nice is so tedious.
Scream. Hear the scream.
The test of goodness. The task at hand is the only one that matters. I am the trap.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Sometimes ambition.
Yeah, man. Sion just, like, Bel'Veth doesn't care at all. She's already said she's, like, trolling and stuff. Sion just has too much wave clear. He has TP to get back to lane. He has R to get back to lane. I just can't match his pushing power ever. And when I don't have a jungler, like literally running it down, saying open and all that shit, makes things much harder. And his items are super cheap. And if he wasn't trolling his build, he'd just be super ahead right now, but he's an enter, so.
They pay me to find problems and then dispose of them.
Fuck is his build? Like, look at this, he's full HP. Like, look at this, what is this, man? Sick.
Technology and I have a complicated relationship.
An ally has been slain.
Trade with him one more time.
An ally has been slain.
And then TP.
Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
Kilter will achieve its destiny. Separates good from dead ones.
Like, look at this healing, man. Is it not gross? Unreal, man. Like, where is it? Where's all the fucking healing coming from? That's what I'm trying to figure out. No, they just get rift for free.
Your feeble efforts are disappointing. Yourself, you will still be wrong. My skills eliminate the chaos filter.
Sick.
Society needs rules.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed the turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Let me be clear. I will kill you. A piece of blow is marked by precision. And they've never dared to
enemy rampage.
The test of good manners is patience. For the problems of Piltover, I am the solution.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oops.
I will not be misled. The luxury of mercy is
shut down. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Look at my fucking teammate, man.
standard that matters. Order exists because of needs. Must be preserved at all costs.
I should be top, actually.
An ally has been slain.
I missed the spot. Running will make no difference.
Why am I so scared? He's on 2 items. Crazy.
Results are all that matters.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't play fair. I use the rules. Efficiency is power. Extremes are easy. It's the balance that is difficult.
An ally has been slain.
is so time-consuming.
Slain.
Sick, man. Right. Getting soloed by the support. Balanced.
An ally has been slain.
Super balanced. Super balanced. That should never, ever, ever take place. It should never, ever, ever be possible. Ever.
Purity of form
is unstoppable. Enemy double kill.
Sick. Right, man. The art from... I don't know.
The world is not black or white, but a delicious shade of grey. Patience is what separates good hunters from dead ones. You are up. Professional is marked by precision, but critically clever and quick. I know what I am. Do you? A lady never dares to ask. First, lest you be deemed ruthless.
is godlike.
It is not the weapon that defines you, but how you use it. Fear sharpens every blade.
I'm recording, fuck. I mean, our jungler is running the game. This happens. That's what happens when you key around this time. You just get degenerates. What is this? Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna hop on my main account and play Camille. Dude, Camille is so bad, dude. Holy crap. So bad. The weakest laning champion top lane. Gotta buy the most expensive item in the game. Dude, she's so bad. What account am I playing on? She's so bad. Oh my gosh. So horrendously bad. That's something that playing Echo Top has showed me. That Camille is so bad. Any other champion, first item 2600 gold. And is a strong laner. Triforce is so bad, dude. So expensive. It's so bad. She's the weakest laning champion in the game. It's just tough, man. It's a tough time. It's a tough time. Dude, it's so bad. Nice, I can't open league button. It's so bad. I don't know how much gold it's worth, but it's so bad. I just wish there was a viable first item that was 2600 gold like every other champion has in the game. So that would be nice. Like, it's hard to CS on Camille. She's the weakest laning champion in the game. And her item, the only item she can build is super expensive. Fun time, man. It's a fun time. Oh my gosh, I didn't know I had 22,000 mastery. I think that passes Kindred. My Kindred on my first account that I had. You know what the funny thing is though, is if Camille gets banned or picked, I'd just play Echo. I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable on the Echo.
I enjoy the marijuana and I enjoy some other stuff that's safe and effective, but I am pretty much done with heavy drinking. I had a friend recently that got off the rails drunk, and it was so sad to watch. He was so debilitated that I was like, I think I might be done. It was awful. See, just real, when you're sober and you see someone just shit-faced, obliterated, can't form sentences, terrible for you. I enjoy the marijuana and I enjoy some...
Jeff, we're back here over on some more war zones. So it is currently 4:35 a.m. We're back here with the Late Night Spectates. Now, if you don't know, the Late Night Spectates are an entire series basically based around just playing Warzone at the lowest player count times, which is very, very early in the morning, usually between 3 to 6 a.m. Just to see what kind of interesting characters and gameplay we had.
end up finding here. So also, before we get started, I want to thank everybody for all the love and support on all the others. Absolute madness. This video guy, this guy's slide canceling at all? Oh, he is. There's no way this guy isn't just killing me. Okay, someone finally killed me. This is gonna go bad.
Fortune favors the wealthy. I remain human.
I remain
The oath
human.
has been taken.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Extremes are easy.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
I bargained my soul for the progress of Piltover. You are behaving like an imbecile.
That auto go through.
Purity of form, purity of function.
That hit me, right?
Mundo Cell!
The test of good manners is patience.
Mundo share well!
They pay me to find problems, and then dispose of them.
Mundo play!
It's not lies that cut, but the sharpness of the truth. You won't be where I want you to be.
We have a diet.
The world is not black or white, but a delicious shade of grey. Regret is what tempers the steel of our soul. I'm old enough to know better.
I was upset.
Progress is served by technology, not controlled by it. Precision is the only standard that matters.
An enemy has been slain.
Mundo file!
Fear sharpens every blade. Society needs rules. Gaining innocence is so time-consuming. Looks like I missed a spot. Know your place. Tap tap. A lady never dirties her hands. Opportunity rewards those who wait. The task at hand is the only one that matters. Only cowards run. Elegance never goes out of fashion. A professional is marked by precision. Efficiency is paramount to success.
Does he even have to interact with me at all?
Seek my attention at your peril.
Dude, he could just kill me if he wanted.
I will not be misled. Waiting yields the most reward. Your limitations will be your downfall.
This one's not even close. Oh, my ignite didn't go off. Right. My ignite didn't go off.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The harsh memory of one's past does not soften the age.
This rock? No, this rock.
Divine. This is your best. There are two sides to every issue. My side and the wrong side. Another step on the march of progress. Patience separates all monsters from dead ones. Who are you to try and stop me? You have been slain.
It's pretty fun. I just did 500 damage, it's crazy.
Progress is honed on necessary death. I am the trap. I don't play the game. I make the rules.
An enemy has been slain.
The trick is to be clever and quick.
An ally has been slain.
Horizons.
Cheers. Don't worry, I'm not
Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain.
Meanwhile, this guy just doesn't have to play the game at all.
Double kill.
That's all. Just doesn't have to play the game.
We all have lines. I'm crossed mine.
Full tower. Sick. Sick.
Running limits new distance. Pay attention.
Mundo perish!
Unstoppable.
Mundo cell!
Precision is the only standard that matters.
Corporate Mundo!
If life hasn't changed you, then you have failed. Rudeness must be eradicated.
Time to learn about death, my friend. I have been slain.
Not a hair out of place.
Kill the fucking Cossacks. Unreal. Unreal, dude.
This work isn't for amateurs. I'm coming to get you. The luxury of mercy is one I cannot afford. You are in my way.
Shall I hold your hand?
Claim your shut down. Patience isn't down. It is the virtue.
Enemy killing spree.
Results are all
has been destroyed.
Like I used to spot. You are utterly unemployable.
Oh, sick. Sick. Sure. Yeah, sure, bro. That's fine. All that fucking healing is fine. You ignite. Yeah, man. We're super healthy. Super, super healthy. Oh my goodness, man.
I ensure the survival of Piltover.
Time for a great
The
expansion.
test of good manners is patience.
An ally has been slain.
Piltover will achieve its destiny. Adapt or perish.
Look at Viego, bro. Like, what are you doing? What am I watching here?
A lady never dies.
Time to give them a show.
You are meek.
They shall not pass.
Waiting yields the most reward. Sometimes ambitions must be restrained.
Your turret has been
The
destroyed.
trick is to be clever and quick. You will be where I want you to be.
Dude, what are you guys doing?
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
So confused, man. I'm so confused.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Being nice is so tedious.
An ally has been slain.
Mind your manners, or I'll mind them for you. Patience isn't a virtue, it is the virtue. A sharp blade quickens the work. Privilege must be preserved at all costs. The test of good manners is patience.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Sick.
Everything has a place. Forgetting more something this. I will stay where I want to
You need help.
How is she so fast? Ah, passive. Running to Caitlyn. Sick. Sick.
My skills eliminate the chaos.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Now we're playing with Starfire.
Opportunity rewards those who wait. I am employed when negotiations fail. For the problems of Piltover, I am the solution.
Has been slain.
Order exists because of me. It is not the weapon that defines you.
Somebody's not paying attention.
My sacrifice? An extra double kill.
Sometimes scars are the most refined attire one can wear.
Has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Do you need
Slain.
The right word cuts more deeply than a knife. This is simply my profession. Morality is a beautiful servant and a dangerous master. Tut tut, a lady never dirties her hands.
Has been slain.
Technology and I have a complicated relationship. A professional is marked by precision.
Has destroyed a turret.
I'm what you would call a deniable asset.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Extremes are easy. It is yours. Patience separates don't seek to win. Where are you going? Today just got terribly bad for you. My motives are not your concern. most reward. The trick is to be clever and quick. I am the target. Patience isn't a virtue. It is a virtue. The test of good manners is patience. Thus is our Your lack of strategy disgusts me. I bargained my soul for the progress of Piltover. Precision is the only standard that matters. Looks like I missed a spot. They pay me to find problems, and then dispose of them. Winning means being better. Only power can run me.
Beating the
It's not my but the sharpness of the truth.
Oh my god, man. Sick champion.
Badly. Oh no, he's level 42.
I mean, Camille is just probably the worst champion to play top lane. And it's just so gross how Mundo doesn't even have to interact with you at all, and then he just builds bombies and you can't ever kill him again. It's tough. Super tough. He doesn't even have to interact with you. He builds bombies and then he can just click his champion on top of you and you die.
I was trying to find someone good, and here we go. We're on with a Martian. I shadow you. He's got 1 kill, and it's just us, who basically didn't even fight back, and he took a full magazine to kill us. He's being hunted right now, though. Only 20 seconds to go. They're gonna be right on top of him. All right, the person's just not gonna hunt him, I guess. The contract ran out, and now he's just free. All right, he's running directly toward his loadout drop now. Nothing is popping up on his UAV, so he has no reason to fear anything, I guess. There's a player across the way. Yep, he sees him. All right. Now here's the thing, he really wants his loadout, but it looks like there's at least 2 players over there. Actually, they can hear each other. He should try to third party this. Fly over once they're in the middle of fighting. There's at least 2 of them there. Okay, he's just gonna go straight for his loadout and hope that they don't notice him. Bust through that door. They might actually be able to hear that audio from there, but they have to be good to actually react to it properly. Now he has to climb all the way up here, grabs it, and it's a Vel 46 in what looks like some kind of LMG or something. So not the highest or fastest killing class out there with the MP7 here, but it is a comfort SMG, super easy to use, feels nice, sounds nice, looks cool. It doesn't matter how slow. Okay, maybe it does kind of matter how slow you go. Oh, no, it's still making noise. I mean, you can hear that. You can... All right, he's got the LMG, he's taking shots, and I mean, that was a really bad decision, but at least he has a suppressor on, so he's fine, I guess. And now he's standing still. Player ends up sniping at him, wants to jump off the... No, never mind, he's not going to do it. He's just checking beneath himself. Worried about the guy that he took some shots at. And he's just going to say, fuck it, and go to his supply boxes. I mean, at the end of the day, he's smart, though, right? He doesn't want to... If he doesn't think he's going to win the fight, he just wants to stop. He's not going to spend... Oh, hold on, wait! He's standing there in the middle of the... Wait, hold on, wait, did that guy... Did he seat swap? UAV and more suppression mines and motion detectors, I guess. It's a fire sale, so he could go over there and start buying a bunch of stuff, but for what? You're gonna buy a UAV and then what happens? Someone's driving up, though, hold on, wait! He's standing there in the middle of the... Wait, hold on, wait, did that guy... Did he seat swap? Wait, it's Metaphor! Wait, I know this guy! Wait a minute, I mean, I'm just gonna spectate the best player I've seen! Dude, I was in here looking for a good player. We got literally the #1 rated solos player on the planet. We got Metaphor here, he's got 16 kills, he's got 7 spectators. Probably most of them can't believe the way that he's killing them. I knew something was up as soon as I saw the little seat swap right there. I knew it. I mean, he just takes the shots at him, breaks him. This is a pretty bad position. He's gonna rotate out of it, reposition himself. Here's somebody above him, but then gets shot from the side, breaks the armor, but gets the cover quick enough. And, wow, holy shit, wait. There's somebody on top of the building right there. Oh, he's gonna jump and climb up. There's somebody behind him as well, and there's somebody on top of the roof as well. Dude, he is literally, he's got 4 or 5 people around him at the moment. He's in the worst position possible. Another player's pushing to his right, ends up taking him down. He doesn't have any armor, so he's able to kill him very quickly. Ends up popping the UAV. You can see 2 more players. He went to go throw a grenade right there, I think, and he noticed that he didn't have one. He thought about using the little redeploy there, but he doesn't need to. The player already came down to him. He doesn't need to do that. Now, where's the other guy that was on the roof? Maybe he took him out, or... Yeah, he died over here. Okay. I was sitting here worried that I was gonna have to name this video spectating one of the most inactive players I've ever seen in my life. Now I could just change it to spectating literally the best player I've spectated in the entire series. He runs into a riot shield player up here, though. It seems like the guy jumped down or something. No, he actually made his way over to the little lift over there. There's a smoke grenade. Guy's going up the lift now. It's gonna take off. Gonna stop over here at the buy station once again, spend all of his money, probably buy some plates, UAV. He's got a bounty on Golden still, so I think this is a guy that's running away from him, actually. Golden very aware that he's being chased, though, because he sees a vehicle coming up, but there's really nothing he can do. I mean, Metaphor's just gonna press him, and now he's got an advanced UAV going. He's gonna drop that, man. This is at least a 20. I'm pretty sure he holds the current world record at the moment as well, and there's people literally just flying in front of him. Game sense immaculate, shot beautiful, and the whole like mouse and keyboard versus aim assist thing. This guy is one of the best mouse and keyboard players that you're gonna see out there, and he was an insane sniper back in the day on controller as well. Kills that guy inside, makes short work of him, no problem whatsoever. Now he has a feeling that somebody is directly above him, so he's firing 2 different weapons to see if maybe he can bait the guy out. Now he's gonna go up the lift here, but he has to be very careful. Yeah, the guy ends up jumping off. He knew that somebody was there. He's chasing him now. He's gonna hop over in the Hummer. Oh, he gets sniped though. Really, really bad position now. Guy's trying to run away from him. He's not going to take the time to play it up. He wants to try to get that kill before he runs away. Dude hops out of his vehicle though after getting cracked for some reason. I don't know if he's going to survive that. He's pulling out the airstrike right here to get a little bit of extra movement speed. Oh man, I mean, the game sense is crazy. He knows exactly where he is. He can only stand on one side or the other. If you just take the time out of your day to watch one stream from the guy, he's completely legit. And this isn't like a one-off thing either. This dude is very good at like any video game he wants to go and put his mind to. This dude, he's very, very good. And it's not just FPS game. I know it sounds like I'm glazing like crazy, but I mean, he has the accolades. What the fuck do you want me to say? Got 22 kills. He still has potential for a 40 bomb here, but it's probably not going to happen. Easily a 30 bomb here though. It really depends how the the mid game is already shook out decently well for him, but it's slowed down quite a bit here. But he can still definitely at least get a 30 bomb. Taking this all the way up. He hears somebody. Gonna pop himself up over the top. Pushing there with the striker. Throws a stun grenade, or no, actually, it's a smoke grenade to try to stop the rotational aim assist from killing him. Chases him down the stairs. It's so funny because I know exactly what he's thinking. Wait, there's another player, but someone pushing him from behind. Somehow they're above him. Okay, and now he's chasing them down. Their armor's broken, and they're dead. He's at 24 kills now. Ends up picking up the little buy station here up on top. It's another UAV, more UAVs, some kill streak shit. He sees another guy directly down in front of him. See, this is what I mean. Just get active, man. Push shit. You see him, you kill him. That's what Metaphor does. He sees him, he pushes him, he fucking kills him. Or he dies, but he tried at least. He tried. I mean, he's got all the mechanics down. He's doing like the extra distance dive, jump glides and shit. He was sitting behind, like right here behind one of these things, unless he dropped down. He might have dropped down and ran away. Yeah, he's actually running away from him, but he's chasing him down. He's not going to let him get away. He's got 25 kills, 14 total players remaining. He's getting 13. One of them sitting upstairs. He knows he can't win that fight. It's a bad fight initially, so he's going to reset the fight here. He's going to push up. He knows that the guy has a sensor right there. He's going to push him. Aim assist, getting really scary right there. Aim assist, really scary. He tried to... God damn it. The dude is going for the execution. Metaphor's going to go down. At 25 kills, he goes down. Golden. It was actually Golden. Now he's teabagging him. That's crazy. Golden, you're doing all that with 11 kills, running for your life. And now we go from this high-octane gameplay to... this guy. You better hope Metaphor doesn't have some sort of respawn thing. We're endgame now, top 10 situation. He survived this long, so he had to be doing something right. Heard a slide directly to his right now. It's ADSing over on the loadouts, thinking that somebody slide canceled and went over there to get their stuff. Oh man, this guy. It's so crazy to go from being so active commentating on somebody that actually knows what they're doing versus just... and then another dude drops down on top of him. Golden then just loses the next fight to the next guy. This dude ends up assassinating him. Execution goes down to Andrew, who also has 10 kills. Okay. And somebody ended up pushing in there, and it's also super unlucky that no jailbreak happened in this game. Wall bangs through the little tent thing, still taking shots, although it's going to be really, really awkward because he has to shoot like the one side of them since they have a riot shield. Although that riot shield doesn't allow them to be able to rotate very well. Ends up breaking the armor, cracks them again. Got the sniper rifle here, got the swarm and the cat AMR. I mean, mid-range is lacking a little bit with this setup, but close range and long range, super deadly. Player right in front of him, you need to get your head down. No, to your right, yeah. Not in the water, I mean like on the cliff.
Gas is closing in.
Takes a shot, hits the head, I think. Didn't one-shot him though, he ended up throwing a stun grenade. The riot shielder's pushing him now. I think he's looking at him. He ends up pushing him, throws a sticky grenade on him, tries to run away for his life, knocks himself. Wait, no, he didn't get knocked. Ends up throwing a smoke grenade. Really, really smart gameplay right here, actually. Oh, this is a great lobby. I was spectating Plutonians, and now I have actual Earthlings. Standing still, takes the shot. There's only 2 other players left, so I mean, standing still, I guess he has no fear here. He knows where that guy is, breaks his armor. The dude dolphin dives off of it, throws another smoke grenade. He wants played up. I mean, this is just good. Smoke grenades are so good. Nice and strong out in the open. Guy's rotating. You have no aim assist through this fence. Oh, he ends up getting his armor broken, ends up sniping him, taking him down, 13 total kills. The last one is over here, 14. Throws a smoke grenade again, throws a Semtex to go and lead it. He's gonna challenge, breaks the armor, pushes up with the WSP swarm, and takes him out, 14 kills total. We've got some demons in this lobby. This is the best lobby I've fucking spent.
Bats. I didn't even know that it was off. I guess it makes sense. We haven't been watching it. Oh.
Okay. 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 Now this is fun. Here's the build on that.
Oh man. Download a new plugin that looks cool, but you actually went scan and verify. Oh god. Is it bad because it's gonna take long, or is it bad because some shit's gonna get fucked up? Oh god. Yeah, that's annoying, man. Gotta be careful what you click, bro. Gotta be careful what you click. Jeez, man. What am I on? Oh, I forgot this was on. Hmm. Oh man, tired. I'm tired. How did you know? I think you're a moderator technically, so you should be able to post links. Did you? I don't see anything. I don't see anything in OBS chat, but maybe I'll look on YouTube to see if it went through. No, it didn't go through.
Quietude, the state of peacefulness and tranquility, serves as a gateway for the universe to communicate with us. In our
You should be able to go through.
Whispers its wisdom to us. By quieting our minds and silencing the external noise, we create space for the universe to speak to us in subtle yet profound ways. The practice of quieting the mind has roots in various spiritual traditions and philosophies. Whether through meditation, mindfulness, or simply taking a moment to pause and breathe deeply, the act of quieting the mind allows us to connect with the deeper truths of the universe. In this state of receptivity, we become more attuned to the subtle energies and insights that surround us, enabling us to receive guidance and inspiration from the universe. In the journey of quieting your mind to allow the universe to speak to you, cultivating inner stillness is paramount. Your transition into a state of peace and tranquility creates the optimal environment for you to receive the wisdom of the universe. During this process, we are intentionally quieting the incessant chatter of our thoughts and emotions to create a deeper sense of peace and clarity. Practicing mindfulness meditation, yoga, or simply taking moments to reflect gradually trains your mind to become more present. William Blake once beautifully expressed, "Great things are done when men and mountains meet. This is not done by jostling in the street." These words resonate deeply with the essence of cultivating inner stillness. It's not in the hustle and bustle of everyday life that we find profound insights and revelations. Rather, it's in the moments of quiet introspection and inner peace that we connect with the universe's subtle guidance. By embracing stillness, you create a sacred space within yourself, where the universe's whispers can be heard clearly. Through consistent practice, you begin to deepen your awareness of your inner landscape, becoming more adept at discerning the subtle nuances of the universe's messages. As you quiet your mind, you may notice a sense of expansion and connection with something greater than yourself. With a heightened sense of awareness, you can connect with the wisdom that permeates all of existence and guide you along your journey. In cultivating inner stillness, you not only open yourself up to the universe's guidance, but also experience profound personal transformation. Finding greater peace, clarity, and purpose in your life comes with becoming more grounded in the present moment and attuned to the rhythms of the universe. You create the fertile ground for the universe to speak to you in profound and transformative ways.
Oof. Is LPL on? Did they take a break too? I'm not gonna click that. I think I've seen that. What is that? The design looks cool, obviously.
Keep clear of that gas. Get to the safe zone.
Keep clear of that gas.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Poor guy. Keep clear of that gas.
You got gas moving in.
Must have loadout money actually. We're so close.
You got a loadout drop inbound.
Moving.
Oh, sick.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Sick, man. Sick. Sick. Come on, bro.
This ain't training camp. It's the gulag. And you gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
Just the worst place to get shot at. The worst place.
You wear those upgrades well, soldier.
I don't think I have time to throw a smoke. Sick. Sick, dude. Sure, yeah. I definitely don't kill him before he throws fucking C4 at me, right? Right. Sick. I love it, man. This guy is much closer than I thought. I can't even fully play it by the time I'm getting shot again, dude. Stuff. Benny Jr. does it to me. Right. C4 is fun, man. Yeah, I just love this game so much. That's why I play it. Feel like it's very fair, promotes competitive integrity. The most skilled player always comes out ahead. I just love it so much. I'm just gonna go back to Fortnite, honestly. I'm just gonna go right back to Fortnite. I mean, I might, dude. That game is, if you want to die by somebody that's better than you, that's the game right there. I just miss that. It's such a easy thing to take for granted. I just always miss dying to a better player 100% of the time. I'll be back. Do you mean me personally? Or in general? Yeah. There's a no build mode, but I wouldn't play that. No, you can play however you want. They've got so many different modes.
Battle Royale. You got gas closing in fast. Unass yourself to the safe zone.
Hey, here's a bounty contract. Marking enemy.
Wow.
Gas is inbound.
Exactly what I need right here. Gosh.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Sick. Close to a UAV. Darwin, please.
Be advised, enemies deployed a buy station.
Requesting recon flyover. Moving here.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
drop headed your way. Enemy soldier incoming. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Right. With an Uzi from this distance. Oh, I went to the wrong roof.
Gas is closing in.
Right, dude. Come on, man. Really? The guy's just blatantly cheating, man.
It's the gulag, and you gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
Oh my god, dude. It's so fun. So fun.
And that's all they wrote. A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Really? Really? Look.
Gas is moving.
Loot here.
Killer. Nice, man.
Hell, and you're in it. This is the Gulag, where you fight to win redeployment.
Really fun to play keyboard and mouse on this game. Really balanced. You really feel like you're taken care of in this game, actually.
Target down. Stand by for redeployment. You earned it.
Moving.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Positive ID on the bounty targets. Hunt them down.
Moving here.
You're losing ground. Move it. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Can I get in the fucking car?
Hey, got what's side of here.
What was that? Yeah, man, let's just crouch walk around the fucking map and have a great time. Sick, man, sick. Yeah, let's have a great time crouch walking. Jeez, man. Like, what in the fuck are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do?
Gulag is closed until further notice. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Gas is inbound.
Right, man, sick.
Less than 25, we're still standing.
Sick, bro.
Failure ain't fatal. Just an opportunity to do better.
Alright, super balanced. Super fun, super balanced. Having a great time. We're having just the best of times here. We're having a great time, dude.
When you quiet your mind and cultivate inner stillness. With inner stillness cultivated, you can now tune into universal wisdom. You create a receptive space within yourself as you quiet your mind and open your heart to receive the profound insights and guidance the universe has to offer. Tuning into universal wisdom requires a willingness to let go of preconceived notions and to be open to new possibilities. It involves surrendering to the flow of life and trusting in the inherent wisdom of the universe to guide you on your journey. In this state of receptivity, you may begin to notice subtle signs and synchronicities that serve
Headed to the war zone.
as guideposts along your spiritual path. These synchronicities are not mere coincidences, but rather meaningful occurrences orchestrated by a higher intelligence. By paying attention to the signs and symbols that appear in your life, you can discern the universe's guidance and align yourself with its divine plan. As you tune into universal wisdom, you deepen your connection with the interconnectedness of all things and gain a deeper understanding of the underlying currents that govern the universe. One way to tune into universal wisdom is through the practice of intuition. Intuition is your innate ability to perceive truth beyond the limitations of the rational mind. Developing your intuition through practices like meditation, reflection, and mindfulness allows you to gain insight that transcends logical thinking. Trusting in your intuition allows you to navigate life with greater clarity and confidence, knowing that you are supported by the wisdom of the universe every step of the way. Now that you've tuned into universal wisdom, you're ready to embrace divine synchronicity as a guiding force in your life. Divine synchronicity is the manifestation of meaningful coincidences that seem to be orchestrated by a higher power. These synchronicities serve as signposts along your spiritual journey, guiding you towards greater alignment with the universe's purpose for your life. As you continue to quiet your mind and open your heart, you'll begin to recognize these synchronicities as messages from the universe, leading you in the direction of your highest good. Imagine, for instance, that you've been contemplating a major life decision, unsure of which path to take. You find yourself at a crossroads, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of the decision before you. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, you receive a phone call from a long-lost friend who shares a piece of advice that resonates deeply with your soul. This unexpected encounter serves as a divine synchronicity, offering clarity and guidance exactly when you need it most. When you embrace these synchronicities and trust their wisdom, you align yourself with the flow of the universe and allow yourself to be guided to your true path. Divine synchronicities can take many forms, from chance encounters with strangers to serendipitous events that seem to defy logic. Perhaps you stumble upon a book that contains the exact answers you've been seeking, or you receive a timely message from a loved one that speaks directly to your heart. A synchronicity is not a random occurrence, but rather a meaningful connection orchestrated by the universe for your highest good. Taking notice of these signs and symbols can help you make clearer decisions and navigate through life with greater clarity, knowing that the universe is always there to guide and support you. As you continue to embrace divine synchronicity, you'll find that your life begins to unfold with greater ease and grace. You'll notice that doors open effortlessly, opportunities present themselves at the perfect time, and obstacles dissolve in the face of divine intervention.
Hey, here's a bounty contract. Hey, enemy here.
Enemies dropping into the AO. You're losing ground. Move it.
Moving.
Bounty targets are up. Get after them.
Moving here.
All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. Enemy soldier incoming. Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Hey, enemy here.
Right, man, right. Sure. Sure, dude, yeah. Like, I'm not just shooting him in the face. Sick. It was really fun. Sick experience. No way he got up there, dude. What? Wow. There's no audio on that. Nice, man. Nice mechanics. Nice game mechanics, dude. Can't shoot his gun, so he's gotta leave. There's some sick mechanics, dude. Can't even hear it either. It's nice. Yeah, they're really nice.
By trusting in the synchronicities that appear in your life, you align yourself with the divine flow of the universe and allow yourself to be carried forward on the currents of grace and wisdom. Quiet your mind, open your heart, and embrace the divine synchronicities that guide you towards your highest calling. Having embraced the magic of divine synchronicity, you now embark on the journey of trusting in divine timing. It's about surrendering to the natural rhythm of life, knowing that everything unfolds in its own perfect time. You can begin to recognize the inherent wisdom of the universe and the divine orchestration at work in every moment when you quiet your mind and open your heart. In the words of Jean La Fontaine, patience and time do more than strength or passion. These words ring true in the context of trusting in divine timing. It's about cultivating patience and surrendering to the flow of life, knowing that everything happens in its own divine order. When you trust in divine timing, you release the need to force outcomes or rush ahead, allowing life to unfold organically and effortlessly. Trusting in divine timing doesn't mean sitting back and waiting passively. Rather, it's about taking inspired action while remaining open and receptive to the universe's guidance. It's about following the whispers of your heart and the nudges of intuition, knowing that each step you take is guided by a higher intelligence. When you surrender to divine timing, you align yourself with the flow of the universe, trusting that everything is happening for your highest good, even if it appears otherwise at the time. Your journey of trusting in divine timing has now led you to a place of knowing how to live in alignment with the universe fully. Embodying the principles of love, compassion, and harmony in every aspect of your life becomes paramount. As you quiet your mind and open your heart to the wisdom of the cosmos, you begin to recognize that you are an integral part of the interconnected web of existence, and your actions have ripple effects that extend far beyond yourself. Living in alignment with the universe entails surrendering the ego's need for control and allowing yourself to be guided by the flow of life. It necessitates relinquishing the illusion of separateness and recognizing that you are a co-creator of your reality. Aligning your thoughts, words, and actions with the higher principles of the universe creates a resonance that attracts blessings, synchronicities, and miracles into your life. Essentially, residing in alignment with the universe is a state of being, rather than a set of rules or practices. Being at peace with yourself, transcending external circumstances, becomes imperative. Listening to the whispers of the universe and following your heart allows you to become a vessel of love and light, radiating positivity and compassion. By aligning yourself with the universe, you gain a profound sense of purpose and fulfillment that transcends your limited perception of reality, realizing that the universe speaks to you constantly, guiding you to your highest purpose.
Oh, snap.
Engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
Let's get this done. Battle Royale. Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone. Cash drop is en route. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Marking enemy.
Gas is closing in.
Car's fast. Sick, man. I love being able to see what's shooting me. That's really cool. That's really cool, man. I love that. Being able to see what the fuck is dealing damage to me. I don't need that. Why would I ever need to see what was damaging me? I don't ever need that. Not ever. Not at any point in time is that information ever useful.
Moving. Cancel lock.
Sick. Sick. Still living. I didn't get any money from that, man. Awesome. Sick stuff. There's no buy, bro. This is Narnia.
You got a loadout drop inbound. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Moving here.
Be seeing ya.
gas moving in.
Requesting recon flyover. Moving.
UAV is being refueled. RTB at this time.
Requesting recon at my location. Threats in the area. Moving here.
UAV is being refueled.
Marking enemy.
Bro, where are the boys?
Enemy visual. Counter UAV, distrutto.
Heads up, an enemy squad marked you as a bounty target. Gas is moving.
Moving. Requesting recon flyover.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
no longer tracking you. You lost them. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Bombatrone, deployed.
Bomb drone ready to detonate. No effect on target.
Requesting recon in my location.
Gas is closing in.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Requesting recon flyover.
Nice, bro. Sick. Wow. Your parents must be so proud of you, dude. Wow, that's awesome. Jeez. Yeah, man. That guy comes from a good family, dude. God bless him. Wow. 3 kills. Sick. Oh, very skillful game. Very skillful game. Alright, well, I'm going to the gym. I will be back. If you're still here, Pete, love you, buddy. I'll be back.